Remote ocean body would be a great combat power if he could practice the 9-volume manual. If he couldn't, then he could only focus on training and godly power support. It worked. Remote ocean body suddenly laughed. My life gene level was improved after practicing the 9-volume manual. How magical it is, no wonder. Swishan Ku is one of the universe supreme masters. Luo Feng admired his mysterious teacher more. He felt intimidated by the top-tier beings of the universe. If Swishan Ku was able to create the 9-volume manual, what about other supreme masters? I'm nothing compared to them, thought Luo Feng. I must train myself and catch up to them. As for any other issues, I'll wait until I become their rival. Luo Feng stopped thinking and went back to practice. He only knew that he was not powerful enough, yet he was indeed lucky to have figured out a way to expand the bloody sea, created by remote ocean body, and luckier still that remote ocean body was able to practice the 9-volume manual. Although remote ocean body could practice the 9-volume manual, it would take him a long time to finish the first 5 volumes. He was even bigger than golden horned beast body, meaning it would take a longer time for him to evolve. Even though Luo Feng was fully experienced, it would take the new body 100 years to finish the first volume. While remote ocean body practiced the 9-volume manual, the other bodies studied into space law, star map, and moon policy. 100 years passed like the blink of an eye. Remote ocean body opened his eyes gradually after sitting there like a sculpture, and whispered, "I finished the first volume. My life gene level is now 900 times stronger." From 300 times to 900 times, the first volume had improved his life gene level threefold, and all that from only the first volume. Luo Feng was further amazed. No wonder this technique was restricted by the universe law, so that Swishan Ku couldn't pass it on to any other life forms. He could only pass it on to one living being with the help of heavenly soul crystals. I can't wait, said Luo Feng. If I can improve the life gene level from 300 times to 900 times so easily, then next time it'll be 1,800 times. Continue. Remote ocean body closed his eyes and started the second volume. It was magnificent to feel his improvement every second after the second volume was finished. Remote ocean body's life gene level hit 1,800 times, as expected, and when the third volume was finished, he reached 3,600 times. All the best-case scenarios were coming true. In the primal region among the Thousand Treasure River, in the palace at the apex, 6 universe knights sat with their legs crossed, listening to primal chaos city leader's teaching. Luo Feng told me that it would take him around 600 years to finish breeding his third body, and that he would become undying after finishing the third body, said Primal Chaos City leader. But it's been almost 1,000 years, why isn't anything happening? Primal Chaos City leader looked afar and saw a palace in the distance. Inside the palace, the original earthling body sat cross-legged with Tian Chen, Emperor, guarding him. Luo Feng is incredibly lucky that he's got several true treasures, said Primal Chaos City leader. Maybe something special happened to him again, and that's why there's a delay. I'll leave him alone to fix it. Primal Chaos City leader kept teaching the 6 universe knights sitting in the palace. He decided to put the problem out of his mind. He was quite satisfied with Luo Feng, and after all, Luo Feng was full of surprises. Time passed. It had been over 1,000 years since Luo Feng had first started to breed his third body, and he had spent that time studying space law and creating secret techniques. He had made satisfactory accomplishments on both ends, and he had been advancing slowly and steadily on the 9-volume manual. He finished one volume about every century. After practicing it for 400 years, Remote Ocean Body finished the 4th volume. His life gene level doubled again, hitting 7,200 times stronger. A life gene level of 7,200 times. Remote Ocean Body sat with his legs crossed, his eyes gleamed like stars. He felt the power rushing through his entire body. His life gene level had been only 300 times before, nothing but mediocre. Now, his life level was already 7,200 times stronger, which was far superior to Zhuchong Emperor. Perhaps this is the life gene level of 9 Remoteness Master, Remote Ocean Body murmured. Go on the 5th volume. The original Earthling Body, Masha Body, and Golden Horned Beast Body all opened their eyes and looked forward to the crucial 5th volume. Remote Ocean Body's life gene level gradually improved. 7,200 times. 7,300, 7,400. 8,000, 8,100. 9,000, 9,100. I've already passed 9,000 times, said Luo Feng in astonishment. He even stopped comprehending space law, dedicating the majority of his mind to Remote Ocean Body, as he didn't dare to be careless in this matter. After his life gene level passed 9,000 times, his rate of evolution slowed down considerably. 9,500 times. 9,600. Remote Ocean Body's life gene level had already surpassed that of many extraordinary special life forms. Even many unique life forms couldn't improve themselves past 9,000 times. At 9,600 times, it became exceedingly difficult to advance any further. It appeared that his life gene level could only be enhanced a bit more. Finally, he was nearing the threshold. 10,000. And with that, its life gene level had reached the final stage. My life gene level is 10,000 times now, Remote Ocean Body exclaimed, feeling the power flowing inside of him. But as he continued practicing, he realized this wasn't the final stage. After all, it seems I haven't reached my limit. Yet I can improve even further. After surpassing 10,000 times, his life gene level could still be enhanced. But it was a slow, grueling process. Finally, the life gene level stopped improving altogether. Luo Feng gazed upon the fruits of his labor. Each inch of Remote Ocean Body's skin, muscles, and bones were as immaculate as the universe itself. Its life gene level had attained the height of perfection as incredible as the 9-volume manual was. Not even it could improve such a flawless life gene level. Luo Feng could see the constitution of each individual cell even on a microscopic level. Remote Ocean Body was perfect in every way. Perfect, sheer perfection, said Luo Feng. Remote Ocean Body's life gene level surpassed 10,000 times. It's now slightly over 10,000 times. Remote Ocean began absorbing the surrounding world energy. Pa 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 pa. As Remote Ocean Body was absorbed the energy, it kept growing taller, multiplying in size. Luo Feng was exhilarated. Neither the Golden Horned Beast Body nor his original Earthling Body had increased in size from practicing the 9-volume manual. However, just as Remote Ocean Body had achieved perfection, he started to grow. Remote Ocean Body devoured the surrounding world energy. Although he had perfect life genes, he was only at the Sector Lord level. Luo Feng could support the world energies he required to grow. He grew from 6,000 miles tall to 12,000 miles tall. Then 18,000 miles tall. Then 25,000 miles tall, and he just kept getting larger only after remote ocean body reached a height of 55,000 miles, did he stop growing? Perfect, said Luo Feng. For some reason, he felt certain that this was remote ocean body's ideal state. Just when remote ocean body stopped growing, Hong, the entire internal world was frozen. Masha body was dazed. Golden horned beast body kept his head lifted up. The weeds were flattened by the wind, and the sea stopped churning the water. Drops were floating. The bug clan queen and her bug army all froze. The original earthling body stood still, the core the most important part of Luo Feng was injected with a most mysterious power. Breeding the third body had caused his core to start to morph, but when this mystical power entered the core, it changed sharply. The color was changing red, green, blue, yellow, and gold. In the end, it turned blurry. The seemingly ordinary core now contained endless enigmas. This mysterious force penetrated the internal world when infusing the core. The force was irresistible. It was as warm and inviting as a mother's hug, appeasing all the living beings of the universe. It was not overbearing, but it was much stronger than that of Primal Chaos City leader and even Zhua Shanku. When the energy poured into Luo Feng's body, entering the core and the internal world, neither Chaos City leader nor the universe Knight's being taught noticed it. It was the time and space protected by Thousand Treasure River and controlled by Primal Chaos City leader. Yet, in this time and space, even the Primal Chaos City leader couldn't feel that force. That mysterious and inconceivable force changed Luo Feng's core while enveloping remote ocean body. Gradually, Luo Feng opened his eyes. "Where am I?" Luo Feng said. He looked around, confused. A multitude of lights floated around him. Each one contained extraordinary power. Every one of them was more terrifying than Master of Sky Wolf. I just trained remote ocean body to a perfect state, and its size surged 9 times, said Luo Feng, and now, my mind came here. Luo Feng quickly realized that the place he had been taken to was probably one of the most mysterious places, if not the most mysterious place in an already exceedingly enigmatic universe. Luo Feng looked around. Universe masters are already the pinnacle beings in the universe. Who could possibly be able to harness my mind and bring it here, removing me from the territory of Primal Chaos City leader, without being noticed? Perhaps only the universe itself could do this. The light spots were floating, but they were all dodging Luo Feng. Luo Feng was bewildered. Each of these light spots is even more powerful than Master of Sky Wolf. What are they? Suddenly, one light spot turned into a flash of light, shooting toward Luo Feng. Xiao. The spot traveled much faster than lightspeed, as if lightspeed was not the speed limit in this space and time. Before Luo Feng could so much as begin to run away, the light spot hit his mind. Hong. Images flooded Luo Feng's mind, whizzing by in quick succession. Luo Feng saw the birth of the universe, the birth of every life form living in the universe, and their destruction. The scenes were overwhelming, and they left his mind forgotten about as soon as they entered. It was impossible to remember it all. An infinity's worth of information merged with his mind. Peng. Luo Feng's mind was kicked out of that space and time. In the human territory of the universe, primal region, within the domain of Thousand Treasure River. Primal Chaos City leader didn't even notice what happened, although he could control this region of time and space, his control was nothing compared to the will of the universe itself. If the universe wanted to punish a particular universe master, it could strip him of his control over time and space. The operation of universe laws was beyond the awareness of primal chaos city leader. Within Luo Feng's palace, his original earthling body, sitting with his legs crossed, opened its eyes. Confusion flashed in Luo Feng's eyes, followed by shock. Bug Clan Queen and the Bug Clan warriors regained consciousness, but they had no idea what had just happened. Only Luo Feng knew that time and space had been momentarily frozen. Luo Feng immediately examined all of his bodies. Remote ocean body was still over 55,000 miles tall, with a life gene level barely over 10,000 times. Nothing on my body has changed, he said. My original earthling body, the golden horned beast body, the Masha body, and the remote ocean body all are the same, except no something s different. Luo Feng instantly noticed the core in the world ring. The core had turned blurry and indistinct, as if endless space and time were contained within it. What would happen to my core? Luo Feng was astounded. He had never witnessed or heard of anything like this before. My mind has been bestowed with information containing an incredible talent technique. The core has changed drastically as well. Everything happened after my remote ocean body reached its ideal state. He thought the life gene level of my remote ocean body had just passed 10,000 times, but it hasn't hit 10,100 yet. Is it at 10,081 times? So, the perfect life gene is 10,081 times of that of an ordinary life form. Luo Feng extrapolated. He shook his head, deciding not to think about that for now. He started to examine the core again. My mind was instructed in an incredible talent technique. The change in my core should be beneficial. Luo Feng recalled the technique he had just obtained. He had forgotten everything about the birth and transformation of the universe, but he could distinctly remember the casting method of a set of talent techniques. He didn't know the details, nor how the set of talent techniques was created. However, the method for performing the technique was sculpted in his mind. A set of talent techniques, bestowed upon me for no reason. It must be a gift from the universe. Is it a gift given to me for reaching the perfect life gene level? Luo Feng speculated. Talent techniques were generally scripted on the skin or on the life core in the form of law engravings. However, the techniques Luo Feng had been bestowed with this time were scripted directly in his mind. Talent technique: I am the universe. This technique was extremely powerful when it was performed. Godly power was burned and transformed into a micro-universe, allowing the user to trap his enemies inside the universe. Inside the micro-universe, the enemy's power was significantly weakened, whereas Luo Feng's own power surged within it. If he chose to self-destruct, the enemies would be annihilated instantly. This talent technique required an overwhelming amount of power. According to the instructions, the prerequisite for performing I Am the Universe was having a remote ocean body with a perfect life gene level. In addition, remote ocean body needed to be undying before he could perform it. An undying remote ocean body, with 30 times amplification of the undying body. And the body needed to be burned. These were the basic requirements for casting I Am the Universe. Every time it was cast, it would last for at least 9 seconds. By Luo Feng's calculations, remote ocean body would be completely burned out after only performing it just 10 times. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed unbelievable, incredible, but I love it. An undying remote ocean body was even stronger than Zhuchong Emperor, yet the amplification needed to be 30 times or more and burning his godly power even. In normal combat, Luo Feng was superior to quite a few universe knights. This new technique would consume 1/10 of his more than 55,000-mile-long godly body. A technique that would devour 10% of his godly body must have been incredibly powerful. Luo Feng could hardly imagine such a thing. It was inconceivable. For what it's worth, it's extraordinary. Luo Feng thought remote ocean body is stronger than many universe knights' godly bodies, and many universe knights are only several dozen feet tall, which means most of them aren't able to perform this technique. Only those with enormous bodies can perform it. Luo Feng knew nothing of the secrets behind I Am the Universe. Fortunately, the method for performing it had been seared into his mind. What am I supposed to do? Luo Feng was baffled. If I turn remote ocean body into a sea again, the sea will keep expanding. The new remote ocean body would be inferior both in size and in life gene level, which means I wouldn't be able to perform I Am the Universe after becoming undying golden horned beast. Body's life gene level can advance again after becoming undying, and he could almost reach 10,000 times. However, he is only around 600 miles long, so his body won't be able to support that technique. Luo Feng was nervous. Even a large godly body like golden horned beast wasn't enough when performing I Am the Universe. Unless, that is, golden horned beast body can also gain a perfect life gene level and expand his body. Luo Feng thought otherwise. I could only lure enemies into the boundless remote ocean and let him perform the technique, but that means the boundless remote ocean would not be able to move. Luo Feng was faced with a choice. Should he turn remote ocean body into a sea? If he did, his power would be weakened outside the boundless remote ocean. Plus, the only way he would be able to perform I Am the Universe would be if he was lucky enough for his golden horned beast body to also reach the perfect life gene level. On the other hand, if he chose not to turn into a sea, he would have terrific combat power. His remote ocean body, which stood over 55,000 miles tall, would be able to roam the universe. The downside was that his godly power would be consumed quickly, and it would be tricky to supplement the power. Luo Feng pondered the possibilities for a couple of minutes. I chose this body to be immortal, said Luo Feng. If I don't perform transformed ocean, I sacrifice that opportunity. Instead, I'll gain incredible combat power. But even inborn beast gods with immense combat power can still die. Survival is more important than power as long as I can stay alive. Anything is possible. Golden horned beast body can also be much stronger. Someday, even if I can't perform I Am the Universe when I become undying, I can certainly perform it when I become a universe knight. Luo Feng had made up his mind. There's no need to rush. Besides, the boundless remote ocean can still perform it when it becomes undying. Later, the 55,000-mile-tall remote ocean body stood high in the sky. Transformed ocean remote ocean body growled. This would be the last time he existed in his original remote ocean body form. From now on, he would take the form of a sea. The boundless remote ocean even remote ocean body went out to fight, it would do so in the form of a body that was significantly weaker than the original. Hong Long Long. The remote ocean body dissipated immediately. Churning, crimson waves appeared in the sky, forming a bloody sea with a diameter of almost 600,000 miles. Talent technique, creation. A remote ocean body that was more than 5,500 miles tall, with a life gene level of 1,000 times, appeared. Hua hua hua. World energy flooded into the bloody sea. The sea immediately recovered the energy lost by the body. The stunted body then merged with the bloody sea, and it expanded again. The bloody sea expanded so fiercely and quickly that the universe crystals Luo Feng took from his servant were gone. Undying fighters didn't carry adequate universe crystals, but universe crystals were fairly cheap after all. The universe crystals used to build a giant world ring were only worth 1 or 2 mixed elements. Luo Feng went to buy more. "I'll have 1 million mixed elements worth of universe crystals," said Luo Feng. 1 million worth? Are you sure? A million's worth of universe crystals, Mr. Luo Feng. Yes, deliver them as soon as possible. Right away, Mr. Luo Feng, they will be delivered soon. Luo Feng purchased universe crystals recklessly and threw them in his internal world. The bloody sea kept expanding. It soon surpassed the limit of 50 million miles. 55,000 miles. 60 million miles. It kept expanding even as the internal world shrank. Hong long long. The waves were tumbling, and Luo Feng's internal world became a bloody sea. Completely, most of the land was devoured. The only land left was an island with a diameter of about 600,000 miles at the center of the bloody sea. At the center of the island was a dual-world pool where the golden-horned beast digested everything after performing swallow. At its center was the golden horn world stone. Apart from the island, the internal world, which had a diameter of almost 60 million miles, was filled with a boundless bloody sea. Hong long. The bloody waves were halved, and a huge figure wearing black armor with red trim walked out on the waves. It was the newly created remote ocean body, standing at a height of more than 5,500 miles with a life gene level of 1,000 times. "This is not good," remote ocean body murmured. The bloody waves were like springs, and he stood on top of them, riding them up and down. The entire internal world was within his sight. The internal world has been completely flooded aside from the dual-world pool, yet the bloody sea is still expanding. If the internal world keeps expanding, my core might not be able to withstand it. Most of Luo Feng's consciousness left the remote ocean body and returned to the core. He started to study it carefully. "Wait," he said, "my core seems to have changed completely." Indeed, the core had taken on a strange, blurry appearance after the majestic transformation, and it now seemed to be holding the 60 million mile internal world with ease. Normally, the larger an internal world became, the greater the burden it put on the core. For instance, if someone used the move swallowing metal to enlarge his internal world, he needed to use gold energies to strengthen his core. Only then could he have an enormous internal world. For some reason, my core doesn't feel pressured at all, thought Luo Feng. Does it mean the internal world can keep expanding? It's worth a try. Up in the sky above Luo Feng's boundless bloody sea, tons of universe crystal mountains appeared. One of them melted instantly. World energy beyond measure spread out and merged with the internal world. Until now, the bloody sea had been absorbing all the energy, but to make sure the bloody sea could keep expanding, the internal world needed more energy. The internal world devoured the world energies like a starving child. Hong long, hong long. The world trembled. The bloody sea kept growing and growing. Atop the waves, remote ocean body guffawed. Larger my internal world can Indeed, grow larger, fantastic, but the best way for the internal world to grow larger is for it to swallow metal, instead of using universe crystals. The purest gold essence that the internal world could not absorb was concentrated on the golden horned world stone and would enhance the core, strengthening it so that it could carry a larger internal world. Once nearly every 1,000 years, the four pinnacle races would engage in war with one another, each time resulting in a tremendous amount of scrap metal. Left behind, those remains could be reused if they were refined. Unfortunately, it was expensive to refine the remains, rendering them almost worthless when it came to E-level alloy remains. They were always pricey. "I'll have 100 million mixed elements worth of scrap metal," said Luo Feng. "Mr. Luo Feng, the amount of material you require is lower than the quota of free items for you," came the response. "They're all free." Luo Feng grinned. An intact E-level spaceship worth 100 million mixed elements was gigantic, yet the equivalent was being given to him for free. This made scrap metal much more cost-effective than using universe crystals to expand his internal world, especially if they were being given to him for free. The golden horned beast went into a world ring with a diameter of more than 60,000 miles, containing vast quantities of remains. Hell! Golden horned beast enlarged his body using deities of the world. He then opened his mouth and performed the talent technique, swallow. The body opened its ocean-sized mouth, contorting the space within almost 60,000 miles. Hoo. Countless metal alloy remains flooded into his mouth as if swallowed in a vast abyss. The dual world pool digested all the metals, and a golden mist permeated, absorbed into the internal world. The internal world started to expand crazily. The gold essence that couldn't be ingested by the internal world was absorbed by the golden horned world zone. Strangely, the core wasn't changed by the internal world as it expanded. It seemed that swallowing metals wasn't beneficial to the core at all. "Weird," said Luo Feng. "My core has been morphing ever since I swallowed the metal to enlarge my internal world. When I became a 9th level sector lord, it's saturated." Even with the help of the 9-volume manual, the original remote ocean body couldn't improve its life gene level after hitting 10,081 times. Was this also the case for the core? Was swallowing metal no longer useful because it had already reached its peak level? "Doesn't matter," thought Luo Feng. "I'll just let him swallow all the metal. He will be exhausted, but it will strengthen my golden horned world stone." Generally, strong golden horned beasts have internal worlds with diameters of 60 million miles, and golden horned world stones are treasured by universe knights. As for mine, only a few unique life forms could reach a life gene level of 10,081 times. Luo Feng wasn't sure if he was the only one or not. However, given how incredible the 9-volume manual was, Luo Feng reckoned that even if one individual among the golden horned beasts was as powerful as his, he would have been cultivated by a universe supreme master. "Swallow the metal," Luo Feng commanded. "Time to see how powerful my golden horned world stone can become." The amount of alloy remains Luo Feng needed shocked even the seniors responsible for Rubbish Starfield. He bought them in a world ring, and they had hardly ever seen anyone consuming scrap metal remains so fast. "It's still not enough," Luo Feng realized. "My internal world already has a diameter of more than 60 million miles, and it still hasn't hit its limit." Luo Feng was completely stunned. He didn't realize that his internal world was so enormous. "Give me more alloy remains," he said. Luo Feng didn't take no for an answer. The larger my internal world is, the more stable and more powerful my future. Godly kingdom will be. Luo Feng looked forward to the results. When will my internal world stop expanding? Under normal circumstances, a world ring with a diameter of 60 million miles would only consume universe crystals worth several mixed elements. The reason why they were so cheap was that sector lords could resonate with the land of origin, priming unlimited universe energy and aggregating it into universe crystals. The price went down because they were easy to make. A world with a diameter of 6 billion miles would only consume 1 million mixed elements worth of universe crystals. A world with a diameter of 600 billion miles would only consume 1 trillion mixed elements worth of universe crystals. Luo Feng used alloy remains, which cost significantly less. However, he still used tens of billions of mixed elements worth of alloy remains. The amount was within his quota. Besides, Luo Feng didn't care much about the money. Any random treasure he had was worth at least 10 trillion mixed elements. The internal world continued swallowing world energy and expanding for more than 3 months. Golden horned beast only rested for a total of 1 hour a day for those 3 months. 6 naps a day for 10 minutes each. He used swallow continuously when he was awake, and the alloy remains kept being devoured. The diameter is 600 billion miles now, said Luo Feng. It has finally hit the limit. On top of the bloody waves, Masha body, golden horned beast body, and remote ocean body all gazed out at the internal world in shock. This was inconceivable. A golden horned beast would normally only have an internal world with a diameter of 60,000 miles. This one was now 600 billion miles in diameter. What on earth happened to my core that it can carry such a vast internal world? Luo Feng wondered aloud. He was thrilled. He was aware that his core had evolved drastically after his mind gained the talent technique known as I am the universe. Masha body, golden horned beast body, and remote ocean body all flew to the sky above dual world pool and looked down. Wang. 2 flashes of light shot out from the dual world pool, causing ripples in the surrounding space. Although the golden horned world stone was hidden in the dual world pool, it emitted a golden glow, forming an internal world with a diameter of 600 billion miles. Had cost an outrageous amount of scrap metal, and the gold energy essence brought special changes to the golden horned world stone. My golden horned world stone might be the most powerful one in the history of the universe. Luo Feng thought it might be one of a kind. Normally, golden horned world stones are the precious possessions of universe knights. My golden horned world stone is 1 trillion times stronger than average. It must be unique and highly valuable. Luo Feng could sense that this golden horned world stone would be marvelous, but he wasn't able to see it yet. My internal world has reached its limit, he said. Golden horned world stone has also reached its limit. Haha, an internal world with a diameter of 600 billion miles. Bloody sea, show me how large you can expand. Luo Feng continued to expand the bloody sea. Tons of universe crystals were delivered into the internal world, and the bloody sea grew with unstoppable force. 1 mountain of universe crystals after another was delivered into the internal world, fueling the speed of the expansion of the bloody sea. As all the godly power contained a life imprint, losing godly power was equal to losing part of one's soul, which was exceedingly difficult to recover. It was easy for sector lord level bloody seas to expand and recover, as long as there were adequate energies. After a month. The bloody sea has finally stopped expanding, but its size is within my expectations, said Luo Feng. The towering remote ocean body stood on top of the bloody waves and looked at the boundless bloody sea. The crests of the crimson waves tumbled, and a bloody essence pervaded the entire internal world. Remote ocean body laughed loudly. The laughter sounded like thunder. The diameter is 6 billion miles, which is already bigger than all the bloody seas and small royal seas in 9 remoteness space. The difference between a life gene level of 10,081 times and 300 times is indeed impressive. Sector princes only had bloody seas with a diameter of 50 million miles, and even the royal seas of the undying princes only had a diameter of merely 600 million miles. By contrast, the royal seas of the universe night princes had diameters of 20 billion miles at least. The difference was due to the gap in life gene level. That was why Luo Feng's bloody sea was so enormous. The bloody sea has finished expanding, said Luo Feng. The third move of my star map will soon become a pinnacle technique. As long as I can fully comprehend gold law, I can break the shackles on the core, connect the law ocean, transform my godly power and become undying. Luo Feng ordered the waiters in his palace to prepare a feast and invited his servants, including Tianqin Emperor and Jihong Emperor, to join in the meal with him. After the feast, I'll be devoted to studying gold law and trying to comprehend it. I will become undying after that. Luo Feng laughed. Honed Heart Emperor smiled. Our master's law comprehension has already reached the undying level, and he won more than 620,000 battles on the Bohemia Island, where there were all kinds of talented heirs apparently. Even when compared to the emperors of other races, our master is exceptionally strong. Master, you will surely become undying easily. If you can't succeed, who can? Tianqin Emperor added. We'll congratulate our master beforehand, for he will become undying soon. All the servants raised their glasses. How wonderful! Luo Feng raised his glass as well. Success in a single stroke, he said. Time to become undying. Luo Feng drank up. It was extremely difficult for some life forms to become undying. The bug clan queens and the cloud contact vines, for example, only became undying after their law comprehension could rival that of an emperor. Other beings like golden horned beasts also needed deeper law comprehension to break through because of the shackles on their cores. As for Luo Feng, his law comprehension was already at the undying level, and his beast god conception was at the 21st level of the heavenly bridge. His will was stronger than most universe knights, and his spiritual force amplification was 32 times powerful. Will beast god conception, spiritual force amplification, self created pinnacle techniques. These attributes formed a powerful combination. I'm already as strong as an invincible emperor, said Luo Feng. It'll be no problem for me to become undying in one stroke. Luo Feng looked forward to it. Perhaps the pinnacle techniques he had created were slightly inferior to invincible emperors, but his will and beast god conception were superior to theirs. There's no way I can't have my breakthrough. I'll study and try to comprehend the gold law. Luo Feng had stopped studying gold law a long time ago, as he was on the edge of fully comprehending it. Once he fully comprehended gold law, he would become undying, and there was no going back. He would have broken through before he had finished his third body. Gold law, thought Luo Feng as he sat down in his palace with his legs crossed. Tianqin Emperor and Jihong Emperor both waited behind him. While half of Luo Feng's mind was comprehending gold law, and the other half was creating and perfecting the third move of star map, his law comprehension was almost at the same level as that of universe knights, and studying gold law was like a graduate student studying elementary school subjects, but even grad students were susceptible to careless mistakes. He needed to study it carefully. In the most towering palace of Thousand Treasures River, Primal Chaos City Leader stood on the top floor of the towering palace. Leaning against the handrail, the territory within Thousand Treasures River was entirely within his sight. He gazed at Luo Feng's palace. It's been 1,500 years since he came back from 9 remoteness space, and he has been creating the third move for his pinnacle technique ever since, said Primal Chaos City Leader. Why hasn't he become undying now that his move has become a pinnacle technique? Is he still comprehending gold law? Although it's difficult to make a breakthrough at the last step, his law comprehension is extremely thorough. He must be able to finish it. Primal Chaos City Leader was perplexed. This disciple of his had already completed his third body, and his law comprehension had already reached the pinnacle undying level. Why was he delaying? Luo Feng had been studying the gold law in his palace for 300 years when he opened his eyes and smiled. So, this is gold, he said. A sense of completion filled his heart, a sense of satisfaction of fully comprehending a universe law. Hung. A connection suddenly linked Luo Feng and the gold law ocean of the land of origin. Boundless amounts of force were transferred from the gold law ocean. The core inside Luo Feng's body was originally an origin pearl, but upon absorbing the energy from the gold law ocean, it took on human form, a shape that looked like Luo Feng. The law comprehension is completed, and the origin has gained its shape. Thought Luo Feng. The core is broken, and undying power fueled at the soul and the body now merge. These were the basic steps to become undying. The core became a space all its own. When the origin pearl turned into the shape of Luo Feng waved his hands, and the energies became crystal balls. Complex law engravings were etched on each of the 1,600 crystal balls. Warriors and spiritual force leaders alike relied on origin pearls to become undying. As for the spiritual force weapons they used after the origin pearls took shape, they transformed from the energies. Hell. 1,600 crystal balls made up the bone structure of a beast god after being connected by countless law threads. Each scale on the beast god acquired exquisite details. Beast god conception, spiritual force amplification, all the consciousness and mind break, the shackles become undying. Break. All of Luo Feng's bodies had fallen asleep, and all his mind focused on the breakthrough. With the help of the gold law force from the universe, Luo Feng reached his limit. Inside the core, the beast god roared and bashed against the periphery of the core with his outrageous conception. At this moment, the beast god looked like a ball of flame. It hit the inner wall of the core like a burning star. Hung. The third move of star map, star and fire soaring sky. It was based on the bone structure of the golden horned beast. All the attacking power passed along the bones, and then the golden horned beast would ram the enemies with its head. Perhaps the move was not as swift as the first and the second move, but it was far mightier. Hung. The internal wall of the core started to tremble. The core started to crack. Crack who? The cracks on the core started to blur. Suddenly, all the cracks disappeared. The core remained intact, just as Luo Feng used the most powerful attack, the force from the land of origin, dissipated. How was it possible? Luo Feng roared, break. Hong. The golden-horned beast hit the internal wall of the core like a fireball. Steaming energy surrounding him. Hong 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 hong. The golden-horned beast bashed the core time and time again. Each time, there were cracks after the crash, but the core recovered automatically. Pung. After more than 10 crashes, the beast god crumbled, and the crystal pearls were all crushed. Luo Feng stood in the dark space, dumbfounded. How is this possible? He muttered. Why can't I become undying? I have a will that is stronger than most universe knights. Beast god conception, spiritual force amplification, pinnacle techniques, I have all of them. My will and my beast god conception are especially powerful. I can't even break the shackles on my core. With all these combined, why? Luo Feng just couldn't he accept this with his will, beast god conception, spiritual force amplification, and pinnacle techniques all at the same level. As invincible emperors, he had thought that becoming undying would be a piece of cake for him, a sector lord who could rival an invincible emperor in every way. Couldn't he become undying? This was inconceivable. Even though it was difficult for him to break the shackles, he was already high achieving at all aspects, and was second only to universe knights. Every bite and every sip are preordained, thought Luo Feng. Every bite and every sip are preordained. Fortune and misfortune are neighbors. Luo Feng sat in the space of the core, shook his head, and sighed. He had obtained the 9-volume manual, and his remote ocean body had reached the pinnacle life gene level. What's more, he had been bestowed a set of talent techniques by the universe. His core was so sturdy that his internal world had expanded to a diameter of 600 billion miles, and his bloody sea now had a diameter of over 6 billion miles. Everything was so wonderful. Little did Luo Feng realize, while he was thrilled by the power of his core, he wouldn't he be able to break its shackles. How can I become undying? Luo Feng murmured. He smirked. I've never doubted for a second that I can make my breakthrough and become undying. I never expected that even at this level I still wouldn't he be able to break the shackles. Luo Feng opened his eyes. Tianqian Emperor and Jihong Emperor screamed. Master! Master, are you going to become undying? Tianqian Emperor asked. Luo Feng waved his hands. Get out. Yes, Master. Tianqian Emperor and Jihong Emperor were a bit confused. They hadn't expected Luo Feng to fail at becoming undying. After all, in their eyes, it would be the biggest joke in the history of the universe if even Luo Feng couldn't he become undying. Alone in the silent palace, Luo Feng walked up the stairs of the side palace. To the top floor, he leaned against the handrail and looked at the 1,000 treasures river. I've never given up, said Luo Feng, not since the first day I stepped outside my home city on earth. His eyes gleamed. Even if the shackles on my core are outstandingly powerful, that 1T stopped me from becoming undying. Treasures 1T help me break the shackles, thought Luo Feng. I need to rely on my law comprehension, techniques, spiritual force amplification, and willpower. It's difficult to improve my willpower in the short term. Same with my spiritual force amplification. As for my beast, God conception, and law comprehension, they're already the best among anyone beneath the level of Universe Knight. Only secret techniques can help me advance sharply, he realized. Luo Feng thought about this. Among the heirs on Bauhinia Island, there are heirs who eventually created Ultimate techniques. After devoting time to their techniques, for instance, my teacher True Yan Knight spent hundreds of millions of years studying his talent technique, and it's now almost at the ultimate level. True Yan Knight didn't he even have the advantages Luo Feng had. After all, he didn't he have the instructions of Primal Chaos City Leader? I can accomplish what they accomplished. I'll create my ultimate techniques, and they will improve my power dozens of times. I don't believe I won't be able to make it. Luo Feng pursed his lips, and his eyes glinted fiercely. And if I still can't do it, I'll sharpen my willpower and improve my beast God conception. No matter what, I'll only accept success, no failure allowed. Luo Feng tightened his grip on the handrail so hard that it bent beneath his fingers. He turned around and went back into his palace while the handrail gradually recovered. There was memory metal inside the handrail. Though Luo Feng would spend time with his family and learn about how his family had prospered, most of his mind was devoted to studying the talent technique even when he was with his family. This time, Luo Feng didn't study into the blade technique. Instead, he concentrated on star map. 100 years passed, 200 years, 900 years, 1,000 years. Time flew. After 3,000 years, inside the training field of the virtual universe. Fall, said Luo Feng. He stood at the apex of the remains, pointing at a distant rock life form. 1,600 crystal balls were connected, forming the tail of a beast god. Countless law threads became entangled and formed a beast god. The tail was surreally tangible, while the other parts of the body appeared blurry and indistinct. Hell! After a growl, the beast god rushed at the rock life. Hong long long. Superheated fire burst out of the rock life, but a phantom of countless raindrops was waiting for him. The beast god moved swiftly. His tail moved 100 times faster than his body. His tail left a blur behind it like raindrops, filling the space and time around him. The raindrops appeared harmless, but the rock life form roared with anger and fear as the illuminated raindrops penetrated every inch of its body. Pung! The rock life trembled and was annihilated. Hit the light racing star, thought Luo Feng. The starlight spread all over the universe. The first move is completed. Luo Feng nodded. Luo Feng, said a voice. A shadow in a golden cape appeared, flying toward him from afar. It was Primal Chaos City Leader. Teacher Luo Feng saluted him. Primal Chaos City Leader looked a little confused. For the past 3,000 years, you've been studying the first move of your star map, and now, you've finally made the first move ultimate technique level. But why did you spend so much time creating techniques? You could VE made your breakthrough and become undying already. I'm not powerful enough, Luo Feng said respectfully. Primal Chaos City Leader shook his head and smiled, thinking Luo Feng was being too modest. You're full of humility, he said. Tell me, when do you want to become undying? After making my first 3 moves ultimate level, Luo Feng answered. The first 3 moves. Primal Chaos City Leader was startled. It was very challenging to create ultimate techniques. Otherwise, more individuals would have come up with them. Few had achieved this even on Bauhinia Island, where hundreds of millions of peerless talents lived. The first move was based on the first level beast god inheritance, and it was self-explanatory. The second move was based on the second level beast god inheritance and was far more difficult. As for the third move, it was exceedingly strenuous. Luo Feng was creating these ultimate techniques from an advantageous position. His horizons were broad, and his law comprehension was deep, together with step-by-step instructions from Primal Chaos City Leader. He could create the first ultimate technique in 3,000 years. How long will it take? Primal Chaos City Leader asked. As long as is required, Luo Feng answered respectfully. Primal Chaos City Leader was a bit surprised from his perspective. Luo Feng's fame only would make him hurry to become undying. Okay, Primal Chaos City Leader said, I'm in no rush. Sector Lords and the land of origin in the universe have clearer connections, and you're more suitable to create appropriate techniques at this level. However, even if I'm instructing you and setting competitors for you, you'll soon realize that you're incapable of defending yourself against those competitors. It'll be up to you to decide how to make the breakthrough. I know, Luo Feng said deferentially. Teacher, I shall appreciate your instruction forever. Then suit yourself, said Primal Chaos City Leader, and he stopped advising him on the matter. As a supreme being who had lived practically as long as the human race, Primal Chaos City Leader understood the virtues of patience. Luo Feng went back to study the second move, which was apparently much more difficult than the first one. Fortunately, Luo Feng was accomplished in more than enough on law comprehension. He spent 8,000 years conquering all the obstacles gradually, and finally made the second move ultimate level. Ya. A special life form with scales on its wings screamed, and its voice pierced through Luo Feng's ears. Luo Feng stayed still, unaffected by it. The 2000th competitor, he said, this is the day for you to fall. Luo Feng controlled the gigantic beast god in the sky. 5,200 crystal balls were still on his tail, yet the entire beast god was distinct now. The towering beast god was 1,800 miles long. The flying special life form flew like a beam of black light. All the stars and planets touched by the black light were annihilated, yet the beast god remained floating in the sky. The two special life forms were about to crash. Luo Feng's eyes glinted ferociously. He had already been defeated by this competitor more than 900 times. Kill, he commanded. The beast god's tail finally started to move. It became a beam of shining red light like a star about to be annihilated. The red light flitted silently past that charging black light, and the black light vanished. Hua! A huge crack showed up in the sky, and an enormous shockwave shook the surroundings. Hong long long. The sound wave couldn't stop. Splendid like stars, Luo Feng murmured. The red light rips the nightfall like a blade. The second move is finished. The first move of the ultimate technique, known as Star Map, was finished after 3,000 years. The second move took 8,000 years. Luo Feng then started to study the third move. He had been able to finish creating the first two moves, thanks to the competitors. Primal Chaos City Leader provided those competitors were designed to reveal the disadvantages of Luo Feng's secret techniques. Other than the competitors, Luo Feng had already completed the third-level beast god inheritance, and together with the help of Golden Horned Beast Body and Masha Body, it wasn't a huge burden for him to create the first two ultimate techniques. Masha Body's space comprehension could help him merge with space completely. Golden Horned Beast had merged with numerous blood river crystals and had ample inspiration when looking at the beast god sculpture. However, Luo Feng ran into trouble when creating the third move. His law comprehension and beast god conception were not inadequate for creating the third move. For the ultimate technique, he beat one competitor. after another, and kept deducing and empowering the third move. It took him 20,000 years to beat the 1,520th competitor, and the following competitors would only get stronger and stronger. It seemed that it would take him hundreds of thousands of years, maybe even a million years, to create the third move. Inside the core, the form of Luo Feng that had transformed from the origin, Pearl was casting the second move of the ultimate technique he tried to cast. The unfinished third move to attack the inner wall of the core. "Break," he roared, "break now." Hong. The inner wall trembled and shattered, yet that blurry steam stayed intact. "I still haven't succeeded," said Luo Feng. "Will I really have to spend a million years creating the third move?" Luo Feng grew nervous. For the past 30,000 years, he had remained in seclusion. This provoked rumors among the other races, even within the human race, as they all presumed that Blade River Emperor would become undying soon. Yet there had been no news. This Blade River Emperor, who had previously roamed the universe, seemed to have disappeared. "I've become so impatient," Luo Feng realized, finally coming to his senses. 30,000 years of meditation, combined with the rumors from the outside, had indeed affected him. "If I can't accomplish my goal now, I might as well get out and tour the universe a bit. I've been around for such a long time, but I haven't seen the universe yet. All I've done is fight." Luo Feng suddenly wanted nothing more than to take a tour of the universe. The timing was right. It was now or never. Luo Feng's Masha body went to a remote territory of the universe through God country transportation of his undying slaves. He then started to wander through the universe. The universe was resplendent and mysterious. Luo Feng saw a planet made up entirely of platinum. He witnessed a peculiar scene involving 108 associated stars and toured each one of them. He slept on a neutron star. He even discovered a valuable left by an undying fighter. Of course, he didn't care about it. He also tried to investigate a black hole, yet when he went too deep into it, he felt a tearing power so strong that even the undying Masha body couldn't bear it. The space ripple was completely destroyed. Thus, he wasn't able to transport himself and flee. Fortunately, he escaped the core of the black hole with his domain talent technique. Sometimes, he would just lie on a meteorite and float through the universe. Luo Feng also went stealthily to the territories of other races, as Masha body could replicate the shapes and auras of other races. Luo Feng passed by like a tourist, observing the environments and the emotions of the other races. These experiences while wandering the universe granted Luo Feng renewed inspiration. The past 30,000 years of meditation had barely improved his willpower, whereas wandering in the universe made his willpower evolve naturally. "In the past, all I knew was to fight, to kill, and to become stronger," thought Luo Feng. "But there is so much beauty in the universe. The other races, cultures have their own unique charms, even if they are different from mine. These cultures have survived for eons. They all deserve appreciation. Each time I comprehend the culture of another race, it transforms my soul." Half of Luo Feng's mind was taking in the wonders of the universe, while the other half was practicing. This mental partition was actually much more efficient. In the past, he could only derive inspiration from looking at the beast god sculpture, but he now found that there were universe origin laws everywhere in the universe, like the birth, growth, and annihilation of a star. All the grasses, beasts, and rivers contained universe laws. The processes present in planetary environments were miniature versions of the processes of the universe as a whole. Sometimes, Luo Feng got so much inspiration that he made one breakthrough. After other times, he would constantly be defeated by the same competitor, but he chose to remain tranquil after wandering in the universe. For a long time, Luo Feng's state of mind gradually merged with the universe. Without even realizing it, his competitor would be defeated. In a remote territory of the universe on a life planet in the prison race territory near the 6 pinnacle races. In the space surrounding the planet flew a 1,000-foot-long giant creature with 18 claws. He had scales all over his body, and his head appeared to be made of metal. There were golden flames in his eyes. This life planet was facing a catastrophe. Undying power spread and enveloped the planet. The entire planet was under his control. Haha, the creature roared, creeping bugs, bow to the great Shadow Emperor. From today on, this planet will belong to Shadow Emperor, and all you creeping, crawly bugs must answer to the great Shadow Emperor. If anyone dares to defy him, we will kill you. On the planet lived more than 10 different races and millions of creatures. The weakest of them were at the Star Traveler level. There were even dozens of Sector Lords. Shadow Emperor, they cried. Shadow Emperor has advanced his territory to our planet, and the leader of his army is the goddamn undying fighter known as Yutua Wa. Damn Yutua Wa. Luo Feng, watching from a distance, transformed his Masha body into a Sector Lord of this race. Interesting, he said. He looked up and saw the undying fighter in outer space. The prison race is so unique. Instead of stopping their subsidiary races from killing each other, they intensified it, resulting in widespread slaughter. In the past 50,000 years of wandering in the universe, Luo Feng had visited the territories of the crystal race and the prison race to study them. The 6 pinnacle races in the universe lived around the center of the universe, while crystal race and prison race lived in remote areas. All the creatures born in the peculiar region known as prison would be considered members of the prison race. The seniors within the prison race had no limits to the subsidiary races. Under the rule of the prison race, one slaughter after another occurred within those subsidiary races. Some were totally annihilated. However, some great beings would be born in the midst of such massacres, and those great beings were admitted by the prison race. The crystal race behaved completely opposite to prison race. All the creatures within the crystal race were of the same clan, and they stuck together. The bond within crystal race was stronger even than the automaton race. Sometimes some great beings within the crystal race would cooperate with each other, empowering them exponentially. The individuals within the prison race were strong, while the crystal race as a whole was strong. They were two completely different races, which led to constant, ferocious conflicts. The human race, automaton race, demon race, and bug race fought each other because their territories were close, but the prison race and crystal race did so because of their innate hatred for each other. This planet was in chaos. Masha. Luo Feng watched everything happening in silence. He had already seen many planets around the prison race being conquered, and he always watched it like a bystander and left. All the creatures of Taika race will be executed. The undying fighter known as Yutua Wa roared. His voice spread across the entire planet. Kill all the creature of Taika race. Kill. The Sector Lord warriors under him started to roam the planet. There were more than 10 races on the planet, and Taika race was only one of them. It was the only race that hadn't admitted defeat. A cry rose up among the Taika race. Shadow Emperor is a demon who Destroyed our home and kept hunting us fight. Kill all the bastards. Kill them. Children run. Take the children, they are our future, take them and run. There were more than 100,000 creatures of the Taika race on this planet, some of whom tried to escape, while others stayed and fought. However, when the first spaceship carrying members of the Taika race was annihilated by Tua's undying power, they all fell into despair. They realized that they couldn't match the undying fighter. Kill fight. Other races on the planet didn't interfere. There were only 6 sector lords within the Taika race, while there were 100 sector lord warriors in the invading army, and the leader was an undying fighter. Taika race will be annihilated, thought Luo Feng, observing it all in silence. This kind of thing happened all the time. It was likely happening this very minute, somewhere else in the universe. Said Luo Feng. He noticed a silhouette afar, the most shining member of the Taika race. A mere teenager had just killed 2 sector lord warriors. At the moment, he was temporarily holding his own against 10 sector lord warriors. Many beings within the Taika race were screaming, "Pa Na, run, Pa Na, run now." Apparently, this teenager had a high reputation among his race. He might even be the leader of all the beings of Taika race living on that planet. Haha, there's Pa Na, said Tua. Shadow Emperor is looking for you. Tua dove toward the teenager. Run, the teenager ordered. Yes, the other beings of the Taika clan said, seizing the chance to flee. While Tua dealt with Pa Na. Tua seemed not to care about the others. Clearly, he considered Pa Na much more valuable. Come, Tua, said Pa Na. There was madness in his eyes, and a trace of satisfaction. Me in exchange for tens of thousands of my people, worth it. Moron, Tua sneered. Masha Luo Feng watched it all in silence. It suddenly struck him that the look on that talented teenager's face resembled the faces of Jaya, M.O. Henderson, Tirupati Singh, Sokolov, and East, who had gone to fight the golden-horned beast with him, despairing but calm. Time to return, Masha Luo Feng murmured. Pa Na felt powerless. He couldn't defend himself against Tua. He knew that he was doomed as the ugly claw of Tua grabbed him. Suddenly it started to rain. Raindrops filled the sky. Raindrops, Pa Na was dazed. Then the raindrops all disappeared, and the sector lord warriors of the invaders, along with Tua, all froze. There was a strange sound, poo, and Tua's godly body suddenly vanished into thin air. The sector lord warrior standing afar exploded all at once. Dead Pa Na looked around in shock. He looked at the bloody remains, the weapons, and the empty armor left by the annihilated Tua. Jiang. A shadow of a being standing afar put his blade into his sheath. A blade, said Pa Na. Those raindrops were a blade striking. Pa Na found it hard to believe that this shrouded figure standing afar was only a sector lord. How could a sector lord kill an undying fighter so easily? Masha Luo Feng turned around and looked at him. He smiled, then disappeared. Memories had flooded Luo Feng's mind when he'd seen the look on that teenager's face. He had wanted to help him to Luo Feng. It didn't make a huge difference, as it was simply a change of heart. This planet was the last destination of his tour of the universe, because half a month before Luo Feng arriving there, he had created the third move for his ultimate technique. Time to become undying. After wandering through the universe for 50,000 years, Masha Luo Feng went back to the primal region of the human territory. within the Thousand Treasures River of the primal region of human territory. When Luo Feng stepped back into the human territory, he immediately felt a sense of belonging. He was home. "This is home," he said. His original earthling body, sitting in the palace with his legs crossed, finally got up, walked out of the palace, and started to tour the palaces. Within the Thousand Treasures River, as he walked among the palaces, Luo Feng recalled all the scenes he had witnessed in the universe while wandering. He was shocked by everything that had happened in the past 50,000 years, but it was all so clear when he looked back, as if it all followed a set of guidelines. The servants in front of the palace watched Luo Feng walk past. "Look, it's Luo Feng. It's rare that Luo Feng ever walks out of his palace." Some of them only dared to pass messages through their mind, as they didn't have the guts to speak up. After all, they were only servants, while Luo Feng was the disciple of Primal Chaos City leader, the master of this space and time. AI, that Luo Feng could kill an emperor limit before, but he has been MIA for the past 80,000 years. There hasn't been any news about him becoming undying. He could become undying a long time ago. Why does he stay a sector lord for such a long time? To comprehend space law, of course. After all, it's more beneficial to do so when you're a sector law. He must have been acknowledged by space law a long time ago. Becoming undying wouldn't slow him down. Who knows what's in his mind? He has a peerless talent. Luo Feng walked towards them. "Mr. Luo Feng." The servants saluted him, and Luo Feng glanced at them with a smile on his face. He could read the servants' minds after so many experiences in the universe. Apparently, his disappearance for the past 80,000 years had led to some controversies, but Luo Feng still smiled even though he knew they were talking about him. Being able to look through them and comprehend some operation law of the universe pleased him. Although they're undying, they've been servants for billions of years, thought Luo Feng. It has affected their minds. Perhaps they'll never become universe knights. The thought flashed through Luo Feng's mind, and then he kept walking. The scenes he had witnessed during his journey were playing in his mind like films on a screen. In the main palace of Thousand Treasures River, Primal Chaos City leader sensed that Luo Feng, who had been in seclusion for 80,000 years, had finally walked out of the palace. He saw Luo Feng through all the buildings. He was walking with a smile so natural and authentic that it revealed his tranquil mental state. "Huh," said Primal Chaos City leader, looking startled. He's morphing. Primal Chaos City leader could tell that all the experiences and inspirations Luo Feng had cultivated in the past 50,000 years were about to spur his significant transformation, like a scholar who had accumulated a plethora of research and was finally on the brink of an epiphany. Luo Feng was clearly on the brink of something incredible. For the past 50,000 years, he had witnessed and experienced so much that everything manifested the operation law of the universe in Luo Feng's eyes. It's a morphing of the mental state, Primal Chaos City leader realized. Gasping in admiration, "My disciple is a genius." For about 5 hours, Luo Feng recalled everything he had witnessed and experienced in the past 50,000 years. He broke into laughter when he recalled how he had saved that teenager of the Taika race in the past 5 hours. His mental state had been sharply improved, and his mental state reached an extraordinary level. He didn't need to deliberately strengthen his willpower anymore, as his mental state was tranquil and still as the starry sky. He didn't need to resist the illusion anymore, as the illusion was nothing compared to the wonders of the actual universe. Now even Chaos City leader couldn't tell directly how Luo Feng had improved his mental state after fighting for his family and his brothers when he was a teenager, after sacrificing everything to fight the golden horned beast and being resurrected after the hustle and bustle of the talent battle, after the obsession with life and death inheritance. And finally, after 50,000 years of witnessing the mysteries in the universe. His willpower was already as strong as that of a universe overlord perhaps. The only ones with willpower stronger than Luo Feng were universe masters. Time's up, realized Luo Feng. It's now time to become undying. Luo Feng was excited, as he thought it was natural and only right that he should become undying now. He walked back to his palace and sat down with his legs crossed. His mental state was like still, deep waters. Within his core, the version of Luo Feng who had transformed from the origin pearl opened his eyes. Aggression shot out from Luo Feng's eyes. They were peaceful, like the sky and oceans, yet they were as keen as blades, glinting fiercely. Break the shackles, he said. I will become undying. Luo Feng waved his hand. 16,000 pearls floated in the sky, and law engravings were densely dotted on them. The pearls connected with each other immediately and formed the skeleton of an aggressive, powerful beast god. Star and fire soaring sky, Luo Feng whispered, crash and burn earth. Shattering. Hong. The beast god floating in the sky moved with a madness that showed he was ready and willing to crash and burn. Flames burned on his skin, trembling the core Luo Feng's willpower, which couldn't be sharpened further, coupled with his beast god conception, having been trained for 80,000 years, infused the beast god with tremendous power. He charged at the inner wall, directly, and smashed into it as if he were about to crumble. Crash and burn, earth shattering. The third move of star map, star and fire soaring sky, crash and burn and earth shattering. Hong. The inner wall shook, followed by a loud sound. Pung. The wall was obliterated. After 80,000 years, the third move was completed. The first move, literally, hit the light-racing star. The starlight spread all over the universe, was fast and light like constant raindrops. For the second move, splendid like stars, the red light rips the nightfall like a blade. There was only one trick to it: its speed. The key benefit of this move was its speed. It wouldn't attack enemies millions of times like the first move. On the contrary, it may produced one attack. However, it was incredibly fast and powerful. The third move, star and fire soaring sky, crash and burn and earth shattering, was all about power. It was slower than the second move, but it was more than 10 times more powerful than the second move. The second move relied on the tail of the beast god, whereas the third relied on its entire body. It was definitely extremely powerful, and it would make enemies crash and burn. Each successive move was more mysterious and intricate than the previous one. Luo Feng broke the core shackles and immediately turned from the origin pearl, connected to the gold law ocean of the land of origin in the universe. Gold law energy arrived at above Luo Feng's palace. Hong Long Long. Gold power flooded in. Some sector lords would only become ordinary undying fighters, which meant they only needed a small amount of godly power to make their bodies undying. But some powerful sector lords would become emperors. The moment they became undying, they needed much more godly power. but the maximum was 100,000 times that of a sector lord. As for Luo Feng, his original earthling body had a life gene level of over 3,000 times, and his original earthling body became 300 million times stronger. Then sector lords, once it became undying, his body was already far more powerful than most universe knights, as universe knights with a life gene level of 10 times only possessed strength 100 million times higher than sector lords. Hong Long Long. Unlimited gold godly power poured in a godly body 300 million times stronger than that of a sector lord required an incredible amount of undying power. However, though Masha body didn't require much undying power, Luo Feng's golden horned beast body was 600 million times stronger than a sector lord. Besides, he was over 600 miles long and thus required much more undying power than the original earthling body. But the most outrageous requirement belonged to the Bloody Sea. The Bloody Sea had a diameter of 6 billion miles, and its life gene level was perfect. It was 1 billion times stronger than a sector lord. It required hundreds of millions of times more undying power than the golden horned beast did. A human universe knight's godly body would only need godly power equivalent to a billionth of the Bloody Sea. That was why Nine Remoteness Master was invincible in the universe with his 9 Remoteness Ocean, which could rival the most powerful true treasures in the universe. It wasn't a big deal when someone became undying, even when someone became a universe knight, it wasn't that much of a scene. But Luo Feng becoming undying was impressive. It was a spectacle thousands of times greater than True Yen Emperor becoming a universe knight. After all, he surpassed universe knights in terms of quality. As for the quantity of undying power, it was hundreds of millions of times more than human universe knights, all thanks to the Bloody Sea. Onlookers were stunned. What happened? They asked one another. What's going on? Gold Origin Law arrived. Did someone become undying? But how can becoming undying cause such a scene? Within the Thousand Treasures River, some universe knights and lots of undying servants looked to the sky above Luo Feng's palace in shock. Golden light almost enveloped the entire Thousand Treasures River. They could hardly remember a time when they had seen anything like this. Even some universe knights were thrilled. Becoming a universe knight is nothing compared to this. However, those universe knights and undying servants could only see the surface. Primal Chaos City leader stood on top of the main palace, leaning against the handrail and looking up at the sky. The Gold Origin Law had completely enfolded Thousand Treasures River. It was inconceivably powerful, already more powerful than when someone became a universe knight. Other great beings couldn't see the mysteries behind this, but Primal Chaos City leader could see dimly that the undying power was pouring into Thousand Treasures River, which revealed how vigorously Luo Feng was absorbing the undying power. Luo Feng has become undying. Even Primal Chaos City leader was dazed. He stood there watching, speechless, for a long while. The universe knights and undying servants within Thousand Treasures River all looked up at the boundless golden light up in the sky. They were all thrilled as they discussed this event. Unlimited Law Ocean is pouring in, and the undying power flows into Luo Feng's body. What a scene! Primal Chaos City leader looked up, amazed. Even the 108 princes of 9 Remoteness Master 1T make such a scene when they become undying. Chaos City leader had seen so much, and he knew this was the case for some Beings with large bodies, but low density, hence, the remote ocean body at the height of more than 55,000 miles, could transform into an ocean with a diameter of 6 billion miles. Although the ocean was significantly larger, they both contained the same amount of energy, since the water didn't have the same consistency as flesh and blood. The ocean had a comparatively lower density. However, an ocean with a diameter of 6 billion miles still held a godly power that was billions of times greater than human universe nights. I've witnessed the scene of several special life forms becoming undying, said Primal Chaos City leader. Some of them were tens of millions of miles tall, but the scene was nothing compared to this one. The more impressive the scene was, the more powerful the special life forms were. Does this mean, he wondered, that Luo Feng is stronger than all the special life forms I've known? Chaos City leader found this impossible to fathom, but it was difficult to argue in the face of the unprecedented power that came from the arrival of universe origin law. Luo Feng, there are some deep secrets behind him, Primal Chaos City leader whispered. Perhaps he is only revealing a small portion of his power in front of me. He smiled. All intelligent beings would hide their trump card. It was ingrained in them. Fantastic. When Luo Feng becomes a universe knight, the scene might be more terrific than many universe masters. There is soon to be born a supreme being within human race that can intimidate billions of races in the universe. Primal Chaos City leader nodded mildly. He didn't know what fate Luo Feng had met with. By all appearances, everything he knew, even his remote ocean body, wouldn't have led to such a scene. After all, the remote ocean body only rivaled one of the 108 princes, who were just mediocre special life forms. Obviously, Luo Feng was hundreds, if not thousands of times stronger than he looked. This disciple of mine, Primal Chaos City leader, looked at Luo Feng's palace from afar and saw Luo Feng sitting there with his legs crossed. The original earthling body had completely become undying. How strong this force is, he smiled. Inside Luo Feng's palace, Luo Feng sat with his legs crossed. The godly force permeated the palace. Tian Chen Emperor and Jihong Emperor were both thrilled. Terrific. The force was stronger than that of ordinary universe knights. Master. Tian Chen Emperor and Jihong Emperor, who were both groveling, exchanged eye contact, looking frightened. Inside the internal world, an ocean of godly power poured in from the hollow, flooding into the bloody sea. The internal world looked like the apocalypse had come. Hell. Golden-horned beast floated in the sky among the pouring waters of the godly power ocean, howling with excitement. Haha, fantastic, fantastic. Luo Feng, dressed in black, stood atop the golden-horned beast, looking at the godly power ocean. My original earthling body, golden-horned beast body, and Masha body became undying immediately. Soul imprint merged with the godly power completely, and the godly power is all mine. However, this bloody sea of mine. Luo Feng looked at the bloody sea from afar. Its color was changing. It was originally blood red, but the color appeared to be fading. The density of godly power in the ocean kept getting higher. Hong long long. The limitless waters of the godly power ocean poured down and filled the area. The energy a universe knight requires to recover his godly body costs so much that it's much more costly than a treasure. Luo Feng murmured. My remote ocean's godly power is better in quality than a universe knight's, and it has billions of times more godly power, which means my remote ocean is more Precious than billions of treasures, combined perhaps it's as valuable as a true treasure, even a high-end true treasure. Luo Feng smiled, looking at the remote ocean. With this remote ocean by my side, will there be any universe knights who can make me cower? Luo Feng suddenly understood the source of Nine Remoteness Master's pride. While in the Nine Remoteness Ocean, Nine Remoteness Master wasn't even afraid of Universe Supreme Masters. As for Luo Feng, few Universe Knights could strike him down in his remote ocean. As enormous as the remote ocean was, the Gold Law Ocean from the universe origin was much mightier. After a short while, the entire bloody sea was transformed into a godly power ocean. The water was tumbling in the ocean, and was made up of godly power 1,000,000,000 times stronger than a sector lord's power. Remote ocean, with a diameter of 6 billion miles. Luo Feng looked down at the remote ocean creation. Suddenly, a remote ocean body that was more than 5,000 miles tall walked out from the waves. Recover. The larger the body was, the more quickly he absorbed the godly power. A 6-foot human absorbed godly power hundreds of millions of times more slowly than a world tree 60 million miles tall. This went without saying. Appetite of an ant was nothing compared to a dragon. A dragon would eat more in a single bite than an ant could eat in its entire life. In the same way, a godly body standing 5,000 miles tall would only take the remote ocean a couple of minutes to supply its energies. Dissipate. Gather. Remote ocean body instantly dissipated into water and merged with the ocean. The remote ocean expanded, but only slightly. An outsider probably wouldn't have been able to tell simply by looking at it. It's true that after becoming undying, the remote ocean can expand further. Luo Feng whispered. However, remote ocean can only expand by absorbing godly power gradually. It's so large that it needs a huge amount of godly power to increase its diameter by even a foot. How many years did it take Nine Remoteness Master to expand his ocean? Luo Feng felt fortunate. If he hadn't become undying and couldn't transform his bodies into godly ones at one time, he would have needed an eternity to supply enough godly power for an ocean with a diameter of more than 6 billion miles. Inside the palace, Luo Feng smiled and got up. Master, Tianqian Emperor and Jihong Emperor said respectfully. You two, stay here, Luo Feng ordered, then walked out of the palace. Luo Feng teleported himself in front of the palace, where Primal Chaos City leader lived, where some of the undying servants of Universe Knights stood. So powerful. The power. 2 Universe Knights standing afar were terrified, and the undying servants were all trembling. Little did they know that this was only the force coming from the original Earthling body, and it would be hundreds of times more extraordinary if it came from the golden horned beast body or the remote ocean. Luo Feng waited outside the palace. Although the door was open, everything inside was dimming, and he couldn't see things straight. Come in, came a voice from inside the palace. Luo Feng walked into the palace and saw Primal Chaos City leader standing in the distance. Luo Feng gave a salutation. Teacher. Primal Chaos City leader gazed at Luo Feng. Have you become undying? He asked after remaining silent for a long while. Yes, Luo Feng answered. Fantastic, you're doing better than I thought. Primal Chaos City leader nodded with satisfaction. He was content, happy, and even exhilarated. He nurtured all these disciples because he wanted to produce more great beings who could become the future pillars of the human race. Not Only did Luo Feng meet his expectations, but he had also surpassed that to a huge extent. Even I can't sense the extent of your power now, Primal Chaos City leader. Asked, do you think you can defeat Zhuchong Emperor? Luo Feng was dazed. He answered, yes, I can. Indeed, he could. Luo Feng's golden, horned beast body had a higher life gene level than Zhuchong Emperor. His willpower, self-created techniques, and true treasures were all Zhuchong Emperor's better. Even if he was defeated once, he could be revived time and time again. With his remote ocean he wasn't afraid of anything with his newfound immortality. Fantastic, fantastic, Primal Chaos City leader nodded. What's your next step? Find an address of the God Country and build it, Luo Feng answered. A God Country is vital, Primal Chaos City leader nodded. Interlayers of the space are immeasurable. Choose a deeper area. I understand, Luo Feng nodded. Go, Primal Chaos City leader said with a wave of his hands. Luo Feng gave a salutation and left. Primal Chaos City leader Woon T medal with Luo Feng's choices. Given his current power, Luo Feng would be the one to make his decisions from now on. Luo Feng left the primal region and arrived at the God Country of his slaves. Master of my master, where should we go now? The slave of another race groveled in veneration. Star Tower, Luo Feng whispered. Yes, the slave answered and connected with the keepsake in Star Tower. Luo Feng had left it in the Star Tower before. No need to create the God Country first. I can go there later. My remote ocean is better than most universe nights. Quality-wise and quantity-wise, it's outrageously large. I'll see whether I can drive the most powerful true treasure, Star Tower. Luo Feng couldn't wait to give it a try. Star Tower was 9 light-years tall. It was so enormous, as if it were covering half the universe. This most power true treasure in the universe had led to mass slaughtering among the 4 pinnacle races, yet no great being was able to take it. The true treasure became a battlefield for billions of races in the universe, and countless undying fighters died inside. Inside the tower, at the core palace, a blurry, golden light was glowing as Luo Feng walked out of the golden light. Star Tower. Luo Feng smiled. He felt the joy from Star Tower go to seal space. Luo Feng walked to the edge of the palace, and a portal leading to seal space appeared. Star Tower was innately a sealing true treasure, and seal space was its center. It was vast with black ground and cordilleras. So Luo Feng flew up and looked down at the ground. Remote ocean, show up, Luo Feng yelled. Hung. With the earth shattering, the remote ocean appeared in the seal space out of nowhere. Remote ocean body, earthling original body, Masha body, and golden horned beast body could all enter and exit the internal world instantly, of course. After the internal world and space fragmented, being merged and turning into a God Country, it would happen no more. The internal world could still exist for a while after someone becoming undying, but after a certain amount of time, the internal world would start to crumble. A diameter of 6 billion miles. Luo Feng stood on the ocean, stepped on the waves, and pride filled his heart. Such godly power, boundless Star Tower. Drive. Luo Feng started to control Star Tower with his mind. Willpower wasn't closely related to actual power, but had a lot to do with one's training and experience. However, with consciousness bound together with power, a sector Lord could kill a universe-level fighter with one look, as his consciousness force could crush a universe-level fighter's soul. After becoming undying, consciousness depended on godly power. Luo Feng's remote ocean body had greater godly power than most universe knights, and he had a terrifically large amount of such power. His consciousness surpassed most universe knights, and had reached the universe overlord level. Hong Long Long. Water pillars swirled and extended to the hollow around them. They penetrated Star Tower, and the godly power merged with the entire Star Tower. Mysterious force emanated from Star Tower, and the seal stars and law engravings on the heavenly pillar bewildered Luo Feng. It's so complicated, I can't comprehend them at all, but it feels so good. When my godly power and Star Tower completely merged with each other, I don't need to care about the meaning of the law engravings. I'll use my force. Luo Feng clenched his teeth and growled, "Move." Hong. Star Tower barely trembled. The amplification was so small that it was not visible. This is too difficult to drive. Luo Feng was a bit stupefied. He felt like an ant trying to push a rock. Godly power, burn drive. Luo Feng clenched his teeth. Hong. All the godly power in Star Tower started to burn, and it became 1,000 times more powerful. Star Tower started to move, and Luo Feng now felt like an ant carrying a grain of rice. Though it was still heavy, he could at least run with it. Luo Feng stopped after moving Star Tower only a little bit. Stop. Luo Feng stopped burning his godly power. Oh my god, I've already burned godly power dozens of times more than that of remote ocean body. Luo Feng was dazed. Though I can move Star Tower, I can't drive it like I do on other true treasures. Luo Feng shook his head. It was supposed to be easy when utilizing weapons. A spiritual force weapon was supposed to be at light speed when being utilized. When Luo Feng used Star Map, the stars would shoot out like lightning. On the other hand, he needed to burn his godly power when driving Star Tower, and it was still so slow that enemies could totally dodge it. No wonder, Luo Feng whispered, no wonder Masters was Shan, 'cause said I can only drive Star Tower when I become a universe knight. He gave me the 9-volume manual and knew that I had a golden horned beast body. He could tell that I could easily achieve a life gene level thousands of times greater, but he still speculated that I needed to be a universe knight. Luo Feng nodded. It seems I don't have enough godly power, and neither do I have deep law comprehension. There were two ways to drive spiritual force weapons. One way was to achieve adequately deep law comprehension, which could amplify the effect of godly power tenfold. The other way was to obtain a large amount of godly power. If I'm really able to drive Star Tower, I'll be capable of changing the size of Star Tower to make it move as fast as lightning. Luo Feng shook his head. I'm only undying. It seems that I'm not yet qualified to use this supreme true treasure. Supreme true treasures were extremely precious in the universe-only universe. Supreme Masters or Universe Masters could use those true treasures, and one of the reasons was that the conditions for utilizing supreme true treasures were so harsh. Although Luo Feng had a perfect life gene level, he was still only undying. He would be dreaming if he thought he was able to drive Star Tower now. If it weren't for the remote ocean, Luo Feng couldn't have even moved Star Tower with his other bodies. After all, he had consumed an enormous amount of godly power just now. Remote ocean, come back. Luo Feng stood above remote ocean. So the remote ocean went back to his internal world. I will be one of the strongest beings in the universe when I'm able to drive Star Tower. Luo Feng whispered in the palace. He understood that he couldn't compare with universe masters like Primal Chaos, City Leader and Master of Sky Wolf, even though he was indeed incredibly strong. However, his newfound immortality could already be a problem for some universe masters. Star map was already an ultimate technique. The first move required 160 stars. The second required 520 stars, and the third needed 1,600 stars. When all the 1,600 stars combined, their power was increased exponentially. Luo Feng presumed that he would need more stars when he created later moves of Star Map, so he took some seal stars from Star Tower, and thus the stars on Star Map amounted to 10,000. I'll go and create my god country now, back to the human territory. Luo Feng stepped into the golden glow. So he disappeared inside the human territory, within the Ganwu universe. Luo Feng teleported himself into a region of space 50 million light-years from Earth, where there was nothing but dying planets and stars. I'll choose this place, Luo Feng whispered. He thought he shouldn't follow any rules when choosing a god country. Zoom. Luo Feng tore the space apart and stepped into the interlayers. There were thousands of layers in the space interlayers. The first layer was shattered, fragmented space. The second layer was the god country. The third layer was the space flood. These were categorized in terms of an ordinary, undying fighter to the real supreme beings in the universe. There was only one vast layer of space interlayers. The closer it was to the original universe, the smaller the space fragments were, and the farther it was, the larger the fragments were, and the deeper the space interlayers, the more dangerous it got. At the safest areas, even sector lords could survive. However, some areas could be life-threatening even to some universe knights. So Luo Feng teleported himself and flew past the god country layer. He entered the space flood layer, opened his Sherwu wings, and flew deeper. Ordinary undying fighters will establish their god countries in the god country layer, Luo Feng whispered. Some supreme beings will do the same thing. However, they'll move their god country deeper toward the space flood layer when they become stronger. The deeper it was, the safer the god country would be. Godly power was infused in the Sherwu wings, which made them stronger. It started to fly among the space flood like a flash of light. The space fragments are getting larger and larger, some with diameters of 6 billion miles. Luo Feng could only see those enormous space fragments. There were already land and water on some of them. They were flying at high speed, and once they hit someone, especially the ones with a diameter of 6 billion miles, they could annihilate an emperor instantly. So Luo Feng flew deeper and deeper. Sometimes he teleported himself to dodge a colossal space fragment. His internal world had a diameter of 600 billion miles, so he needed to choose a space fragment that was of equal height, width, and length. 2 days after, Luo Feng finally saw some space fragments with a diameter of 1 trillion kilometers, and some were even larger. I need to be careful. Space fragments of this size can possibly kill a universe knight. Luo Feng was extremely careful. Those space fragments all came from the space flood, and they could easily hit someone because they flew so fast. Fortunately, Luo Feng had his Sherwu wings, which helped him dodge the space fragments nimbly. Luo Feng teleported himself around a space fragment that had the largest diameter of 39 trillion miles and the smallest diameter of 13 trillion. miles it could merge with his internal world completely. Build the God Country. Luo Feng opened his wings and triggered his internal world. Suddenly, an invisible force burst out from his internal world, and it locked. That space fragment. Who? An enormous world showed up out of nowhere, as if it existed in an illusion or another dimension. It flew toward the targeted space fragment, and the space fragment was likewise drawn to it. One looked real, and one looked like a void. They got closer and closer to each other. Hong long long. Space trembled, and all the other space fragments avoided it. The world and the huge space fragment merged, stabilizing each other. A new, real world was born, and after a short while, the illusory world completely disappeared. It was his God Country. So, Luo Feng took a step and teleported himself into his God Country. The God Country was filled with energy, and it was constantly expanding. The remote ocean was nothing compared to the God Country. God Palace build. In the sky above remote ocean, a boundless amount of godly power gathered, and a towering palace came into being. It was a God Palace emanating golden light and gold law energy. The top of the palace was a great spire and became the center of the God Country the moment it was formed. A God Country, my God Country. Luo Feng stood in the sky with his eyes closed and arms opened. He felt fantastic. He felt an instant connection to this place, as if he had physically become the God Country himself. Mountains, plains, swamps, a desert, and oasis lakes. Luo Feng sensed the entire God Country with his eyes closed at this moment. He and his God Country were combined as one. Remote ocean's power merged with that of the God Country, empowering each other multiple times. This God Country is me, and I am this God Country, said Luo Feng. The power of my God Country might be able to kill some universe knights. Luo Feng opened his eyes and smiled. The foundation of the God Country was of the utmost importance. The internal world was the foundation, and an unstable foundation would lead to a sturdy God Country. Luo Feng's internal world had a diameter of 600 billion miles, which made his God Country a rival of lots of universe knights. This single step made all the difference. My God Country is finished. Luo Feng looked at the remote ocean. My remote ocean is able to perform my talent technique. I am the universe. Remote ocean body is already able to control the space and time around him to some extent. Together with I am the universe and the power of a God Country, it's terrifically mighty. The God Country, the remote ocean, and the talent technique I am the universe combined would wield exceptional power. However, if Luo Feng needed to risk everything like that, it meant he was cornered in a hopeless situation. After all, the God Country was the vital element. If it was destroyed, Luo Feng could never improve himself unless a supreme being turned back time and helped him, and performing turning back time on Luo Feng would come at a high cost. The remote ocean guarded the God Country. Luo Feng carried Masha body, golden horned beast body, and remote ocean body. Remote ocean body at the height of more than 5,000 miles. Each of the three bodies resided in one world ring. I can enjoy fighting as much as I can now, said Luo Feng. Even if all my bodies are killed, remote ocean can recover them immediately. After all, even the godly power of the other bodies combined was nothing compared to what the remote ocean contained. The only thing I need to be mindful of is my true treasures. Luo Feng left his God Country, but was soon summoned by Primal Chaos City leader at the apex of Thunder Island. Shua. Luo Feng showed up and saw Primal Chaos City Leader standing at the edge of the cliff. "Teacher," Luo Feng said respectfully. "Come here, Luo Feng," Primal Chaos City Leader said as he turned around, saw Luo Feng, and smiled. Luo Feng walked to Primal Chaos City Leader, confused. "Yes." Luo Feng stood behind Primal Chaos City Leader. Primal Chaos City Leader said, "Stand right next to me and look down." Luo Feng took a step forward and stood side by side with Primal Chaos City Leader. He looked down and saw fog pervading the mountain. Through the haze, he could see the indistinct shapes of palaces. "All the undying fighters of the Virtual Universe Company live here," Primal Chaos City Leader said, looking down. "The undying fighters live in the palaces on Thunder Island, on the mountainside of the center mountain. On Thunder Island live the Universe Knights. As for Universe Masters, they live in the palaces at the top of the mountain, and some mighty Universe Overlords live there as well." Luo Feng nodded. He realized that having a palace at the top of the mountain on Thunder Island meant standing among the supreme beings in the universe. "Now that you've become undying, it's your time to pick a place to live," Primal Chaos City Leader said. "Although I haven't seen you fight since you became undying, my guess is that you have the power of a Universe Knight. Choose a place on the mountainside and build a palace." Luo Feng was dazed. "The mountainside?" "Yes, teacher," Luo Feng answered respectfully. "Every Universe Knight has their own dimension as their territory," Primal Chaos City Leader said. "I'll arrange a new dimension for you." Luo Feng blinked in surprise. He was already treated as a Universe Knight. Universe Knights are already regarded as seniors of the human race, and they're involved with lots of important issues, Primal Chaos City Leader said, looked at Luo Feng. "Universe Knights can all participate in the Supreme Council of the human race, but you're just undying palaces on Thunder Island. Dimensions in the virtual universe, these are all arranged by the virtual universe. I can make the decisions regarding those issues. However, the qualifications for joining the Supreme Council is decided by the entire human race. The virtual universe can't solely decide." "I understand," Luo Feng answered. The Supreme Council, he had heard of it before. It was a council that only great beings stronger or equal to Universe Knights could participate in. Lots of major issues concerning the human race were discussed in the council. "I believe that you have the power of a Universe Knight, but that's not enough," Primal Chaos City Leader said. "You need to show your power and prove that you're entitled to the status of a Universe Knight. Empty words are not enough." "I understand," Luo Feng nodded. Without battle records, nobody would be convinced. After all, humans were not special life forms. Luo Feng was incredible when he was a Sector Lord, and hence some great beings suspected that Luo Feng defeated the undying fighters using some special valuables. However, that didn't mean that Luo Feng could defeat Universe Knights. Universe Knights and undying fighters were at two totally different levels. Undying fighters were only foot soldiers, future great beings, and mentors of great beings of the next generation, but Universe Knights were the elites of a race. As for Universe Overlords and Universe Masters, they were the real pillars of a race. "Okay," Primal Chaos City Leader nodded. "Choose a place on the mountainside." "Yes, teacher." Luo Feng flew out and dove towards the mountainside. Primal Chaos City Leader watched Luo Feng diving. He had witnessed the scene when Luo Feng became undying, and thus he believed that Luo Feng had the power of a Universe Knight. He even believed it when Luo Feng said he could defeat Shuchong Emperor. On the mountainside of the central mountain. The central mountain was a towering peak, and the palaces built here, where the universe knights lived, stood adjacent to each other. Their servants and disciples all lived in the same palaces, which had diameters of tens of thousands of miles or even more. These great structures only enhanced the beauty of the enormous central mountain. So, Luo Feng flew above the mountainside and looked for a suitable location. Luo Feng, he heard a voice say. Luo Feng turned his head and saw a shadow flying toward him. It was Nine-Blade Knight in a cyan cape and purple scales on his head. Nine-Blade Knight, Luo Feng smiled. Nine-Blade Knight greeted Luo Feng like a friend, he thought to himself. Although Luo Feng is not as strong as I am, he is the renowned peerless genius and a disciple of Primal Chaos City leader. We're at the same status in the virtual universe. Nine-Blade Knight smiled. Luo Feng, are you going to see your teacher? No, Luo Feng shook his head. I'm looking for a place to build my palace. Build a palace? Nine-Blade Knight was perplexed. You've become undying, I presume, but undying fighters are supposed to build palaces at the bottom of the mountains. Why are you flying here? Ordinary undying fighters were not qualified to be on the mountainside. As for the servants in the palaces of the universe knights, they were only allowed to walk inside the palaces. Primal Chaos City leader asked me to pick a place on the mountainside to build my palace, Luo Feng answered. Nine-Blade Knight was dazed at first, then he felt discontent. The very idea was outrageous. Everyone needed to follow the rules. Even the person in charge of the virtual universe should be expected to appeal to the great beings under him before making such a decision. Building a palace on the mountainside was a privilege of universe knights. Even the invincible emperors had to build their palaces at the bottom of the mountain. There should be no exceptions. Then keep searching, said Nine-Blade Knight. He frowned and left. Luo Feng murmured. Nine-Blade Knight seems upset, but I can't blame him, as I haven't proven my power yet. It's understandable that some universe knights are not comfortable with this, but he didn't scold me, perhaps because he doesn't dare offend Primal Chaos City leader. Luo Feng picked his location and architecture style. That day, the virtual universe helped Luo Feng build the palaces, but there was disturbance among the universe knights after Luo Feng began building palaces on the mountainside. Blade River Emperor, Luo Feng, is building palaces on the mountainside. Even if he became undying, he is not qualified to build palaces on the mountainside. It's outrageous. He needs to show his power no matter who his teacher is. Primal Chaos City leader. The universe knights on the mountainside gathered quite often. It was a social circle of universe knights, and normally, they felt superior to all undying fighters, but now, there would be an undying fighter living among them. Although they didn't dare to swear because of Primal Chaos City leader, they all expressed their discontent when they gathered. On the mountainside on Thunder Island, a waterfall roared down toward the enormous lake. Under it there was an island with a diameter of several miles. In the lake, and there, 8 beings chatted with each other. Primal Chaos City leader is the pillar of the human race, as he has made great contributions to us, but that Blade River Emperor Luo Feng, how is he related to the contributions of Primal Chaos City leader? Primal Chaos City leader earned his status with his power, his battles, and his contributions. As for Luo Feng, he has just a talent being cultivated and has been using the resources of our race. I didn't see his contributions at all. Why did he get true treasures. Why did he get the beast god inheritance token? Talents are just consuming the resources, they actually owe something to our race. As for us, we're earning resources for our race. No contributions, and he is weaker than us. How is he qualified to have our status? A 25-foot-tall being growled in anger. He had massive, strong arms and wore black armor. A huge iron hammer rested beside his seat. What Thunder Knight said makes perfect sense. Yes, it makes sense. Other Universe Knights nodded. Don't talk too much, a handsome man with 6 pairs of wings said. He sat drinking alone. This is arranged by Primal Chaos City Leader, after all. Even if it's Primal Chaos City Leader's arrangement, Luo Feng should know that he isn't qualified to have a place here, Thunder Knight said in a hoarse voice. Yet he built palaces on the mountainside. That means he believes he is qualified to have the same status as us. Look, True Yen is here. It's True Yen. Stop talking. True Yen is very close with Luo Feng. All the Universe Knights raised their heads and saw True Yen Knight fly toward them like a beam of light. Thunder Island contained many great beings. The beings here formed friendships. Based on their varying levels, Universe Knights would usually befriend each other. True Yen Knight loved making friends with others, and thus he was close to quite a few Universe Knights. True Yen, come and sit down. Yes, True Yen, sit. The Universe Knights were all fairly welcoming, although they were discontent with Luo Feng. They wouldn't vent their anger on True Yen Knight. After all, True Yen's sincerity had earned him quite a few close Universe Knight friends these years. True Yen Knight approached the handsome man with 6 pairs of wings and laughed. Blacksmith, you seem angry. Want to share with your brother Bloody Wing Knight? Do you mind giving me some of your wine? The winged man smiled and poured some of his wine out. Bloody Wing Knight and Thunder Knight were the most powerful among the 8 Universe Knights. I am indeed angry, Thunder Knight said. Do you know the news about your disciple Luo Feng? The other 7 Universe Knights looked at him unpleasantly, but Thunder Knight glared right back, saying, True Yen will know anyway. Know what? True Yen Knight was dazed. Is it he who is becoming undying? That doesn't have anything to do with me, Thunder Knight said. Do you know that Primal Chaos City Leader allowed him to build palaces on the mountainside like us Universe Knights? True Yen Knight was stunned. Thunder Knight continued, he is only undying. How is he qualified to build palaces on the mountainside? Well, True Yen Knight was rendered speechless. Perhaps Primal Chaos City Leader has other thoughts in mind. Whatever thoughts he has in mind, he shouldn't have done this, Thunder Knight said. How could it convince us of his worthiness? Do you really think Luo Feng is as powerful as we are? Can you believe that? True Yen Knight hesitated to answer. Undying Fighters and Universe Knights were at 2 completely different levels. Universe Knights had hundreds of times more godly power than Undying Fighters, and along with the huge gap in law comprehension and complexity of techniques, Universe Knights, in general, were thousands of times more powerful than Undying Fighters, if not more so. Even for special life forms like Bark Mirror Emperor and Zhuchong Emperor, they defeated some ordinary Universe Knights with their talent techniques. If it weren't for the talent techniques, the gap between their law comprehension and that of Universe Knights would have crushed them. Thunder Knight shook his head. I'm not being jealous, I just care about the rules of our race. Everyone needs to follow the rules, otherwise, how will the Other great beings, be convinced it's already upset lots of great beings, but nobody dares to challenge the majesty of Primal Chaos City leader, hence, they all talk about it secretly and wait for your disciple to bring shame upon himself. If you really want the best for your disciple, please tell him to move off the mountainside unless he wants to be a disgrace. Besides, he just made himself an enemy of many universe knights. Isn't that getting the short end of the stick? Thunder is straightforward, but what he said makes perfect sense. Bloody Wing Knight said with a smile. True Yen, you need to think about what's best for your disciple. True Yen Knight was also upset. On the open-air square of the World of Glory, Luo Feng was chatting with Thousand Rain Emperor when someone landed beside him. Luo Feng looked up and was surprised. Why have you come, teacher? I sent you an email to say that if you wanted me for something, you could go to the virtual universe and ask me, and I would be there immediately. Thousand Rain Emperor, I need to have a word with Luo Feng now, True Yen Knight said. Thousand Rain Emperor left immediately. True Yen Emperor sealed the space around him, stared at Luo Feng, and said, I did receive your email, but some of my friends on Thunder Island dragged me into their conversation. Friends? Luo Feng blinked. All because of you. True Yen Knight shook his head. Apparently, building palaces on the mountainside of Thunder Island has upset quite a few universe knights. Luo Feng shook his head. Do they really need to be so petty? That's where you're wrong. True Yen Knight frowned. They have eternal lives, and their families have all passed away. They have been practicing for an eternity, and that is how they earned their current status. Their status and their honor might look worthless, but they value it very much. Luo Feng was astounded. Status honor, True Yen Knight whispered. I was stuck at the invincible Emperor level for an eternity, and I could only hide after becoming a Universe Knight did I earn a high status and incredible honor, and only after that did I become famous again. Their status and glory were earned by their power and contributions to our race. True Yen Knight sighed. What else do you think they care about aside from their status and honor? Luo Feng now understood completely. He had been wandering in the universe for 50,000 years, but he had been observing the weak. He had only seen a few universe knights, and hence, he hadn't realized that universe knights were also living beings, just living beings, with great power. They were dedicated to something they believed in. Without families, they cared about their race, status, and honor above all else. They could die for their own race. They could die for their own honor. I now understand, Luo Feng said. No wonder so many great beings were disappointed by this. If I were a universe knight, I would also be upset if an undying talent suddenly gained the same level of glory as me. You're still young, and you're always at the center, True Yen Knight said. It's normal for you not to realize that. Luo Feng nodded. Yes, status and glory were incredibly important to a great being. If someone became undying, became a universe knight, and died without being known, it would be boring. The most exciting way was to fight for honor, for glory. I know it. Luo Feng smiled. I'll prove to those universe knights that I'm a qualified one. I just need to defeat a universe knight. Defeat a universe knight. True Yen Knight was shocked. He hadn't witnessed the scene when Luo Feng became undying, so even if he had faith in Luo Feng, he couldn't imagine an undying human being defeating a universe knight. Even Bark Mirror Emperor could only bully the most mediocre universe knights, and he was almost killed by True Yen Knight. Bark Mirror Emperor was a unique life form with a life gene level of 2000 times. There was a huge gap between Undying Fighters and Universe Knights. You don't believe me? Luo Feng laughed. Just watch. On the other side of the open-air square. Look, Bark Mirror Emperor there's Blade River Emperor. Bark Mirror Emperor was sitting with the great beings of the Northern Territory Alliance. He looked at Luo Feng and True Yen Knight from afar. He hated both of their guts. He is indeed more powerful, Bark Mirror Emperor sneered. It seems that this Blade River Emperor has become undying. It's been 80,000 years he had deep law comprehension before he became undying, yet he still chose to wait for more than 80,000 years, so patient. I've been waiting for 80,000 years, Bark Mirror Emperor clenched his teeth. He wasn't sure whether he could rival True Yen Knight or not, however he was confident that he could beat the famous Blade River Emperor. I'm undying, and you're undying as well, said Bark Mirror Emperor. It's not bullying if I fight you myself. After all, you're the peerless talent in the universe. Bark Mirror Emperor smirked and showed his fangs. Luo Feng and True Yen Knight were standing afar, while True Yen Knight stood up and disappeared. Bark Mirror Emperor approached the heirs of the Han Alliance. Bark Mirror Emperor is coming, someone said. Bark Mirror Emperor is walking toward us. All the 1,000 heirs in Han Alliance turned around, including Luo Feng. Luo Feng and the other heirs in the Han Alliance looked toward Bark Mirror. Along with heirs from other groups as well, they were all wondering what Bark Mirror Emperor would like to do. Hung hung. Bark Mirror Emperor smiled and kept walking toward the Han Alliance group. Even though he was being stared at by lots of other heirs, he soon arrived at the where Han Alliance group had gathered. A Universe Knight within the Han Alliance stood up. Bark Mirror Emperor. What are you doing here? I'm here for Blade River Emperor. Blade River Emperor. All the heirs who heard this stood up in anticipation. They had all heard that Bark Mirror Emperor had once hunted Blade River Emperor, and the latter could only resort to hiding in the 9 remoteness whirlpool to escape. Now, Bark Mirror Emperor was back for Blade River Emperor. Luo Feng looked at Bark Mirror Emperor and asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Bark Mirror Emperor. Haha, I haven't seen you for more than 80,000 years. Bark Mirror Emperor looked at Luo Feng, smiled, and showed his fangs. I can already sense that you're more powerful, Blade River Emperor. Have you become undying? Quite a few heirs started to wonder the same thing. Blade River Emperor is indeed more powerful. But still, he can't compare with Bark Mirror Emperor. Bark Mirror Emperor is a unique life form who can rival a Universe Knight. As for Blade River Emperor, he is, after all, a human being. It's quite normal that he is less powerful. There were many discussions among the heirs in the distance, but Luo Feng wasn't affected by the discussions at all. He nodded and answered, "You're indeed perceptive. That's right, I just became undying." Congratulations, Bark Mirror Emperor broke into laughter. The legendary Blade River Emperor who could kill an emperor limit when he was only a sector lord, who could escape me when he was only a sector lord, and who could stay alive under the attack from Mud Knight when he was only a sector lord. You had 620,000 battles and won almost all of them. Bark Mirror Emperor seemed to be flattering Luo Feng, but his tone sounded aggressive. The heirs listening to the conversation were quite disturbed by his words. Luo Feng's reputation was built on them. However, they had to admit that Luo Feng was indeed impressive to have accomplished so much as a mere sector lord. Now that you've become undying, Bark Mirror Emperor continued, I have to admit that I was not as good as you when I was a sector lord. I'm exhilarated that you've become undying exhilarated. Thanks, Luo Feng said. If you were that powerful when you were only a sector lord, said Bark Mirror Emperor, you must be much more powerful now that you've become undying. The heirs on the open-air square thought that the way Bark Mirror Emperor complimented Luo Feng was bizarre, but they agreed Luo Feng must be incredibly strong if he was able to win so many battles without the help of outer force, and he was only a sector lord back then. I'm here, said Bark Mirror Emperor, glaring at Luo Feng, firstly to congratulate you, and secondly, to challenge you. Blade River Emperor, you're worth challenging. Blade River Emperor, you're worth all my efforts. Do you dare have a life or death battle with me, Blade River Emperor? Bark Mirror Emperor gazed at Luo Feng. Silence. The open-air square went silent instantly. The heirs were all excited, but they kept quiet and watched Luo Feng. Life or death battle. Luo Feng frowned. Whereabouts? Inside the world of glory. Of course not. Bark Mirror Emperor licked his lips, and his golden eyes glinted with hostility. I mean a real-life battle. We can pick a place in the ancestral god's secret region and have a battle with the promise that neither of us will accept any assistance. It's an entirely one-on-one, life or death battle. Do you dare accept my challenge? He smirked. No need to invent excuses, just tell me, do you dare accept? If you're scared, you can say no. However, I don't think a universe-renowned peerless talent will disappoint me. Bark Mirror Emperor stared at Luo Feng. Accept or not? The open-air square was deathly silent. Tens of millions of heirs all listened carefully. Blade River Emperor was indeed a legend. Would he fight Bark Mirror Emperor? After becoming undying, even though Bark Mirror Emperor wasn't as fabled as him, he was, after all, a powerful unique life form that could intimidate countless undying fighters. Would he accept the challenge? It was understandable to assume that Luo Feng wouldn't dare accept the challenge. After all, a life or death battle invitation from a powerful unique life form was intimidating enough to most. However, his reputation would be shattered if he said no. Luo Feng was undying, but Bark Mirror Emperor was undying as well. They were both undying, yet Luo Feng was still terrified of Bark Mirror Emperor. Accept or denied? Bark Mirror Emperor asked again, staring at Luo Feng. Who? Luo Feng stood up, looked at Bark Mirror Emperor, and smiled. How can I not take the chance since you're leaping to your own death? All the heirs on the open-air square were thrilled. You accepted it? Bark Mirror Emperor's eyes gleamed. Of course, Luo Feng said. He looked around. I won't deny any challenges from undying fighters. The voice resounded on the entire square. All the heirs were stunned. Oh. Reckless. What Luo Feng had just said was so audacious that Zhuchong Emperor, who had been watching from afar, couldn't help smiling. A gloomy teenager in half-transparent purple armor chuckled. Zhuchong Emperor, he said he won't deny any challenges from undying fighters, said the teenager. It was difficult to tell whether the teenager was male or female. Are you just going to let him go like that? If I were still undying, I would kill him myself. Zhuchong Emperor glanced at the purple-armored teenager beside him. Purple Rain Knight, you're already a universe knight, don't meddle. The purple-armored teenager was an incredible unique life form with a life gene level higher than that of Zhuchong Emperor. He was the mightiest undying fighter on Bauhinia Island before, and he had killed quite a few universe Nights, when he was undying after becoming a universe knight, he grew to be a powerful combatant in the ancestral god school. He might not even survive Bark Mirror Emperor, let alone me, Zhu Chong. Emperor shook his head. Luo Feng is too arrogant. He may be a peerless talent, but Bark Mirror Emperor is a special life form with a life gene level of 2,000 times, that's a huge gap. Yes, Purple Rain Knight nodded. Special life forms had their own sense of pride. Haha, fantastic. Bark Mirror Emperor broke into laughter. I'll send an email to you later and tell you the universe coordinates. I'll choose an area right next to the portal of the ancestral god's secret region. Okay, Luo Feng nodded. What time? The sooner, the better, but I need to give you some time for preparations in half a day, and I'll tell you the location later. Bark Mirror Emperor was further excited. Okay, Luo Feng nodded. Haha, Bark Mirror Emperor laughed again. He stared at Luo Feng. Blade River Emperor, I didn't imagine you would be this brave. I hope you can still laugh at the end of the battle. Luo Feng smiled. The one with a strong personality, Bark Mirror Emperor said, grinning, is always the one who dies first. So, Bark Mirror Emperor disappeared. Luo Feng looked around and noticed Zhu Chong Emperor and the purple-armored teenager staring at him. He smiled and vanished. The news incited a firestorm. All the heirs in Ancestral God School were thrilled. Even the battle between two real universe knights wouldn't have drawn so much attention. After all, a battle between two undying fighters with universe knight power was rarer. Bark Mirror Emperor was a unique life form with the power of a universe knight. Blade River Emperor, a universe-renowned super talent of the human race, and he had just become undying. A life or death battle between those two. It was such explosive news that billions of races in the universe knew about it instantly through the airs on Bohemia Island. All the superpowers knew about it immediately, and so did the human race. What Blade River Emperor Luo Feng is going to engage in a life or death battle with Bark Mirror Emperor in the ancestral god's secret region. Is that a joke? Bark Mirror Emperor is a powerful special life form, and he has the power of a universe knight. Even ordinary universe knights can be killed by him. Blade River Emperor is simply reckless. Blade River Emperor has a clone talent technique. He won die. But he can get killed, and then his treasures will be taken away. His true treasures were bestowed by our human race. If they're taken by Bark Mirror Emperor, it's a loss for all of us. Reckless, arrogant, foolhardy. Those universe knights, who were already dissatisfied with Luo Feng, all fought. This peerless talent was too haughty. They had seen many peerless talents who were similarly full of themselves, and they would only come to their senses after they suffered great losses. He will come to his senses after this battle. However, it will cost him true treasures. Meanwhile, Luo Feng spent his time in the palace on Bohemia Island. This Bark Mirror Emperor is indeed competent, Luo Feng chuckled. Master, said Tianqian Emperor, Primal Chaos City Leader, gave you a big challenge by letting you live on the mountainside of Thunder Island. Of course, I know that. Luo Feng nodded. That's why I need Bark Mirror Emperor. True gold fears no fire. The stronger the fire is, the purer the gold. It's about time. Luo Feng stood up. We congratulate our master beforehand, for we know you will return with a victory. Tianqian Emperor said respectfully. Prepare a celebration feast, said Luo Feng. I'll invite Thousand Rain Emperor, Chaman Emperor, and my teachers after I defeat Bark Mirror Emperor. He laughed. then teleported himself to the square in front of the leader's palace on Bauhinia Island. He then teleported himself to the secret region through the waterfall. In an area of the ancestral god's secret region floated some fragments of mountains. A stooping shadow stood on top of one of the mountain fragments. It was Bark Mirror Emperor. Zoom. A silver shadow showed up and landed on another mountain fragment. Bark Mirror Emperor, you arrived here quite quickly, said Luo Feng, standing on the mountain fragment with his wings open. Bark Mirror Emperor sneered, you're not slow, either. I thought your true treasure, the wing, was lost in the 9 remoteness whirlpool, but now I see it again. It should be claimed by some supreme being of the human race. Luo Feng smiled, think whatever you want. In the open-air square of the world of glory, all the heirs gathered on the open-air square. They were all sitting and looking at Bark Mirror Emperor, who was at the center of the square. I'll broadcast this battle through the virtual network. Bark Mirror Emperor looked around. Everyone will see who the winner is. Hong. Bark Mirror Emperor pointed to the space beside him. Suddenly, a light shot out and formed a projection. All the heirs could see distinctively that Luo Feng stood on a gigantic mountain fragment, while Bark Mirror Emperor stood on another. They stood face to face with each other. Bark Mirror Emperor is so reckless and confident that he is doing a live broadcast through the virtual network, someone said. He has a special life form. Why would he not be confident? Quick, tell our race. The virtual network kept broadcasting the battle, and the heirs, watching the fight, telecast it back to their own races. Haha, let us see how the human dies. He'll win without question. The Northern Territory Alliance looked fierce. As for the heirs and Hong Alliance, they were all watching, holding their breath. Thousand Rain Emperor asked True Yen Knight in a low voice, do you think Blade River Emperor can win? True Yen Knight. True Yen Knight gazed at the project in the sky. Just watch. At this moment, lots of seniors from the superpowers of the universe were also paying close attention to the fight, like many universe knights in the human race. Luo Feng stood on a floating mountain fragment, looking at Bark Mirror Emperor. In the distance, he glared at him. Bark Mirror Emperor, I didn't expect you to do a live broadcast through the virtual network. What are you afraid? Bark Mirror Emperor grimaced and showed his fangs. Luo Feng shook his head. If you want to bring shame upon yourself, why should I stop you? So arrogant. Bark Mirror Emperor snorted. Now that we've both arrived, there's no need to wait longer. Let us started the fight now, so I can kill you even earlier than expected, Luo Feng replied. Bark Mirror Emperor's face twisted. Foolhardy human. Bark Mirror Emperor roared. Hong. His godly power started to burn, and the force surged. It twisted and tore apart the space around him. Bark Mirror Emperor was small compared to other special life forms, but he was still much larger than human beings. He already had an advantage in size. Shing. A bloody glove showed up around his right claw, and that claw cut apart the space around it. In response, Luo Feng grinned and burned his godly power. Hong. Luo Feng's force also surged and tore apart the space around him. Bark Mirror Emperor was startled. How is that possible? He said. Luo Feng wasn't as powerful as he was in the world of glory, and he even felt weak before the fight. However, when Luo Feng started to burn his body, he began emanating power as intense as Bark Mirror Emperor, a special life form. And Bark Mirror Emperor's godly body was stronger than some universe knights. Bark Mirror Emperor glared at Luo Feng and yelled, "You hid your power." Luo Feng shook his wing. "Too late," he said. So. Countless stars floated with law engravings on them after being injected with Luo Feng's godly power. They disintegrated the space around them, forming miniature black holes. No space fragments would even touch the stars. 520 stars, 520 miniature black holes. The stronger the user was, the more powerful the treasures would become. Luo Feng's godly body was stronger than many universe knights, and each of the burning stars was fully utilized. Although he hadn't performed his technique, the stars had already made the space around them collapse and form black holes. This is a true treasure. Bark Mirror Emperor was terrified, as the power was incredible. "I've told you, it's too late." Luo Feng waved his hands. Instantly, countless golden threads burst out of the 520 miniature black holes and formed a forceful beast god. The 520 black holes connected with each other and took the shape of the beast god's tail. Bark Mirror Emperor clenched his teeth. It was happening too fast. He had intended to crush Luo Feng, but now Luo Feng was slightly more powerful than him, and his spiritual force weapon was a true treasure. "Arg!" Bark Mirror Emperor roared. "Goddamn human, you're only so powerful because of your true treasures. As for your weapons, haha, I'm a special life form with a godly body, much more powerful than yours. Even true treasures are not going to help you die." Bark Mirror Emperor charged Luo Feng fiercely. Both of them cast Space Seal to start of the battle. "Splendid like stars, the red light rips the nightfall like a blade," said Luo Feng. He shook his wing and dodged Bark Mirror Emperor. Meanwhile, he watched the gigantic beast god in the distance. The beast god growled. Bark Mirror Emperor growled as well and performed his talent technique. Luo Feng was attacked, but was left unharmed. "I was already able to defend myself against that talent technique using Tower Pearl. Now, I can withstand it even without Star Pearl." He looked at the beast god and Bark Mirror Emperor Far, who started to fight. This was the power of a spiritual force leader. He didn't need to engage in close quarters combat. Hung. The beast god's tail moved like a flash of shining red light out of the three ultimate techniques Luo Feng had created. The second move was the fastest one. And besides, all the power was integrated into this one move. If the enemy dodged it, Luo Feng might need some time to make a second strike. The red light tore apart the surrounding space and attacked Bark Mirror Emperor directly. Bark Mirror Emperor waved his claws, bellowing loudly. Pung! The attacking power broke Bark Mirror Emperor's arm instantly. The beast god's tail slashed Bark Mirror Emperor's chest. Pung! The godly body started to crack, and the golden light emanating from the true treasure armor dimmed. "I'm impossible." Bark Mirror Emperor glared at Luo Feng, terrified. 6% of his godly body was destroyed, and it had happened with his armor protecting him. Luo Feng sensed that Bark Mirror Emperor had become weaker. He nodded and thought, just as I expected. He had more godly power than Bark Mirror Emperor. Although Bark Mirror Emperor also had true treasures, Luo Feng's star map was a true treasure, too. As for techniques, although he only performed the second move of star map, the second ultimate move was already much more powerful than the third pinnacle move. The third move needed 160 stars, whereas the second one required 520. Although Bark Mirror Emperor created his own claw technique, it could barely pass the Threshold of Pinnacle Techniques. All of them made Luo Feng stronger than his competitor, besides his incredible willpower further strengthened his godly power. Warriors didn't need much willpower when attacking, while spiritual force leaders valued willpower to a great extent. The capacity of a spiritual force weapon depended on the strength of willpower. With such an extraordinary will, Luo Feng destroyed 6% of his enemy's godly body. You're doomed, Bark Mirror Emperor. Luo Feng gazed at Bark Mirror Emperor coldly. Hung. The beast god attacked Bark Mirror Emperor again and again. He strived to dodge the attack, but he was nowhere close to the speed of the spiritual force weapon, which might be faster than Luo Feng. With his Shiwu wings, he could only be slashed again and again. Bark Mirror Emperor had true treasures to protect his godly body, while Luo Feng had a true treasure to attack him. They didn't have any advantages over each other in this aspect. Bark Mirror Emperor still looked mad. Haha, he roared, my godly body is clearly much larger than yours. You need to consume more than 1% of my godly power to annihilate my godly body. Do you really have that much power? Really? Luo Feng sneered. The more powerful one had an edge in annihilating godly power. For instance, Emperor Limits had the same amount of godly power as Pinnacle Emperors did. However, they used their secret amplification techniques or attacking techniques to strengthen their power tenfold, and that was how they could annihilate Emperor Limit's godly bodies, by consuming 5 to 10% of their own power. As for Luo Feng, he also needed to consume 1% of Bark Mirror Emperor's godly power to destroy him completely. However, Luo Feng's godly body looked tiny. How come? Why isn't your godly body being weakened? Bark Mirror Emperor's golden eyes were wide open, filled with fury. More on that because of my clone technique. Luo Feng grinned. One of his rings was holding a remote ocean body, and the remote ocean body at the height of more than 5,500 miles kept supplying him with endless godly power, which kept the original Earthling body at 100%. Bark Mirror Emperor was petrified. How could he have forgotten about that? You're carrying your bodies, bastard human. With that, Bark Mirror Emperor went mad. He tried to run, but the beast god just kept slashing him, and his godly body kept being damaged. 51%, 45%, 39%. Your teacher, True Yan, and you, roared Bark Mirror Emperor. He had completely lost his mind. He could only resort to self-destruction unless he wanted to fall. Explode, explode, explode. Hong Long. Bark Mirror Emperor's remaining body exploded, and tens of millions of miles of space around him were annihilated. Suddenly, a huge shadow showed up. The figure looked around, then shook his head. I'm late, he said. I tried to get here as soon as possible after realizing something was wrong, but I'm still too late. Bark Mirror Emperor exploded. Huh, said Luo Feng, standing amid the aftershock of the explosion. He turned around and saw the figure in the distance. Its sudden appearance startled him. Pei Feng Knight, one of the supreme beings of the Northern Territory Alliance, and one of the candidate deified generals. Although he was weaker than actual deified generals, he was a universe overlord. Relax, Blade River Emperor, said Pei Feng Knight. I'm not here to kill you. Although you killed Bark Mirror Emperor, the true treasures he left belong to the Northern Territory Alliance. I'm here to take them away. Pei Feng Knight dashed toward Luo Feng like a flash of light. I was the one who killed Bark Mirror Emperor, Luo Feng said. I'll claim those true treasures as my trophies. Under the burning godly power, his voice was like thunder resounding through the broken space. Meanwhile, the gigantic beast god, formed by 520 stars, grabbed the space ring, armor, bloody gloves, and crystal balls. So, the gigantic beast god grabbed the trophies with his claw and flew back like a flash of light. He was so fast that even Pei Feng Knight couldn't catch him. In my pocket, Luo Feng waved his hand and put the space ring, the world ring, and the true treasure armor into his own world ring. A furious roar blasted near Luo Feng's ears. Blade River Emperor, you're just greedy. Luo Feng turned around and saw Pei Feng Knight dashing toward him. He grinned and transmitted his voice. Pei Feng Knight, you're a candidate deified general. Are you really that stupid? Do you really believe Bark Mirror Emperor would have left my true treasures alone if I were the one who got killed? What a joke! If you want them back, take them with your own hand. Pei Feng Knight was infuriated. The only rule in the universe was to fight. If Bark Mirror Emperor killed Luo Feng, he would be taken Luo Feng's true treasures as well. As for Pei Feng Knight, he thought Blade River Emperor should be given the true treasure back to him, as he had already asked politely and promised not to kill him. You moron, you're too arrogant. Pei Feng Knight transmitted his roaring sound, and there was fire burning in his eyes. He was more than 1,000 feet tall, which made him look taller and bigger than Bark Mirror Emperor. Though he couldn't catch up with Luo Feng instantly, he opened his mouth. Who? An intangible attack dashed Luo Feng in lightspeed soul attack. It was faster even than the spiritual force weapon, and it was flexible. No, Luo Feng was terrified but couldn't dodge it. He could only withstand the attack with all his power. Pei Feng Knight was a candidate deified general, which meant he had already reached the perfect level at one of the 72 deified general inheritances. His soul amplification already reached 100 times, which was the limit, and he also learned a set of special attacks that only belonged to deified generals. The power of that set of attacks was more powerful than the talent techniques of many special life forms. It was the ultimate technique of deified general inheritance, and it was a universe master level technique. Pei Feng Knight, as a being at the same level as Shi Luo Duo, had a life gene level of more than 60 times. Besides, he was a universe knight who had a godly body 100 times that of an undying fighter, which meant his godly body was 600 million times stronger than that of a sector lord, which made it more powerful than Luo Feng's original earthling body. Stronger godly body, perfect soul amplification, universe overlord level willpower, and universe master level techniques. He was superior to Luo Feng in all aspects. It was soundless when Luo Feng's godly body was attacked. He could feel that his godly power was being stripped away. This technique attacked the life imprint in the godly power directly, and its goal was to completely destroy the life imprint, which was equivalent to destroying Luo Feng's soul. Guard! Luo Feng was roaring in his heart, with his willpower and burning godly body controlling Tower Pearl. Star Pearl gleamed and locked Luo Feng's godly body, which protected him from all the fierce attacks from Pei Feng Knight. Although he was inferior to Pei Feng Knight in all aspects, without Tower Pearl, his soul would be been crushed completely under one attack. However, this was when the power of a true treasure was manifested. Luo Feng could resist Bark Mirror Emperor's talent technique with Tower Pearl. when he was only a sector lord, and now that his godly power was half that of Pei Feng Knight, and he had the Tower Pearl to guard his soul. Haha, laughed Luo Feng. Pei Feng Knight, your technique is not that impressive. Luo Feng transmitted his voice and started to flee like a beam of light. He knew that a universe overlord had multiple techniques, and he would have to utilize all he'd gotten if he wanted to fight a universe overlord. Besides, even if he utilized everything he had, a win wasn't guaranteed. He had just become undying, and he still hadn't gotten a top-tier true treasure-like force arm. So, Shiwu Wing was utilized, and Luo Feng started to flee swiftly among the space fragments. What Pei Feng Knight said, he resisted it. Pei Feng Knight was shocked. Bark Mirror Emperor speculated that Luo Feng had a sole true treasure after hunting Luo Feng before, but he didn't report it back to the seniors of Northern Territory Alliance, because soul attack was a merciless technique and soul true treasures were precious without comparison. True treasures like pieces of armor and the Shiwu wings could only weaken soul attacks. As for soul true treasures, they could guard the soul if flying. Palace true treasures could defend one against material attacks. Soul true treasures could defend the soul. Soul true treasures were more attractive to great beings, which was why Bark Mirror Emperor didn't make it public, as he was afraid that Luo Feng would be killed by some supreme being in Northern Territory Alliance. Thus, he couldn't get the soul true treasure. Instead, he had been waiting for the perfect opportunity, yet he resorted to self-destruction. Seeing Luo Feng escape like a flash of light, Pei Feng started to chase him and performed another technique. Law Domain. Pei Feng Knight knew he didn't have much time, as the supreme beings of the human race might arrive soon after that. He wouldn't have the chance. Who? The hundreds of millions of miles of space around them turned silent, trapped in the law domain. Luo Feng was trapped as well. Law domain of time law. He was stunned. Undying fighters could perform law domain, and so could universe knights. Besides, space and time law were more superior than gold, wood, water, fire, ground, wind, thunder, and light. Control over law domain could make the power of law domain surge even as powerful as Luo Feng's world projection had been. As a sector lord, the law domain of official level undying fighters could rival his world projection. Pei Feng Knight gazed at Luo Feng coldly. Wind annihilation, he cried. Chi chi chi. The flow of time was bizarre within the time domain. Luo Feng tried to flee, but miniature tornadoes showed up around him, each about the size of an eyeball. They surrounded Luo Feng and dashed at him one after another. Get the hell away, Luo Feng shouted. He tried to use his Shiwu wings to block the tornadoes, but they dodged the wing strikes, easily making contact with Luo Feng's godly body. He didn't dare to close his Shiwu wings completely. If he did so, he would be significantly slower, and he would be caught by Pei Feng Knight. Although he was already affected by space law domain, it was not omnipotent. He could still change direction and keep his distance from Pei Feng Knight. Chi chi chi. The miniature tornadoes bit into Luo Feng's body. 60% of Luo Feng's godly body was gone immediately, which terrified Luo Feng. He's trying to annihilate my godly body, Luo Feng thought in horror. Fortunately, he had stored his world rings on his body where he hid remote ocean body, Masha body, and golden horned beast body. The world ring with Remote ocean body let out godly power, restoring Luo Feng's godly body. Chi chi chi. Luo Feng's godly body kept being weakened, but each time, it recovered. So this is the power of a universe overlord, said Luo Feng. He isn't even close to me yet, but he can still damage me like that. Luo Feng kept using his Shiwu wing to keep his distance from Pei Feng Knight. He is still alive, said Pei Feng Knight. Pei Feng Knight was dazed, although this move wasn't effective against universe overlords at his level. It was lethal against ordinary universe knights. It was a technique made for time law domain. His godly body is constantly being consumed, but somehow, it's still at 100%, but of course he has the clone technique. He must have stored a body. Pei Feng Knight had figured it out. Bark Mirror Emperor had used the virtual network to broadcast the fight against Luo Feng when it first started, but when he realized he couldn't even defend himself against Luo Feng, he had turned off the broadcast as he felt ashamed, which was why the heirs in the open-air square of the world of glory and other superpowers in the universe only knew that Luo Feng had crushed Bark Mirror Emperor Pei Feng Knight had not known that Luo Feng had brought his bodies to the fight. Pei Feng Knight's eyes gleamed with madness. I can only kill him after destroying his bodies. Pei Feng quickly hatched a plan. He had said he wouldn't kill Blade River Emperor before, as he knew Blade River Emperor would be revived even if he killed him. However, Blade River Emperor was obviously carrying his bodies with him. He didn't know exactly how many bodies Blade River Emperor had, but the number couldn't be large. Together with the original body, some fighters had 2 godly bodies, while others had 3. Pei Feng Knight's eyes glinted fiercely. Kill, he snorted. 2 black whirlwinds came out of his nose and flew toward Luo Feng like 2 miniature black dragons. The 2 black whirlwinds didn't appear powerful, but all the space fragments they touched vanished immediately. Danger, danger, danger. Luo Feng felt the wind's life-threatening essence and quickly realized he was in trouble. My human godly body will be annihilated immediately if I am touched by these 2 black whirlwinds, thought Luo Feng. Although he was significantly inferior when it came to battle techniques, he could still sense that the 2 black whirlwinds were the most horrendous attacks he had ever encountered. Pei Feng Knight had already made 3 moves. The first move was one of the deified general ultimate techniques, and it was terrifically powerful. Luo Feng had withstood that attack with his Tower Pearl. The second move was a material attack, which was used when being cornered by weaker universe knights. However, it could still destroy half of Luo Feng's godly body. As for the third move, it was a material attack used when fighting universe overlords. Both of the 2 black whirlwinds were hundreds of times more powerful than the miniature tornadoes. No, thought Luo Feng, I'm trapped in time law domain now, so even if I use ancient boat galaxy, I can't get away. Perhaps he'll even take my ancient boat galaxy. As for my Masha body, he is only able to perform domain when he is alone, so I would need to put my original earthling body back in the world ring. However, Pei Feng Knight would never give me a chance like that. Luo Feng flew swiftly with his Shiwu wing. He had made up his mind neither ancient boat galaxy nor Masha body was suitable. That left him with only one option. Pei Feng Knight pursued Luo Feng, his eyes glinting greedily. He has got to have a soul true treasure to be able to resist my deified general technique, he thought. He has got to. No wonder Bark Mirror Emperor wasn't able To kill the then Sector Lord Blade River Emperor and Bark Mirror Emperor had the benefit of an incredibly powerful talent technique. Pei Feng Knight was feeling more confident now. The deified general technique could severely damage even a universe overlord. Luo Feng would need a soul true treasure to resist it. A soul true treasure. The human race must indeed highly value Blade River Emperor. Even I, as a universe overlord, don't have that kind of true treasure. Pei Feng Knight watched the black whirlwinds closing in and shouted eagerly, Die, I'll take your true treasures after you're dead. Pei Feng Knight was a universe overlord, yet he only had 2 true treasures, both of which were mediocre and common. One was a piece of protective armor, and the other was a blade. He immediately figured out that this peerless talent of the human race had a true treasure wing and a soul true treasure. Die, Pei Feng Knight cried, watching expectantly. It's all over, he thought. Even a universe knight with true treasure armor is likely to be killed by this move. All was silent. 2 black whirlwinds intertwined with each other as they got closer and closer to Luo Feng. Pei Feng Knight, you've left me no choice. Luo Feng transmitted his roaring voice. Hong. A towering shadow suddenly appeared behind Luo Feng. It was more than 5,500 miles tall. A godly body standing at a height of 5,500 miles was a terrific sight, and Pei Feng Knight was shocked to his very core. What kind of special life form is this? Pei Feng Knight stammered. A godly body at a height of more than 5,500 miles existed almost exclusively among flesh and blood type living beings. Earth only had a diameter of 6,000 miles. This living being was nearly as large as the planet Earth. Hong. The entire godly body started to burn, and the godly tower surged, destabilizing the time law domain. Although remote ocean body only had a life gene level of 1,000 times, and the original earthling body had a level of 3,000 times, remote ocean body emitted millions of times greater pressure to the time law domain than the original earthling body. The reason remote ocean body was simply gigantic. The godly power he burned every second was more than 100 million times that the original earthling body did. The 2 black whirlwinds pursued Luo Feng at light speed, but remote ocean body charged directly at the black whirlwinds. Luo Feng had chosen the most appropriate time to let out remote ocean body, as he did so when the black whirlwinds were only 6,000 miles away from him. Remote ocean body enveloped the black whirlwinds. Chi. Like snow melting under the sun's rays, remote ocean body was being consumed. Larger. Remote ocean body broke into laughter, and the sound resounded through the boundless space. His godly body was suddenly enlarged, and he became 60,000 miles tall. The density of his body, therefore, became much lower, yet the black whirlwinds were trapped inside remote ocean body and needed to annihilate the godly power around them to move forward. Chi. The black whirlwinds kept consuming the godly power around them, but remote ocean body had unlimited godly power. Remote ocean body had the same godly power as universe knights, said Luo Feng. I had a godly body at the height of more than 5,500 miles for you to destroy. Let us see how much your black whirlwinds can destroy. Luo Feng relied solely on the gigantic godly body. It was unlikely for an enormous godly body like that to fall. One wouldn't be able to destroy the body even if the body didn't fight back at all. After a few seconds, the 2 black whirlwinds dissipated after annihilating an Enormous amount of godly power. You can destroy 9% of my godly body. Remote ocean body laughed. Ordinary universe knights can't damage 1/1000th of it even if they self-destruct. No wonder you're a universe overlord. Hong. Remote ocean body dashed at Pei Feng Knight. Pei Feng Knight had been chasing Luo Feng all along, and they were now only 6 million miles away from each other. Remote ocean body raced towards Pei Feng Knight. The original earthling body is moving in the opposite direction, with remote ocean body moving in a straight line. I'll get closer and closer to you if you continue to pursue the original earthling body. Blade River Emperor, do you really think you're invincible with that body? Pei Feng Knight roared. I'll let you know now that even a gigantic godly body like this is useless against me. Remote ocean body bumped into Pei Feng Knight. Explode, explode, explode. Remote ocean body roared and blew itself up. What? Pei Feng Knight shouted, completely shocked. Never in his wildest dreams would he have expected this. Supreme beings with powerful godly bodies like that would never self-destruct. A godly body at a height of more than 5,500 miles would cost too much to recover, yet remote ocean body let out all its energies at once. The power was unbelievably mighty. Hong Long Long. An area of 60,000 miles around remote ocean body was dead silent, but everywhere within 600,000 miles was instantly blasted by the godly power. Space fragments flew hundreds of millions of miles into the distance. Bastard, came a furious cry from the center of the explosion. A blue figure stood at the center of the explosion. He was surrounded by black air. The 6 eyes glinted fiercely. Damn you, damn you. Enough, Pei Feng Knight. 2 powerful figures stood face to face with each other. One of them was Pei Feng Knight, and the other was a werewolf great being beside whom stood Luo Feng. Luo Feng looked at Jiao Feng Knight in front of him. Jiao Feng Knight had received the complete deified general inheritance. He was a candidate deified general and a universe overlord. Jiao Feng had arrived just as Luo Feng's remote ocean body exploded himself. Luo Feng flew beside Jiao Feng Knight, as he didn't want to continue the fight. Universe overlords are too powerful, Luo Feng thought. My remote ocean body can only injure him after self-destruction. Jiao Feng Knight and Pei Feng Knight faced each other at a distance. They were both candidate deified generals, and they belonged to the same category of deified general inheritance. Pei Feng Knight glared at the werewolf great being. You want to stop me, Jiao Feng? I'm human, Jiao Feng Knight said coldly. I'll surely defend a great being of my race. There were black whirlpools in all the 6 of Pei Feng Knight's eyes, and the airflow was tumbling around him. Then let us fight, he said. Jiao Feng Knight responded. Jiao Feng, you were not my match even before 20% of your godly body was depleted. I suggest that you leave, otherwise other great beings of my race will arrive soon. Bastard, Pei Feng Knight clenched his teeth. Damn it. He was exasperated. He was a universe overlord. It was strenuous to complete the deified general inheritance, yet he had done it, and as a universe overlord, he was seldom defeated unless he facing other universe overlords or universe masters. He hadn't risked everything yet. However, he hadn't expected to be attacked by the self-destruction of that godly body at a height of more than 5,500 miles. 5,500 miles. If it weren't for his true treasure armor, he would have been annihilated. Even with his true treasure armor, 20% of his godly body was gone. he was defeated by an undying fighter. Blade River Emperor Pei Feng Knight roared, glaring at Luo Feng Yu. We're willing to blow up your godly body, a godly body as powerful as a Universe Knight, a godly body at the height of greater than 5,500 miles. You are vicious. Luo Feng remained calm. All too easy, he said. I've underestimated you, Pei Feng Knight said. He stared at Luo Feng next. Time, I'll utilize everything I've got. I'll treat you like a universe Overlord. Pei Feng Knight glanced at Jiao Feng Knight. Jiao Feng, you only rely on your true treasures. With that, Jiao Feng Knight turned into a beam of light and teleported himself away. Although they were both universe overlords, Pei Feng Knight came from a mighty race of Northern Territory Alliance. There were lots of races within the Northern Territory Alliance, but they only had about the same amount of resources as the Han Alliance did. It was fortunate for Pei Feng Knight to have been given 2 true treasures. As for Jiao Feng Knight, he came from the human race, a pinnacle race in the universe with valuables to spare. Naturally, they highly valued their own great beings. Jiao Feng Knight had 4 true treasures, and they were a perfect combination with his own mighty power and 4 true treasures. Jiao Feng Knight was indeed Pei Feng Knight's better. Good for you, Luo Feng, Jiao Feng Knight said. He glanced at Luo Feng with a smile on his face. The space gradually became peaceful, and the space fragments vanished completely. Jiao Feng Knight and Luo Feng stood facing one another. You just injured Pei Feng Knight, a universe overlord, said Jiao Feng Knight. You were able to injure someone who is able to fully operate the 3rd form of the true treasure armor on his body with his law comprehension. Impressive. Impressive, indeed. I'm just lucky, Luo Feng smiled. Generally, true treasures had different forms. For instance, his Shiwu Wing had 3 forms, and with the user getting stronger, it could be better utilized. When Luo Feng tried to drive Star Tower, he could feel that the law engravings inside it were complex to the point of being incomprehensible. Thus, he couldn't even operate it at a minimum level, let alone make the best of it. Pei Feng Knight was a universe overlord, and that true treasure armor barely crossed the threshold of true treasures. He was indeed able to operate a true treasure in its 3rd form, which was why he had only lost 20% of his godly body after a 5,500-mile-tall godly body exploded in front of him. Jiao Feng Knight shook his head and looked at Luo Feng. It's because of your power. For what it's worth, I admire how you just blew up that enormous godly body. I'm not even in his league, Luo Feng said. I didn't have other option. Yes, Jiao Feng Knight said. He indeed overpowers you to a large extent. After all, you're only undying, and your law comprehension can't even compare with him. He can wield the power of the same true treasure much better than you. I assume you're unable to make the best use of your true treasure wing. Yes, Luo Feng nodded. He had just started the 2nd form of Shiwu Wing. Besides, Jiao Feng Knight continued, he underestimated you in the 1st place and didn't even consider that you might be a contender in the future. You might not even have the chance to self-destruct and hurt him. Luo Feng nodded. In the future, Pei Feng Knight might keep his distance from remote ocean body as long as he was more than 60,000 miles away from the center of the explosion. The blast would be dangerous, and if Luo Feng was too close to Pei Feng Knight, he didn't dare detonate remote ocean body, as he was afraid that his original Earthling body would be injured as well. This time, his original Earthling body had been millions of miles away from The center of the explosion naturally, he hadn't been hurt at all if. However, his original Earthling body had been in close quarters combat with Pei Feng Knight when he had detonated the remote ocean body. The original Earthling body would have been annihilated immediately, and Pei Feng Knight would have only suffered a few injuries at that point. Pei Feng Knight would definitely have taken all the treasures left by Luo Feng's Earthling original body. He'll be on to you after this, Jiao Feng Knight said. He'll definitely turn this around. I'll tell you about him to make sure you won't be bullied by him in the future. Luo Feng listened carefully. Pei Feng Knight has two true treasures, Jiao Feng Knight said. One is a piece of armor, and the other is a blade, as his true treasure weapon is a blade. He devoted lots of his energies and time to close combat, and he created incredible blade techniques. His fighting power, together with his blade, can destroy lots of treasures in one strike. Luo Feng was stunned. You must have been able to resist his soul technique if you survived that fight, Jiao Feng Knight said. As for some distant attacking skills, I'm sure you can handle them as well. The only thing you need to beware of is his close quarters combat techniques. They're his trump card in close quarters combat. He can fully utilize his true treasure blade even if you have true treasure armor. Your godly body won't be able to withstand the shockwave. Jiao Feng Knight shook his head solemnly. Unless you have a flying palace type true treasure is the combination of his fighting techniques and true treasure blade really that powerful? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask, can it really destroy a treasure with a single strike? Does that mean my ancient boat galaxy would be at risk? There are different levels of treasures, Jiao Feng Knight said. Some top tier treasures and set treasures are already close to true treasures, and they are difficult to destroy, whereas some ordinary treasure armors or weapons will be fragile. Luo Feng nodded. Ancient boat galaxy was a top-tier treasure and was as valuable as true treasures. Besides, it had belonged to an inborn beast god known as Wine Master before it should be solid. Remember, be mindful of his close quarters combat techniques, Jiao Feng Knight said. He nodded. All right, let us go back. Okay, Luo Feng nodded. Luo Feng knew he didn't want to reveal his trump cards. He had only utilized the second move of Star Map when fighting Bark Mirror Emperor, and when he was fighting Pei Feng Knight, he could have hidden an ancient boat galaxy and let Masha Body perform his talent technique domain to escape. However, if he had done so, he would have revealed two of his deepest secrets. Ancient boat galaxy and the talent technique domain. Only a few in the universe, including 9 Remoteness Master and Chaos City Leader, knew about domain. It was a vital trump card for him, as he could almost certainly escape from any enemies weaker than Universe Masters. Hence, he wouldn't use it unless his life was seriously threatened. As for the remote ocean body, at the height of more than 5,500 miles, he could recover it in no time. After all, he should at least show some real power. In the open-air square of the World of Glory, there was hustle and bustle among the heirs. What is the result of the battle? Bark Mirror Emperor such a sore loser. He was the one who wanted alive broadcast in the first place, but he turned it off after realizing that he was at a disadvantage. It must be Bark Mirror Emperor who lost. That's right. He lost without a doubt. The heirs were upset by Bark Mirror Emperor. He had been exceedingly confident and had wanted all the heirs to watch the fight, presuming he would crush Blade River Emperor. It had indeed excited many heirs, the news spread across the universe, drawing attention from lots of supreme beings. Little did they expect Bark Mirror Emperor to cut off the feed halfway through the fight. Look, it's Blade River Emperor. All the heirs in the square looked towards the portal. A shadow appeared. It was Blade River Emperor. Luo Feng looked at the heirs in the distance. He saw his teacher, Tru Yan Knight, and his friends, including Cha Man Emperor. His voice resounded on the square as he said, "Hi, all, I've already finished the battle with Bark Mirror Emperor. Here is a clip of the battle." A blurry light shot out from Luo Feng's wrist guard, and a 3D virtual projection showed up in the sky of the square. The clip began at the point when Bark Mirror Emperor and Blade River Emperor met. The fight was fierce, but Bark Mirror Emperor was completely suppressed. Finally, at the end of the fight, Bark Mirror Emperor blew himself up in order not to be enslaved. It was a Universe Knight level battle, yet both of them were undying. One was a special life form, while the other was a timeless and peerless talent of the human race. But, to everyone's surprise, the result was that the human won, and the special life form was left with no choice but to destroy himself. Incredible. He died. Self-destruction. The heirs were astounded. They had already reasoned that Bark Mirror Emperor must have lost after watching the first half of the battle, but they didn't expect Bark Mirror Emperor to be so crushed so badly that he died. The square was filled with a sense of shock. The consensus was that only a Universe Knight could kill Bark Mirror Emperor. The heirs watched Luo Feng as he walked to where the heirs of Han Alliance gathered. He sat beside his teacher Tru Yan Knight. Luo Feng glanced around and saw a shadow afar. Pei Feng Knight. Luo Feng frowned. Pei Feng Knight was also watching the video clip. He was visibly terrified to know that Blade River Emperor was making the footage of the battle public. Luo Feng could practically read his thoughts. Is he going to show the footage of him injuring me? Beings like Pei Feng Knight cared about their reputations a lot. Pei Feng Knight immediately connected to the world of glory with his consciousness. All good, all good. Pei Feng Knight was relieved. He only showed the footage of the battle between him and Bark Mirror Emperor. Pei Feng Knight suddenly turned around while Luo Feng looked at him. They exchanged eye contact. Hung. Pei Feng Knight's eyes glinted aggressively. He moved his lips without making a sound, but Luo Feng could tell clearly what he had just said. Blade River, let us see who'll rescue you next time. I'll defeat you again next time. Luo Feng also moved his lips without making a sound. Hang. Pei Feng Knight vanished. Luo Feng grinned and looked back at the open-air square. All the heirs were amazed by the footage of the battle, and they all recorded it and transferred it back to the powers they belonged to. Likewise, the video was transferred to Han Alliance and the human race. If I want to be a supreme being in the universe, I need to be a supreme being within the human race. First thought Luo Feng. Many Universe Knights within the human race are bitter because I made my settlement on the mountainside of Thunder Island. Words are useless. I need to prove myself with my records. Luo Feng smiled. Universe Knights like Nine Blade Knight will get to watch the footage soon. He made the footage public, as he wanted to prove his power with his record. To prove he could not only rival ordinary Universe Knights, but that he also killed them. The mountainside of Thunder Island was boundless. There were only 12 servants in Luo Feng's palaces, and they were all carefully selected sector lords during the 80,000 years when Luo Feng had created the ultimate technique star map, Luo's family had developed into a true superfamily with its huge sum of resources. It was a top-tier superfamily in every aspect: members, training system, and a number of great beings. There was even a large group of sector lords. It was normal to train someone to be a sector lord, and it was easier with adequate sources. Babata had been confident that he could raise Luo Feng to be a sector lord, and his resources were nothing compared to what Luo's family had. Two sector lords greeted Luo Feng as he walked in the hallway. Family Master. Family Master. Their eyes gleamed as Luo Feng's descendants, they worshipped him. You can walk out first, Luo Feng said as he quickly walked out of the hallway and arrived at the square in front of the palace, in front of which was a cliff. Yes, sir, the two sector lords walked out. Luo Feng looked out into the distance. A shadow flew toward him. It was true Yan Knight. Teacher, Luo Feng shouted, smiling. Luo Feng, true Yan Knight, landed on a rock. Please, teacher, take a seat. Luo Feng walked along the path beside him. There were several pavilions on a square made of rocks, including exquisite wooden desks and chairs. They sat face to face with each other. You came here to pick me up immediately after I sent you an email, True Yan Knight said, looking pleased. You're such a good disciple of mine. I shall respect my teacher, Luo Feng said. Haha, stop acting, True Yan Knight laughed. I know you want to know how other universe knights reacted, don't you? You're so perceptive, teacher, Luo Feng answered. It had been 2 days since he fought Bark Mirror Emperor, and the footage had already spread throughout the human race. Many universe knights had watched the clip. It must have evoked strong reactions, because lots of universe knights had been dissatisfied before. Those same universe knights may have been amazed after watching the clip. Luo Feng felt good just imagining that. He wanted to see the look on those universe knights' faces. Luo Feng may not have cared about what ordinary life forms thought, but he did feel accomplished by dumbfounding those universe knights of the human race, many of whom had their own universe countries. Haha, I knew it, True Yan Knight guffawed. It never rains, but it pours. You never defended yourself when those universe knights were trashing you, yet you showed everyone the footage of you killing Bark Mirror Emperor. Luo Feng laughed as well. Well, just as you expected, those universe knights were all amazed, True Yan Knight said, excited. I don't know about others, but those same friends who asked me to tell you to leave the mountainside have now apologized to me. They wanted me to tell you how sorry they are. Sorry, Luo Feng was dazed. You proved yourself to have the power of a mid-tier universe knight by killing Bark Mirror Emperor, True Yan Knight exclaimed with amazement. You're so powerful, yet you're just undying. Those universe knights want to respect you, as you'll definitely be a universe overlord when you become a universe knight someday. No one wants to be your enemy. Luo Feng nodded. When you were weak, supreme beings would look down on you. But when you were as strong as they were, or even manifested greater potential, they would apologize and try to befriend you. Luo Feng nodded. I've received quite a few congratulatory emails in the past 2 days, and lots of them came from universe knights. Universe knights like Ganwu Universe Master and Guei Knight, who were already close with Luo Feng, had sent emails to congratulate him immediately. Some universe knights Luo Feng had never met also sent him emails and told him that they would visit him a few days later. Of course, there were some universe knights who couldn't change their attitude instantly. Those were the ones who voiced their discontent the loudest. Meet as many as possible and be friends with them, True Yen Knight smiled. I'll stay here for the next couple of days, some powerful universe knights. 1T take me seriously, but they value you a lot, I'll take advantage of that. Suit yourself, Luo Feng smirked, it's my honor to be taken advantage of by you. Luo Feng's palaces were alive with activity. Many universe knights had visited his place. When the news that Luo Feng killed Bark Mirror Emperor was made public, it meant Luo Feng entered a new circle, the circle of universe knights. Great beings valued each other's power, though Luo Feng was greatly valued by his own race. The universe knights within his race would associate with him voluntarily. To them, Luo Feng was a mere talent, and he was yet to be a great being, whereas now Luo Feng was already a great being, and he might get even stronger in the future. It was likely that he would become a pillar of the human race in the future. Guluan Universe Country Master, Hebei Knight, Golden Axe Knight, Luo Feng muttered, looking around. So many universe knights and universe country masters in total. 163 supreme beings have visited here in the past few days. Family Master is so mighty. The two sector lords transmitted their voices. They were exhilarated that they could actually meet those legendary universe country masters and universe knights. These were individuals whom lots of undying fighters would never be able to lay eyes on. Luo Feng, True Yen Knight, and Nine Flames Universe Master were chatting loudly. Luo Feng turned around. A flash of light was flying toward them. Nine Flames Universe Master also turned around. Another universe knight, a man in a fiery cape, appeared. He wore a mystical and alluring smile. True Yen Knight stood up. It's Guei Knight. Guei Knight, said Nine Flames Universe Country Master, standing up and greeting him. Brother Luo Feng walked out. Guei Knight was the second disciple of Primal Chaos City Leader, and he had always served Primal Chaos City Leader. He was definitely one of the closest to Primal Chaos City Leader. His power was legendary. Even a tiny portion of it could amaze many. He was the mouth and tongue of Primal Chaos City Leader, who relied on him to deliver messages and execute orders. So lively here. Guei Knight looked at Nine Flames Universe Country Master. Nine Flames Universe Country Mazer, I didn't interject on your conversation, did I? Not at all. Luo Feng, True Yen, and I were just having a casual chat, Nine Flames Universe Country Master said. Guei Knight nodded and smiled. Good, because I have an important matter. Luo Feng looked to Guei Knight. Brother, Guei Knight said, I'm here at our teacher's request to tell you that the application for you to join the Supreme Council of our race has been approved, and from now on, you'll be qualified to participate in the Supreme Council. The Supreme Council. Luo Feng was thrilled. He had expected that he would be accepted once he demonstrated his power, but he was still overjoyed. Finally, he was finally admitted into the ranks of the seniors of the human race. True Yen Knight smiled. Congratulations, Luo Feng. You too, as teacher and student, got admitted into the Supreme Council. Together Nine Flames Knight laughed. It'll be a wonderful story for our human race to tell. Guei Knight continued, Brother, though you're qualified to participate in the Supreme Council, meetings are rarely held. Every time it is held, the Council discusses matters that are vital to us humans. However, based on what I know, there will soon be a Supreme Council meeting. The virtual universe system should send you a notification shortly. Oh, expectations flashed in Luo Feng's eyes so soon. Yes. Nine Flames Universe Country Master became solemn. Yes, there shall soon be one Luo Feng. This Supreme Council meeting is all important. What is it about Luo Feng? Couldn't he help asking. It will be held very soon, and you'll learn all the details then. 9. Flames Universe Country Master said, of course, this is only my speculation. It may not be about any specific matter. Luo Feng looked at Nine Flames Universe Country Master and Guai Knight. Perplexed Truyan Knight was also confused. Guai Knight and Nine Flames Universe Country Master left without elaborating. On the Supreme Council meeting of the human race, Luo Feng and Truyan Knight didn't he ask any further questions, as the meeting would be held in the near future. A message from the world of glory, said Luo Feng. Luo Feng's consciousness left the virtual universe and connected to the world of glory, where he received quite a few messages instantly. Some of them were from the heirs in the Han Alliance, while some were from the system of the world of glory. Blade River Emperor, you're an exceptional heir of the ancestral god school. Said one message, you've proven your power with your records, and your records have attracted the attention of a beast god of the ancestral god school in the near future. Thunder Beast god of the ancestral god school will arrive on Bauhinia Island in the flesh and bestow you a valuable in public. Luo Feng was dazed by the message. Thunder Beast god would bestow him a valuable in public. What happened to Zhuchong Emperor will finally happen to me. Luo Feng realized. He was thrilled. I remember that Bark Mirror Emperor wasn't conferred any true treasures, but Zhuchong Emperor was bestowed 2 true treasures. One of the 8 beast gods will arrive on Bauhinia Island and give me the valuable personally. Luo Feng was both stunned and exhilarated by the news. Inside Luo Feng's palace on Bauhinia Island, knowing that the ancestral god school was about to publicly bestow him a valuable, Luo Feng stayed on Bauhinia Island and waited patiently. Thunder Beast God is going to arrive here himself and bestow you a valuable. Truyan Knight stood up abruptly and opened his eyes wide. You're not kidding, are you? How could I kid about this? Teacher Luo Feng said it'll happen soon. Truyan Knight stroked his hair and walked around the hall. He frowned and murmured, if one of the 8 beast gods actually arrives here himself and puts up such pageantry, he is at least going to give you a true treasure. But it doesn't feel right, though the ancestral god school is the greatest superpower in the universe. It won't just throw away a true treasure randomly like that. What do you mean by throw away? Teacher Luo Feng asked, smiling. Zhu Chong Emperor was bestowed with 2 true treasures. As for me, it's okay for me to get at least 1, right? Truyan Knight shook his head. You're not the same as Zhuchong Emperor. Not the same, said Luo Feng. Luo Feng was dazed. He thought the power he manifested was at Zhuchong Emperor's level. Besides, both of them were sub-members of the ancestral god school. What was the difference? Zhuchong Emperor is a special life form, said Truyan Knight. He doesn't belong to any other power, and hence, he belongs to the ancestral god school completely, whereas you are firstly a member of Han Alliance, then a sub-member of the ancestral god school. Bark Mirror Emperor, who was admitted by the Northern Territory Alliance, was never given any true treasures by the ancestral god school. Luo Feng suddenly understood. The ancestral god school is the greatest power in the universe. Truyan Knight went on, though it doesn't fight for anything, it doesn't value the great beings of other powers as much as it does its own members, bark mirror. Emperor is most loyal to the Northern Territory Alliance, you're most loyal to. The Hong Alliance, the human race Shu Chong Emperor, didn't he join any other powers, so he is only loyal to Ancestral God School, True Yan Knight looked at Luo Feng. I've collected information on lots of exceptional heirs, and I found out that only those who are 100% loyal to the Ancestral God School can receive the best. If one belongs to another power, he won't be treated the same as those who show complete loyalty. Luo Feng nodded. It made perfect sense. If pressed to choose between the Ancestral God School and the human race, there is no doubt that you'll stand with the humans, True Yan Knight said. That's why the Ancestral God School won't grant you much, even if they want you to be part of them. However, they did invite Thunder Beast God to come. Personally, it would be insulting to him if he gave you a mere treasure. It's got to be a true treasure. True Yan Knight paused, then added, which baffles me. Luo Feng nodded. He would stand with the human race, without a doubt. As for the Ancestral God School, he was indeed not faithful to it, even after knowing that they would bestow him a valuable. He stood in solidarity with the human race. For what it's worth, said True Yan Knight, looking at Luo Feng, apparently the Ancestral God School highly values you. In light of that, they're willing to give you a valuable, even knowing that you're with the humans. I understand. Luo Feng nodded. Don't expect too much, True Yan Knight said, although I think it'll be a true treasure. The Ancestral God School surely won't be too generous. I'll just have to wait for it, Luo Feng said. Luo Feng looked at True Yan Knight and thought that if the valuable given by the Ancestral God School was not useful to him, he would give it to teacher True Yan. Days passed, and Luo Feng continued waiting on Bauhinia Island. While he was waiting, Luo Feng familiarized himself with the valuables he got from Bark Mirror Emperor inside the World Ring. Haha, the Northern Territory Alliance paid a huge price to rope Bark Mirror Emperor. Luo Feng's original Earthling body was wearing golden armor in a bizarre shape. It was covered with weird beast engravings, which did not belong to any one of the beast gods. It was the true treasure armor. As soon as Luo Feng put it on, the information about the armor was sent to him. Instantly, the true treasure armor was named Golden King Armor, and it had 3 forms. The first form could weaken the power of a material attack to 1% of its original power. The second form could weaken the power of a material attack to 1/1000th of its original power. The third form could weaken the power of a material attack to 1/10,000th of its original power. If the armor couldn't withstand the attack, it wouldn't be able to effectively weaken the power of the attack, and if the attacking power was too strong, it wouldn't be able to weaken it at all. When the user was fighting a Universe Knight, even the third form of the armor could only weaken the attacking power by half. For Universe Masters, these ordinary true treasures were not useful at all. As for beings like Swishan Ku, they could destroy an ordinary true treasure easily. Those Universe Masters don't care much about ordinary true treasures, but they are earnestly desired by Universe Knights. Luo Feng studied the ancient armor he wore. I'm yet to have the power to rival Universe Masters, so this golden armor is invaluable. Luo Feng exclaimed with thrill. No wonder they all want true treasures. He finally understood why Pei Feng Knight had only been injured when his remote ocean body exploded in front of him. He had relied on the true treasure armor in its pinnacle form. I wonder which armor is better, mine or Pei Feng Knight's, Luo Feng thought. Bark Mirror Emperor was wearing this golden armor. Fortunately, I have the true treasure star map, and I combined the power of 520 stars, which multiplied their power star map, and the golden armor neutralized each other. And that was how Bark Mirror Emperor died. Luo Feng looked in the distance and saw a gigantic beast. It was the golden horned beast. I'll have the original earthling body wear the golden armor, Luo Feng thought. And when I get the force armor in the future, I'll have the golden horned beast wear it. The golden armor was different from force armor. The golden armor only had defending power, yet the force armor could derive soldier armor, general armor, and king armor, which meant force armor had enormous godly power. In Luo Feng's plan, his original earthling body followed the spiritual force leader path, so he only needed the golden armor. Golden horned beast did close quarters combat, and hence force armor could be fully utilized on the golden horned beast. Luo Feng had acquired quite a few valuables from Bark Mirror Emperor, and two of them suited Luo Feng. The best one was golden king armor, and the other was a set treasure called Swallowing Claws. This was comprised of 4 claw gloves that Bark Mirror Emperor had worn on his claws. Now, golden horned beast wore the set treasure. When he utilized the set, the power of the 4 gloves would be transferred to one, making its power surge. Bark Mirror Emperor had some other treasures, but they were useless to Luo Feng. The precious materials used to recover godly bodies were meaningless to Luo Feng, as he had the remote ocean. Luo Feng waited for the arrival of Thunder Beast God while familiarizing himself with the golden armor and the swallowing claws. 11 days after he received the email from the Ancestral God School, a terrific power arrived in the sky over Bauhinia Island. The power was so strong that it was superior to that of the guarding beast god on Bauhinia Island. The heirs flew out of their palaces. Thunder Beast God is arriving, True Yan Knight said, flying out immediately. Island Luo Feng's palace. Masha Body sat with his legs crossed, and the original earthling body was still familiarizing himself with the golden armor. When the power arrived, Masha Body was thrilled. The original earthling body flew out of the world ring. He finally came, said Luo Feng. He took a deep breath, stepped out of the door, and flew into the sky. In the sky over Bauhinia Island stood more than 100 million heirs. Luo Feng and True Yan Knight stood side by side with each other. Hong Long Long. Bolts of lightning filled the sky and covered 5-colored Aurora Lake. An enormous shadow was dimming in the lightning. This figure was the source of the power. Hang. A loud snort was heard. Power surged, and all the heirs in the sky dove down. Even Universe Night heirs couldn't resist the force. Slowly, the enormous shadow flew down and showed its true face. He was covered with cyan hair, and each strand of hair looked like a whip of a thunder god. His 3 claws seemed to step on and suppress all of space, and his partially opened wing churned the lightning above him. His most striking features were his eyes. His eyes were like oceans, the eyes of thunder. Nobody dared exchange eye contact with him. Majestic, said Luo Feng. After only a glimpse, he felt that the terrific being in the sky was like a part of universe origin law. It said that becoming a beast god means merging with the law, but the guarding beast god is not as powerful as this. Will becoming an actual beast god change one's foundation? None of the heirs could resist the power, but it wasn't because of the sheer Power, it was the arrival of the universe origin law. I am Thunder Beast God. His sound was like thunder, resounding across the entire Bohemia Island, one of the 8 beast gods, air, Blade River. Emperor. Intangible power enveloped Luo Feng, and he rose into the sky. The heirs on the ground looked at Blade River Emperor in shock now. They all understood that the arrival of Thunder Beast God was for the human, Blade River Emperor. So, this is the control over space and time, thought Luo Feng. He sensed that the intangible power enveloping him was neither space nor time, but a force that was superior to both. Blade River Emperor rose up gradually. At that moment, he was like the sun coming out, attracting attention from all the heirs. Thunder Beast God looked down with his eyes of thunder. His eyes glinted with friendliness, and the power enfolding Luo Feng vanished, dazing Luo Feng. Thunder Beast God opened his mouth and started to talk. Blade River, Thunder Beast God said. Luo Feng gave a salutation in the sky. Beast God, he said. Your power, your improvement, and your will all satisfy me, Thunder Beast God said. He looked down and concentrated on Luo Feng. I'll bestow you a valuable. Hua. Almost all the heirs down on the ground were thrilled and couldn't help talking among themselves. It's indeed a public bestowal. Thunder Beast God arrived here himself to bestow a valuable. It has to be a true treasure. Why else would Thunder Beast God be here? Blade River Emperor is so lucky that he is going to get a true treasure again. The heirs were all excited, and Thunder Beast God didn't stop there. Discussions. He was happy to see other heirs jealous. What's all the fuss about? Said one heir. If you could kill Bark Mirror Emperor as an undying fighter, the ancestral god school would also think highly of you and bestow you with a valuable. Blade River Emperor is at the same level as Zhuchong Emperor, who was given a valuable in public before. I'll train myself. Perhaps someday I can have the same treatment. Luo Feng couldn't hear the discussions on the ground. Neither did he want to hear them. He was looking forward to the true treasure with exhilaration. Thank you, Beast God. Luo Feng saluted him. Keep up your hard work, Thunder Beast God's voice rumbled. Meanwhile, a gigantic ball of lightning showed up in front of him. The ball had a diameter of tens of thousands of miles, and it flew toward Luo Feng like a meteor. The lightning vanished as the light ball dove down. When it dropped to Luo Feng, the lightning completely disappeared, leaving only an ancient mirror. With a diameter of hundreds of miles, the mirror was round and golden. Emitting golden light from its surface, it stopped moving directly in front of Luo Feng. Luo Feng looked at the giant mirror in front of him, perplexed. A mirror. Luo Feng blinked. I believe it will be of good use to you, Thunder Beast God said, looking down. Each of his eyes was larger than the mirror. Take it. Yes, Luo Feng answered respectfully. He stored the ancient mirror in his world ring. As for studying the valuable, Luo Feng decided to do it after the Beast God departed. After all, beast gods were of high status in the ancestral god school. Thunder Beast God smiled and said, Don't disappoint me, Blade River Hong. Thunder Beast God disappeared, and so did the intangible power. Everything on Bohemia Island was back to how it had been, and all the heirs on the ground were quickly engaged in heated discussions about what had just happened. Many heirs of other races rushed to try to talk to Luo Feng. Congratulations, Blade River Emperor. Congratulations on getting another true treasure, Blade River Emperor. Luo Feng smiled and went back to his palace immediately. He didn't want to talk to other great beings. This baffled them. What is that mirror like valuable? Asked one heir as Luo Feng left. I don't know, replied another. I've seen some mirror-type true treasures. Used to aid illusion attacks. Blade River Emperor is proficient in spiritual force weapons. Why would the Ancestral God School give him a valuable to aid illusion attacks? Don't make random assumptions. Perhaps only Blade River Emperor knows what it is used for. Hustle and bustle filled Bohemia Island, and the news that Thunder Beast God had arrived on the island and personally bestowed Luo Feng with a valuable had quickly spread. At the same time, Northern Territory Alliance got the news. A white-haired, fur-hoofed being walked into the area and said, "Haha, the Ancestral God School has been using the same techniques since the beginning of the universe." They immediately started to draw Blade River Emperor to their side. After seeing how excellent he is, Wu Pei Feng, did Bark Mirror Emperor come here before? Yes, teacher, Pei Feng Knight said as he followed him. Bark Mirror Emperor did come here before, and he stood on the square in front of my palace. When the white-haired and four-hoofed being asked 3 years ago, Pei Feng Knight answered, "Okay." The white-haired and four-hoofed being walked slowly through the area and stopped on a square in front of a floating palace. Pei Feng Knight followed respectfully. "Leave me first, as I'll turn back time," the white-haired and four-hoofed being said. "Don't be in my range." Yes, Pei Feng Knight's eyes gleamed. Pei Feng Knight flew to a distant place like a beam of light and looked toward his teacher, full of expectations. Though he was a universe overlord, he had only witnessed universe masters performing the turning back time technique once before. Turning back time could injure universe masters, and if a universe master was severely injured, enemies could take advantage of the chance to kill him. This was why universe masters preferred to perform it in secret, unless they trusted the witnesses completely, or the chance was small that it would backfire. Howl, howl, howl. The white-haired and four-hoofed being growled and looked around calmly. Hoo hoo hoo. The time and the space around him started to go backward. It was like a movie being rewound at a rapid rate. Many heirs came here on the square. All the great beings were flying backward, even speaking backward. Time was quickly being turned backward. It all seemed like a strange illusion. So time suddenly stopped, and so did the scenes before them. Bark Mirror Emperor was talking to Pei Feng Knight in the scene when time had paused. "That's me," Pei Feng Knight said, looking at the paused scene from afar. It was Bark Mirror Emperor standing with him. Everything was illusory in the space and time affected by turning back time. Only the white-haired and four-hoofed being was real. "Bark Mirror Emperor," said the white-haired and four-hoofed being, looking at Bark Mirror Emperor. "Come, my child." The white-haired, fur-hoofed being whispered, and an intangible power quickly put Bark Mirror Emperor under its protection. "Go back." Hong. Everything started to be restored. It was like a coiled spring. At some point it would spring back. The universe was able to recover itself, and after a universe master turned back time, the universe would reverse it. Every point in time was in the past for the universe and should not exist at present. The universe would bite back if someone tried to break this rule. "Ah!" Bark Mirror Emperor screamed. Ethereal power enveloped him continuously. The white-haired and four-hoofed being watched calmly. He was protecting Bark Mirror Emperor and transferring the backlash of the universe to himself. He was a universe master, and thus he was strong enough to resist such power. Ah, ah, Bark Mirror Emperor uttered heart-rending cries, overcome with agony. The universe kept biting back. The power could easily kill Bark Mirror Emperor. Reversing time and resurrection were against universe law, which would be punished by the universe. However, universe masters volunteered to bear such punishment. After a short while, everything was back to normal, but Bark Mirror Emperor now stood on the square, looking around in confusion. What happened?" asked Bark Mirror Emperor. Teacher, Pei Feng Knight said, flying toward Bark Mirror Emperor. The white-haired and four-hoofed creature nodded and looked at Bark Mirror Emperor. "It's done," he said. "Bark Mirror Emperor, you've been resurrected. Do not forget that you have died once." "I have died once." Bark Mirror Emperor was dazed suddenly. All the memories flooded his mind. It was him, Blade River Emperor. Bark Mirror Emperor's eyes glinted with bitterness and madness. He quickly noticed that something wrong. "My true treasures, where are my true treasures?" The white-haired and four-hoofed being looked down at Bark Mirror Emperor and said, "Bark Mirror Emperor, my job was only to protect you when I reserved the time I won. Bring a true treasure back. It would cost more than obtaining 10 more new true treasures. I'll only resurrect you. Those true treasures and ordinary treasures you had are all gone." After he was done, he disappeared. Pei Feng Knight gave a salutation. "Thank you, teacher." Bark Mirror Emperor saw the giant, white-haired, four-hoofed being leave. He couldn't help looking at Pei Feng Knight and saying, "Pei Feng Knight, why is Qi-Lan Master less powerful?" "Do you even need to ask?" Pei Feng Knight said, looking at him coldly. "You're an undying special life form with the power of a universe knight. Resurrecting you is like resurrecting a senior universe knight. My teacher reserved the time to save you, and he bore the entirety of the backlash from the universe. Fortunately, my teacher is a top-tier universe master, which is how he is able to withstand it. Such backlash power could easily kill a universe overlord, and my teacher needed to resist it all by himself. If even you can sense the change in teacher's power. Teacher was severely injured and will need quite a few valuables to recover." Bark Mirror Emperor was dazed. Actually, he had not known that universe overlords could only be revived by universe supreme masters. He only had the power of an ordinary universe knight, but he was undying. That meant reviving him was like reviving senior universe knights, and the universe bit back hard. Even universe masters were injured by it. Beings at Bark Mirror Emperor's level wouldn't easily notice it, yet he had this time, which meant Qi-Lan Master's injuries were indeed serious. Pei Feng Knight looked at him and said, "Northern Territory Alliance thinks highly of your potential, but reversing time to resurrect a great being costs a lot. The backlash power from the universe when resurrecting undying emperors is easily recoverable to universe masters, but resurrecting universe knights will take universe masters a long time to regain their health. You know the rule. This is a free revival. If you die next time, you'll bear all the costs for your resurrection, and it can't be afforded by ordinary universe knights." "I understand," Bark Mirror Emperor said in a low voice, clenching his teeth. "Remember, you've died once," Pei Feng Knight said. They were in Pei Feng Knight's palace, which was at the center of the Northern Territory Alliance, resembling the primal region of the human race. That was why Qi-Lan Master had been able to resurrect Bark Mirror Emperor without concern. "Blade River," Bark Mirror Emperor growled, grinding his teeth harder than ever. "Just a tip," said Pei Feng Knight. His eyes glinted with disdain. "Don't even Think about revenge until you become a universe knight. Bark Mirror Emperor glanced at Pei Feng Knight fiercely. Blade River Emperor is as powerful as a senior universe knight, said Pei. Feng Knight, even I was injured by him, do not seek out Blade River Emperor. For the sake of vengeance. What Bark Mirror Emperor opened his eyes wide in shock. Until you become a universe knight, you cannot even beat him, let alone kill him. Pei Feng Knight shook his head, took a step forward and returned to his palace. Bark Mirror Emperor stood on the square with his face twitching. Blade River Bark Mirror Emperor clenched his claws, his face twisted with rage. While Bark Mirror Emperor privately seated, Bohemia Island was a tumult of activity. The heirs were still discussing the arrival of Thunder Beast God. The heirs were all speculating what valuable Blade River Emperor had gotten. Inside Luo Feng's palace, Ma Shabadi sat with his legs crossed. His original Earthling body was already back in the world ring, testing the new valuable. On the boundless plain was an ancient mirror with a diameter of hundreds of miles. Luo Feng stood in front of the mirror and pointed at it. Life imprint, seer. A trace of godly power flew toward it and merged with the mirror. The life imprint contained in the godly power was seared into the valuable. So. The mirror quickly shrank to the size of his palm. Meanwhile, information flooded Luo Feng's mind. It's called Golden Thread Aurora Mirror. Luo Feng looked at the mirror with a thrill. It's not a true treasure, but it's a top-tier treasure regardless. It's more precious than lots of ordinary treasures and would be the envy of any universe knight. Luo Feng immediately understood that the ancestral god school had bestowed him with the most suitable valuable. There were different categories of valuables, including attacking weapons, spiritual force weapons, defense armors, escape valuables like wings, boots, and ribbons, ceiling types, origin types, flying palace types, soul types, and domain types. Original true treasures were used to recover godly bodies. As for surviving, flying palace types and soul types were the most useful. Both of them could weaken material attacks or soul attacks by almost 100%. Skywolf Palace and Star Tower were both of the flying palace type. Another type of treasure that was the equal of flying palace type and soul type was the domain type. Thousand Treasures River and Five Color Aurora Lake were both domain type true treasures. Once they were utilized, they were able to control the area they touched. Within that particular area, the users could suppress enemies who were their equals, and they could bound the enemies who were superior to them, giving them the chance to flee. As for enemies who were weaker, true treasures like Thousand Treasure River and Five Color Aurora Lake could easily kill them. Domain-type true treasures, although they were aids, were quite handy to say the least. A domain-type top-tier treasure, Luo Feng said. He looked at the palm-sized mirror. Ancestral God School is indeed generous. I'll be able to control my own fate when fighting supreme beings and decide whether to battle or to flee. Golden Thread Aurora Mirror. Luo Feng burst into laughter. He opened his mouth, and Golden Thread Aurora Mirror shrank to the size of the head of a pin and flew into his mouth. It then merged with Luo Feng's chest and left a golden imprint. Drive. Luo Feng injected his godly power into Golden Thread Aurora Mirror. Hong. Golden thread suddenly emitted from Luo Feng and enveloped the area of 60 million square miles around Luo Feng. Inside the area were countless golden auroras scurrying around like fish. Luo Feng was the center of the area. This is my domain. Luo Feng looked around, suppress. The golden threads gathered. It might have been able to annihilate an undying emperor easily. Godly power, burn. He drove the law domain again. Hong. The golden light pervaded this domain, and the law domain merged with the domain of golden thread aurora mirror. Haha, the ancestral god school is so considerate, said Luo Feng. They know that I became undying after completing gold law comprehension, so they gave me a valuable of the gold category. Luo Feng found out that golden thread aurora mirror's power surged after gold law domain overlapped golden thread aurora domain. So powerful, Luo Feng said, he suddenly felt like he could kill an ordinary universe knight when driving the golden threads with his godly power. With such a treasure, even if I meet with supreme beings, I can bind them first and run away. If I want to fight, I'll just let remote ocean body approach my enemies and self-destruct. My enemies will be trapped in golden thread aurora domain, and they'll be so suppressed that they can't even run away. Luo Feng was overjoyed. This golden thread aurora mirror was rarer and more precious than ordinary true treasures. Besides, to great beings, the compatibility of valuables was much more important than the quantity. Apparently, this golden thread aurora mirror could help Luo Feng's power move one step forward. It amazed Luo Feng to realize how thoughtful the ancestral god school had been to give him this valuable ancestral god school. I am first and foremost of the human race, thought Luo Feng, but I'll be grateful to you for bestowing me with this valuable. After receiving the golden thread aurora mirror, Luo Feng studied it every day and tried to combine it with his other true treasures. He pondered the best way to fight. Pung pung pung. The door of Luo Feng's palace on Bauhinia Island was fiercely knocked on. Blade River, open the door. Blade River. Someone was shouting outside eagerly. Luo Feng, dressed in black, waved his hand and opened the door, saying, "Come in." Without Luo Feng's permission, even his friends Wen Ti dare trespass in his palace within range of the five-color Aurora Lake. Luo Feng saw Cha-Man Emperor, Lili Emperor, and Thousand Rain Emperor rushing in. What happened? What's got you so worried? Luo Feng smiled. I've never seen you guys like this in all the time we have known each other. It was Masha Body who greeted them, and he had different auras from the original Earthling body. After all, Masha Body only performed his talent technique replicate to replicate the aura of the original Earthling body, which was why Cha-Man Emperor, Lili Emperor, and Thousand Rain Emperor didn't notice it. Luo Feng, Cha-Man Emperor said, something has happened. Something really bad, Lili Emperor added. Blade River, said Thousand Rain Emperor, you're in big trouble this time. Luo Feng frowned. What's the issue? Don't worry, just speak slowly. You didn't go to the world of glory, did you? Cha-Man Emperor said, that's why you don't know yet. Don't know what? Luo Feng frowned. I've been in my palace these past few days. He had devoted his time to joyfully studying his new golden thread aurora domain. Besides, he was waiting for the Supreme Council meeting of the human race. Why would he go to the world of glory? If he did, he would just be surrounded and assailed with questions. Just tell me, what happened? Luo Feng pressed them. Lili Emperor and Cha-Man Emperor opened their mouths almost at the same time. You just. Luo Feng couldn't help but cut in. Lili Emperor, he said, tell me what happened. Lili Emperor nodded solemnly and said, Luo Feng, Bark Mirror Emperor, who was killed by you, has been revived. How do you guys know he was revived? He died once, and didn't he heaven? Inheritance token anymore. Luo Feng smiled, but, on second thought, he's an undying special life form, and the Northern Territory Alliance gave him a true treasure before. I already expected he would be resurrected. If you think this is the trouble I'm going to have. No. Lily Emperor shook his head. Thousand Rain Emperor and Cha Man Emperor both looked grave. This is what happened, Lily Emperor continued after being resurrected. Bark Mirror Emperor was asked by other heirs in the Northern Territory Alliance about how he got killed. He tried to defend himself, but what he said got you into big trouble. Luo Feng frowned. What did he say? They all looked at him. What did he say? Luo Feng repeated. Bark Mirror Emperor said. Lily Emperor's voice started to tremble. He said, the reason why he was crushed by you was that his talent technique was not even able to affect you. His talent technique is soul attack, which is so powerful that it's able to intimidate many few universe knights. Even if it can't kill you, it should at least be able to affect you. Luo Feng frowned. The reasons behind that were his Tower Pearl and his mighty willpower. He also mentioned that he once hunted you in 9 remoteness space, and he used his talent technique soul attack at the beginning, Lily Emperor said. You were only a sector lord back then, but you were still able to withstand it. The heirs who talked with Bark Mirror Emperor immediately inferred that you have a soul-type true treasure, and Bark Mirror Emperor admitted that. A soul-type true treasure. Thousand Rain Emperor couldn't help exclaiming. Material attacks can only annihilate part of the godly body, yet one trace of a soul attack can completely bend a great being's will. Its terrific soul type true treasures, Flying Palace type true treasures, and Domain type true treasures are all ranked among the top-tier true treasures, but when it comes to survival, soul-type true treasures are definitely the most precious one. Soul-type true treasure is more desirable than dozens of or even 100 ordinary true treasures. Even many universe overlords don't have soul-type true treasures. Luo Feng became anxious. It had been made public. In the past, he had escaped Bark Mirror Emperor's pursuit, but he had been afraid that Bark Mirror Emperor would make his secret of soul-type true treasures public, and now, his fears had been realized. And there's more, Lily Emperor said. More, Luo Feng said. Bark Mirror Emperor said that the spiritual force weapon you used to attack him was a true treasure, said Lily Emperor. No great beings doubted him, as they all watched the footage. Bark Mirror Emperor also said that you killed him and got his true treasure armor and top-tier set treasure. Besides, you've obtained a valuable in the land of valuables, and that was one of the top 108 valuables. Plus, you were just bestowed a valuable by Thunder Beast God. Lily Emperor gazed at Luo Feng. Luo Feng frowned. What did he mean by that? He also added that, Lily Emperor said, after being killed by you, a universe overlord in the Northern Territory Alliance tried to get the true treasure armor back, but you took the true treasure and ran away with the true treasure. Flying Palace. Luo Feng opened his eyes wide. What? Pei Feng Knight rushed to the place where you killed Bark Mirror Emperor, and some supreme beings asked him what happened. Lily Emperor continued. Pei Feng Knight only said that he was stopped by Jiao Feng Knight and got injured, but he didn't reveal any further details. However, Pei Feng Knight and Jiao Feng Knight left through the portal at different times, and Pei Feng Knight should have had enough time to deal with you. The assumption that you have a Flying Palace true treasure is not verified, but it's suspected. All in all, you've had 3 true treasures, and you've got 2 true treasures from the Ancestral God School and 1 from Bark Mirror Emperor. Which means, continued Lily Emperor, you must have at least 6 true treasures. 1, presumably, is a soul-type true treasure, and another is likely to be a flying palace type true treasure. Soul type, flying palace type, and domain type, all of them are earnestly craved by universe overlords. Each is as priceless as dozens, or even 100 ordinary true treasures. Yet you have 2 out of 3 of them. The news has spread through the airs, and will soon spread across the universe. Can you imagine how many supreme beings will have their eyes on you? Perhaps universe masters don't care about them, but as for universe overlords, they might set a trap to kill you at any time. Luo Feng was ghastly pale after hearing it. Bark Mirror Emperor, he thought you were vicious. He indeed had soul-type true treasures, but Bark Mirror Emperor had completely invented the story that he had flying palace-type true treasures. Ancient Boat Galaxy and Golden Thread Aurora Mirror were indeed of the flying palace type and domain type, respectively, but they were top-tier treasures, not true treasures. Still, they were more precious and rarer than ordinary true treasures. This proved that flying palace-type true treasures really could make great beings go crazy. The news is, Blade River Emperor has 6 true treasures, and 2 of them are of soul type and flying palace type. Cha Man Emperor said, yet you're only at mid-tier universe night level, if not senior universe night level. Luo Feng, you're in big trouble this time. Cha Man Emperor, Lily Emperor, and Thousand Rain Emperor left soon after. They gave Luo Feng some video footage. Before they left, it was the record of Bark Mirror Emperor's conversation with other great beings in Northern Territory Alliance. In the footage, Bark Mirror Emperor said, I have low law comprehension and weak techniques. I've always used my secret talent techniques to fight universe knights. He has a soul-type true treasure to withstand my talent technique. What could I do about that? I could only wait to be killed. Did you say that he had a flying palace? I was already killed, so I didn't know about it until I spoke with the universe overlord who went to rescue me. Luo Feng glared at Bark Mirror Emperor on the footage. Well played, Bark Mirror Emperor, well played, Luo Feng whispered and went to the open-air square in the World of Glory. The moment Luo Feng stepped into the open-air square, he attracted the attention of all the heirs in the square, all of whom had been talking about him. After all, they could now confirm that Luo Feng had at least 6 true treasures, including a soul-type true treasure. They also speculated that he had a flying palace-type treasure, all of which made the heirs jealous. Even the universe knights were green with envy. After all, few universe knights had true treasures. Luo Feng could even feel the disparity between him and the great beings in the Hong Alliance. Apparently, because of their jealousy and greed, their relationship with Luo Feng had changed. Just as I expected, Luo Feng thought. He took a brief tour and then left the World of Glory. Everyone knows about this, all the heirs know, and the superpowers in the universe will probably find out in no time. Is this your revenge, Bark Mirror Emperor? In the secret region of the Northern Territory Alliance, on a floating star fragment, many palaces had been built. There were tens of thousands of servants inside. Ha ha ha, this is my revenge, said Bark Mirror Emperor. This is my revenge on Blade River. Bark Mirror Emperor stayed in his practice room, and his eyes glinted with madness. Indeed, I'm not able to kill you myself, human. It might take me an eternity to be able to do that. Unfortunately for you, you have too many valuables for Your own good, I don't need to deal with you myself, now, there will be universe overlords who come for you, you're dead. Bark Mirror Emperor laughed out loud. After he was resurrected, the Northern Territory Alliance had bestowed him with several treasures to protect himself. However, he wouldn't be granted a true treasure anymore, plus, when he had applied for a beast god inheritance token, he had been rejected. The senior within the Northern Territory Alliance had told him coldly, Bark Mirror Emperor, there's no need going there now, as you can't receive higher beast god inheritance, just wait until you become a Universe Knight. After that, we'll give you a beast god inheritance token. Don't even think about that before becoming a Universe Knight. Bark Mirror Emperor left reluctantly, and the senior had added as he left, a moron who only demands but never contributes. Bark Mirror Emperor was infuriated after hearing that. However, the senior was overwhelmingly more powerful than him. Bark Mirror Emperor resented Luo Feng full-heartedly for his misfortunes. It's all because of you, Bark Mirror Emperor growled, clenching his teeth. If you didn't have a soul-type true treasure, I could killed you in 9 remoteness space and gotten all your valuables, and I would still be the powerful special life form. Infuriated by everything that had happened to him, Bark Mirror Emperor had come up with a way to avenge himself, given that it was almost impossible for him to kill Blade River Emperor. He would let the great beings of the universe go after Blade River Emperor instead. Inside Luo Feng's palace on Bauhinia Island, True Yen Knight went to Luo Feng immediately after hearing the news. Luo Feng, True Yen Knight called, walking into the hall. Luo Feng sat in the hall, drinking tea, relaxed. You're in big trouble now. How were you still drinking tea? True Yen Knight asked anxiously. What trouble? Luo Feng said. He took a casual sip with a smile on his face. Just because I have too many true treasures. So you've heard the news? True Yen Knight was astounded and sat down calmly. I'll deal with anyone who comes for me, Luo Feng said, drinking his tea with a smile on his face. All the great beings of other races will only be my practice targets. He smirked. I'll kill all of them who come for me. What if you can't kill them? True Yen Knight asked. Then I'll flee. Luo Feng sipped his tea again and put down the teacup. But relax, there will be fewer and fewer great beings who are able to force me to flee. True Yen Knight could sense the unrelenting determination and confidence in Luo Feng's words. He could even sense that Luo Feng was already prepared for endless fights and slaughters. Beware, True Yen Knight said. Luo Feng replied, the path to becoming a supreme being is paved in enemies, blood and bones. Luo Feng frowned. He had just received an email in the virtual universe telling him to attend the Supreme Council meeting. True Yen Knight was startled. The meeting is today. Luo Feng and True Yen Knight exchanged eye contact. They had both received the email from the virtual universe system at the same time. I've never been to a Supreme Council meeting, True Yen Knight said. Same. Luo Feng smiled. Let us go. They both connected to the virtual universe with their minds. Go to Pantheon Mountain, Luo Feng whispered in his palace. Pantheon Sanctuary on Pantheon Mountain was where the Supreme Council meeting was held. Since the Supreme Council meeting was being held today, Pantheon Mountain would open automatically when the virtual universe system sent the notifications through email. It was, however, normally closed. Clouds surrounded the mountains. One great being showed up after another, including Luo Feng and True Yen Knight. Some universe knights greeted Luo Feng warmly when he showed up. Blade River. Luo Feng. Luo Feng. 9 flames, thunder. Luo Feng greeted them one by one. He was close with quite a few human universe knights. Luo Feng, Bark Mirror Emperor, has brought you lots of trouble after being revived, a winged man said with a smile. A soul-type true treasure and a flying palace-type true treasure. Perhaps they will attract lots of universe overlords of other races. You need to be careful in the future. Luo Feng said, it is indeed a bit tricky, but if those other races want to kill me, they need to decide whether they're powerful enough to do that or not. They'll stay away unless they want to be killed by me. The winged man held the wineglass. It's a wonder you're able to remain calm. Even under such circumstances, it's clear to see where Blade River gets his reputation. Stop making fun of me, Bloody Wing. Luo Feng smiled and shook his head. Although Luo Feng had met quite a few universe knights, most of them were only acquaintances. Only a few of them were his actual friends. Bloody Wing Knight was one of them. Bloody Wing Knight was known for his aloofness, but Luo Feng and Bloody Wing Knight enjoyed each other's company. To be honest, Bloody Wing Knight said, lowering his voice, the news revealed by Bark Mirror Emperor was indeed surprising. If I belonged to the other races, I would try to attack you. I understand. Luo Feng nodded. Look around, Bloody Wing Knight said. Luo Feng glanced around and saw more than 1,000 universe knights nearby, and there were more in the distance. Some of those he didn't know looked at him significantly, as if they had been talking about him. However, Luo Feng couldn't hear the others' conversations, just as the others couldn't hear his conversation with Bloody Wing Knight. I bet many universe knights are talking about you, Bloody Wing Knight said. Especially those you don't know. Many of them are jealous of you. Jealous? Luo Feng was surprised. There are 2 groups of beings on Pantheon Mountain, Bloody Wing Knight explained. One is here, and those who gather here are 4-starred, 5-starred and 6-starred great beings. They have the power of elementary universe knights, secondary universe knights, and senior universe knights, respectively. The other place is where the 7-starred overlords and universe masters gather. Luo Feng nodded. Indeed, he didn't see any universe overlord around him. The most powerful ones gathering here are at my level, senior universe knights. Bloody Wing Knight continued. Few senior universe knights have a true treasure, whereas secondary universe knights and elementary universe knights don't have any. Usually, universe overlords have several true treasures. As for you, Luo Feng, you're indeed exceptional, but you still can't compare with universe overlords. Yet you have 6 true treasures, and 2 of them are soul type and flying palace type. That's excessive even for universe overlords. How could the universe knights here not be jealous of you? Bloody Wing Knight smiled. Even I am a bit jealous. Luo Feng laughed. Of course, they're humans, so nobody will attack you, Bloody Wing Knight said. However, those universe knights who don't know you might try to exclude you out of jealousy. Exclude me? Luo Feng whispered. Because they're bitter, Bloody Wing Knight said. Then I'll convince them with my power, Luo Feng said. If I can rival universe overlords, or even surpass universe overlords in the future, they'll have to respect me. Then you need to become a universe knight. Bloody Wing Knight smiled. Luo Feng gazed into the distance. The great beings from the huge Axe Dojo, the Universe First Bank, the Universe Star River Bank, and the Universe Mercenary Alliance were all talking about this issue with their friends. At least 6 true treasures Luo Feng didn't he have the valuable or the treasure bestowed by Thunder Beast God when he was being hunted by Bark Mirror Emperor in 9 remoteness space. However, he already had 3 true treasures in particular, that soul type. True treasure, he was only a sector lord back then, how was he able to obtain a true treasure? It had to be given to him by a great being. Yes, Primal Chaos City Leader favors him too much. How could he just give a soul-type true treasure to a sector lord? We Universe Knights don't even have ordinary true treasures, whereas he could get a soul-type true treasure as only a sector lord. The more they talked about it, the more unfair they thought it was. Why would a sector lord be qualified to have 3 true treasures, especially a soul-type true treasure? Lots of universe overlords within the human race didn't he have soul-type true treasures? Even if Primal Chaos City Leader had treasures, he shouldn't he have just given them all away? It couldn't he convince anyone. Although they were upset, none of them dared to talk about it with Primal Chaos City Leader. After all, he was the supreme leader of the virtual universe company. They were not entitled to pick a fight with him. Time passed, and more Universe Knights gathered on Pantheon Mountain. The Supreme Council meeting was about to be held. Luo Feng, True Yan Knight, walked towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng turned around. Teacher. True Yan Knight blocked the sound around them and said, "It seems that lots of Universe Knights are upset about you obtaining 3 true treasures when you were only a sector lord, especially the soul-type true treasure. Many of them think that Primal Chaos City Leader has been unfair. Do you think you ought to go to Primal Chaos City Leader and tell him about this? 3 true treasures when I was a sector lord unfair." Luo Feng didn't he even know how to react. Primal Chaos City Leader had only given him 1 true treasure. Sure, Wu Wing. Both Star Map and Tower Pearl had been given to him by Zhou Shan Ku, especially the soul-type true treasure Tower Pearl. It was a vital component of Star Tower, the center of the sealed space. It had nothing to the human race. Well, Luo Feng hesitated. He didn't he know what to say. Surely he couldn't he say that it was given to him by Zhou Shan Ku. "I'll think of something," Luo Feng said, shaking his head. "It doesn't matter that they're talking about this. I can't expect to be close with all the great beings. Some of them are my friends, some of them are jealous, and some of them are my foes. It doesn't matter." "It doesn't matter to you," True Yan Knight said. "However, it will affect Primal Chaos City Leader's reputation. Even if Primal Chaos City Leader did bestow me a valuable," said Luo Feng, "he gave me his own valuables instead of using the shared resources of the human race. He can do whatever he wants with them, just let the others be jealous." Luo Feng smirked. "Besides, Primal Chaos City Leader earned his status by his invincible power. Primal Chaos City Leader was invincible in the primal universe. With this advantage, no matter how biased people thought he was, nothing could sway his status. The issue was that Primal Chaos City Leader had been fair and just reckless. Universe Masters didn't he draw any complaints even when they did something preposterous, but many great beings would be upset if they thought Primal Chaos City Leader was biased. More and more great beings gathered on Pantheon Mountain. Hong. All the Universe Knights looked up and saw 2 golden doors open gradually. There were stars on the doors, and the location of the meeting was in the floating palace on Pantheon Mountain known as Pantheon Sanctuary. A voice resounded down the mountain. "Human great beings, gather." Who? All the Universe Knights on Pantheon Mountain disappeared and were transported to Pantheon Sanctuary. Hong Long Long. The doors closed. Inside Pantheon Sanctuary stood a gigantic round table with exquisite sculptures on it. Luo Feng could only see a portion of the table while the other part was blurry, as if it were surrounded by mist. Luo Feng sat on one of the thrones surrounding the round table. Luo Feng touched the arms of the chair and turned around. He saw the words Blade River etched on the chair. He looked around. So many universe knights. There were many universe knights sitting at the bottom, and they were all elementary universe knights. They had the smallest thrones, and each was around 6 feet wide. The thrones of secondary universe knights were around 30 feet wide. Those of senior universe knights were around 160 feet wide. Luo Feng sat on a 30-foot wide one. He was only able to see elementary universe knights, secondary universe knights, and senior universe knights. As for universe overlords and universe masters, he couldn't see them at all. Luo Feng stroked the throne and exclaimed, "The throne fits my godly body perfectly." His hands fit on the chair's arms precisely. Densely surrounding the gigantic, round table, the numerous thrones were divided into 5 different classes: 6 feet wide, 30 feet wide, 160 feet wide, 650 feet wide, and 3,200 feet wide. All the great beings had thrones that fit their godly bodies perfectly. Among them, some universe overlords, like the Heaven Erosion Palace Lord, Jiufeng Knight, and Undying Knight, were seated on the 650-foot wide thrones. And at the top, on towering thrones way high up, many universe masters were seated at the highest tier, where they looked down at all the other human great beings. They were super beings from the 5 forces of the human race. All of the towering, 3,200-foot wide thrones were made of dazzling gold, except the 2 towering ones right in the middle, which were black and emanated an air of power. One of the 2 black thrones had a faint sculpture of a huge axe. Seated on this throne was a giant with thick fingers and messy, long hair that made him look like a barbarian. The black throne next to him was empty. No one occupied that seat. The other golden thrones were filled by towering figures. "Primal Chaos City Leader," the barbaric giant said, looking to the golden throne on his left where Primal Chaos City Leader sat. He said with a smile, "You are very biased towards Luo Feng. This appears to have brought about much discontent from many universe knights. They are discontented, and I am not surprised. A soul-type true treasure, Primal Chaos City Leader, your disciple Guai. He also has power that matches a universe overlord, and he always stays by your side, yet he does not seem to own a soul-type true treasure. Hasn't he gotten one?" And Luo Feng received one way back when he was merely a sector lord. "I'm afraid Guai Knight would somehow find it unfair." "Discontented my foot," someone shouted. All at once, voices could be heard from the dozens of thrones that were enshrouded by a foggy mist. A soul-piercing cold permeated the air. To bestow them with valuables is showing them kindness. Not giving them any valuable is just a matter of due course. Want a true treasure, they can fight with each other. Primal Chaos City Leader can choose to bestow a soul-type true treasure to whomever he decides. No one else has the right to say anything more. If you ask me, I think we should mete out punishment to one as a deterrent to the rest. The one who rejoices the most ought to be put behind bars in the prison of the primal universe. That is too much. We should never subject ourselves to the discussions of the knights down there. They did not rob nor kill. They have done nothing to deserve being sent to prison. "Everyone," said Primal Chaos City Leader, seated on his golden throne, he flashed a smile. I may be extremely fond of this disciple, but the way I work is clear to everyone. I would never bestow upon Luo Feng a soul-type true treasure when he was a mere sector lord. The other universe masters, including the giant on the black throne, looked over. It was true. Primal Chaos City leader was known for being a most impartial and authoritative leader. After all, to attain such a great existence as that of a universe master truly required one to have the patience to manage all matters and to plan and make arrangements for unexpected events of the race. There were many universe masters who simply could not be bothered with such matters. However, Primal Chaos City leader had the patience, and he had always been much respected. When Luo Feng was a sector lord, he had 3 true treasures, said Primal Chaos City leader. Only the Sherwu wings were bestowed by me. The other 2 came from my disciple's miraculous encounters in which Lady Luck smiled upon him. Ah! He got the true treasures by himself. Those true treasures are not common. They are not easily obtainable. Even if one meets with miracles, they are usually left behind by super beings on purpose, for their successors. We should not be bothered about which super beings anyway. It is a good thing when these true treasures fall into the hands of us humans. Ha ha ha, correct, regardless of who left the treasures behind for their successors, they belong to Luo Feng. No matter what, priority should always be given to the human. Thereafter, we can look into the roots of these true treasures. No wonder I was not convinced when I heard that Primal Chaos City leader bestowed 3 true treasures on Luo Feng. Primal Chaos City leader is not one of such a character. Now I see why this situation made no sense to me. The words echoed from the dozens of thrones, everyone trying to be heard at once. The other knights are waiting, so let us commence the meeting, said the barbaric giant sitting on the black throne with a faint sculpture of an axe. He looked to his left and said to Primal Chaos City leader, Primal Chaos City leader, you should chair the meeting. Primal Chaos City leader nodded. On the thousands of thrones crowded together, Luo Feng conversed with the other universe knights next to him and soon discovered some basic information. The thrones in the Pantheon sanctuary were divided into 5 classes. One would only be able to see the great beings who were a class higher than oneself. As for conversing, one could initiate a conversation with someone from the same class or someone from a lower class. Therefore, Luo Feng could only converse with 4-starred great beings, elementary universe knights, and 5-starred universe knights, secondary universe knights. As for elementary universe knights from the lower class, they were only able to converse with other elementary universe knights. Everyone, a kind and powerful voice announced. Pantheon sanctuary fell into silence within an instant. The moment Luo Feng heard the voice, he knew it was his teacher, Primal Chaos City leader. A Supreme Council meeting is convened every time a vital matter major enough to affect the entire race occurs. Primal Chaos City leader's powerful voice resounded throughout Pantheon sanctuary. No one dared interrupt this time. The Supreme Council meeting is convened because the original star is about to open. Almost all the universe knights registered shocked expressions. The original star is about to open. A few of them murmured. The original star is the center of our vast universe, the territory that billions of races fight for, continued Primal Chaos City leader. This opening will not be an exception if you want to obtain a true treasure. If you want to make a big contribution to your race, your opportunity is here. Here is some detailed information. Let us all take a look first. Directly in front of the densely populated thrones, where many great beings were seated, a screen showed up. A set of detailed descriptions appeared on the screen. Luo Feng fixed his attention on the screen before him. The very center of the entire universe was none other than the land of origin, yet for countless years, except for the conscious mind's occasional arrival in the land of origin, no other great being was able to reach the land of origin in person. It was as though the place was imaginary, yet the original star truly existed. Altogether, there were 10,081 of them according to the information handed out. Since the birth of the universe, these 10,081 original stars revolved around the land of origin. It was said to be located closest place to the land of origin in the entire universe. These 10,081 original stars were full of valuables, but also fraught with danger. There were 10,081 paths leading to the original stars, yet those thousands of paths were usually closed, but, after a long period of time, the way would open once every time. The way to the original star would be kept open for 1,000 eras. After 1,000 eras, the star would shut. All great beings who had entered needed to make their way out before it shut, or else they would be killed. Utilizing a clone or another body was not good enough. Many of these survival techniques had proven futile if one did not leave the original star. When the path was shut, death was inevitable, no exceptions whatsoever. This was the most mysterious place in the universe. No other place could compare to it. Not only were there treasures to be found in those 10,081 stars, but true treasures also appeared frequently. Super beings of the billions of races on the universe had engaged in epic battles for such treasures. Each race fought to claim these valuables as their own. Every time a star opened, it meant there would be universe masters being killed from within. It was all very bloody and cruel, yet the potential for these treasures drove countless great beings crazy for the opportunity. Such was the nature of the original star, the place that was closest to the land of origin of the universe. Contribution, muttered Luo Feng as he looked to the bottom for another set of descriptions. The valuables obtained from the original stars, if obtained alone, could be kept as one's own. If you had no need for the valuable you obtained, you could offer it to the race in exchange for a contribution. The way races grew more powerful was dependent on the contributions offered by numerous great beings. In this case, a contribution could be used to exchange for other valuables. Luo Feng looked through the sets of information. One was related to information on the original star, the other was related to the detailed elaboration of contributions. It was obvious that only newcomers like Luo Feng and True Yan Knight, who were attending the Supreme Council for the first time, would receive this second set of information containing detailed elaboration on contributions. This description read: within the race, there are two kinds of humans. The first kind consists of those who enjoy the resources. The second kind is made up of those who contribute these resources. Ordinary humans and undying spirits are the ones who enjoy the resources. For instance, ordinary humans can enjoy peace and stability, while undying spirits who showed outstanding performance can receive the guidance and advice of supreme beings, or even have valuables bestowed upon them. They are the ones who enjoy the resources. Once one crosses over to become a universe great being, they are admitted to the Supreme Council. That would mean you have become a core member of the human race. The human race requires the contribution of true great beings like yourself. Only through your contributions can there be billions of humans, generations. of geniuses and immeasurable amounts of resources to use. All of you risk your lives to fight for valuable resources to offer your race. All of these will be officially recorded as contributions. You can make use of these contributions in exchange for all the valuable resources you need. Blade River Emperor Luo Feng, when you joined the Supreme Council, you abandoned your previous status as a talent and will now be entitled to a generous quota of resources. From this moment on, you are one of the supreme beings among us humans. You are perfectly capable enough to contribute greatly to our human race, and can make use of your contributions to exchange for the resources and valuables you need. Contributions, Luo Feng said softly. Of course, he thought, and everyone in a race of beings wanted only to receive benefits. If everyone expected the race to bestow resources to them, then who would be contributing? Luo Feng understood now. It was the equivalent of a tribal community. The men were expected to head out and hunt for food, while the women would plant crops for harvesting, and the children would enjoy the fruits of the adults' labor. Within a race, the supreme beings contributed so that the talents, the weaker ones, and the ordinary humans could enjoy the resources. Only after you cross over to become one of the universe's great beings can you start to contribute to the race, realized Luo Feng. Very well, Luo Feng said softly. This is quite good, actually, as it is meaningless to always be taking advantage. The original star, his eyes were sparkling. The universe is simply amazing. Prior to this, I was unaware of such a place. 10,081 original stars, the mysterious place that is closest to the land of origin of the universe. While all the supreme beings of the human race at the Supreme Council were still in shock, Primal Chaos City leader finally spoke again. The opening of the original star is still a whole 10 years away, he said. In the coming decade, everyone should start preparing. For instance, you could form small teams with a few other great beings, where your skills complement one another, or you could borrow valuables from great beings who are unwilling to enter the original star. All preparations must be done within the decade. 10 years from now, we humans shall enter the original star. In 10 years, us humans will enter the original star. The Supreme Council meeting ended after the calm voice from Primal Chaos City leader Hong Long Long. The door of Pantheon Sanctuary opened, and almost all the universe knights stood up. So soon Luo Feng and True Yan Knight also stood along with the others. The universe knights all walked to the golden door of the sanctuary, chatting and laughing. They stepped through the door and disappeared. What were you guys waiting for? Bloody Wing Knight walked towards them. How short the meeting was. Luo Feng smiled. Bloody Wing Knight explained, I was also surprised at that the first time I attended the Supreme Council meeting. However, I grew to understand later that it takes a long time for an issue to come up that actually affects us humans. Besides, more than half of the Supreme Council meetings involve no discussions, and only universe masters need to know. Only those that require voting take a long time. After all, those superior universe masters don't have time to elaborate on the issue for us. Luo Feng nodded. It was indeed efficient. Primal Chaos City leader Hen T talked much. Instead, he had only mentioned the original star. Then the screen showed up in front of the universe knights, which gave a detailed description. Let us go, Bloody Wing Knight said. Okay. Luo Feng, True Yan Knight, and Bloody Wing Knight stepped into the golden door. Side by side, nearby, some universe knights were talking quietly. Look, it's Blade River Emperor Rumor has it that Blade River Emperor has at least 6 true treasures. Though he was able to kill Bark Mirror Emperor and thus is ranked among the exceptional undying fighters, he is, at most, a secondary universe knight. Power-wise, he'll become the perfect target for supreme beings of other races. On the original star. Yes, he has at least 6 true treasures, and 2 of them are of the soul type. And the flying palace type, he'd just be a moving treasury on the original star. There are always supreme beings from billions of races on the original stars. The universe masters of other races will probably attack Blade River Emperor on sight. Universe overlords and universe masters of other races will definitely attack him. What are you thinking? The weaker universe knights never choose to go when the original stars are open. Blade River Emperor is not stupid. Those other races can't do anything about him as long as he doesn't go. They also stepped into the Golden Door and disappeared on the mountainside of Thunder Island. Luo Feng, Bloody Wing Knight, and True Yen Knight sat together and talking about the original star. To be precise, it was Bloody Wing Knight who did the talking while Luo Feng and True Yen Knight listened to him carefully. There are 10,081 original stars, and each of them is full of valuables. Bloody Knight said many superpowers in the universe gather there often. Those treasures or ordinary true treasures won't result in any significant fighting, whereas there will surely be horrifying battles for some precious true treasures like those of the flying palace type, domain type, and soul type, or even senior true treasures or top-tier true treasures. The more precious the true treasures are, the more attention will be drawn, and universe masters will fight to the death for them. Every time an original star opens, universe masters get killed. Luo Feng couldn't help but interject. Many universe masters have survival techniques like clone techniques. Those without clone techniques won't go to the original stars in the first place, right? This is where you're wrong. Bloody Wing Knight shook his head. There are only a few universe masters. A race is qualified to be a powerful race as long as there's one universe master among them. Even we humans, one of the pinnacle races, count just a few universe masters among our ranks. Few universe masters fear death, although they're careful. The opening of original stars is a great chance for them to get top-tier true treasures, and they'll strive not to miss such an opportunity. If they can get some top-tier true treasures and even pinnacle true treasures, they can roam the universe with few enemies. Luo Feng nodded. He understood how useful true treasures were. For instance, Thousand Treasures River gave Primal Chaos City leader significant power, and he had been able to easily overpower Master of Sky Wolf, even with Sky Wolf Palace. The Purple Knight was one of the 72 deified generals, and he was much stronger than candidate deified generals like Pei Feng Knight and Jiao Feng Knight. He actually had the power of a universe master, yet Master of Sky Wolf had been able to easily suppress him with his Sky Wolf Palace. "I've been there once, and I almost got killed," said Bloody Wing Knight. But just when Bloody Wing Knight was describing his experience on the original star, a shadow flew toward them. Luo Feng. Luo Feng turned around. Nine-Blade Knight, he thought. Luo Feng was dazed. After becoming undying, many universe knights had traveled to congratulate him, but Nine-Blade River hadn't been one of them. Luo Feng knew that he was supposed to be beneath him, which was probably why Nine-Blade River was reluctant to do so. His pride was too great. Nine-Blade Knight, Luo Feng greeted him, smiling. Luo Feng, Nine-Blade River, also had a warm smile on his face. He glanced at True Yen Knight and Bloody Wing Knight beside him and added, "And I see you two are also here." "Ha ha ha, Nine-Blade, are you here to borrow a true treasure?" Bloody Wing Knight said. Nine-Blade Knight froze a bit. Indeed, he was here to borrow a true treasure. After all, among the humans, only senior universe knights or universe overlords had true treasures. However, these supreme beings would normally go to the original stars. Few who had true treasures chose not to go. By all accounts, it was likely that Luo Feng would choose not to go, despite the fact that had at least 6 true treasures. There are no grudges between Luo Feng and me, he thought. Instead, we've known each other for a long time. I can easily become friends with him if I show him some respect. Besides, if I have a true treasure, I have a much higher chance of getting valuables on the original star. I just need to show some respect. Thus, after some consideration, Nine-Blade Knight had made the decision to come to Luo Feng. Power was the only thing that mattered on the path to becoming a great being. Other great beings would respect you only if you were strong. "Luo Feng, I'm indeed here to borrow a true treasure from you," admitted Nine-Blade Knight. "I'm good at close combat, so I want to borrow your true treasure armor." He knew that it was impossible for him to borrow the soul type true treasure. Borrow a true treasure? Luo Feng was dazed. "I realize it might sound a bit ridiculous," Nine-Blade Knight smiled. "I'll return you the armor the moment I leave the original star, and I'll give you 10 treasures to show my gratitude." "We can ask the virtual universe to verify the lending and sign a contract. If I don't return it to you, it would be as good as betraying my race." Luo Feng hesitated a bit. Would it be a bit disgraceful if he just said no? Nine-Blade Knight, Luo Feng said. I'm sorry, but Nine-Blade Knight immediately understood that he had failed, but he persisted. "Luo Feng, the original star will be open for 1,000 eras, and I can get out of there at any time. Once I get a valuable, I'll leave immediately. I might just stay there for hundreds of, if not 1,000 years. It's not that I don't want to lend it to you," Luo Feng said, "but I actually planned to go to the original star myself." Nine-Blade Knight didn't know what to say. Since Luo Feng wanted to go to the original star himself, he surely wanted to be as powerful as possible. "Haha, well then," Bloody Wing Knight laughed. "Nine-Blade, I was actually here to borrow a true treasure from Luo Feng as well, but I didn't expect you to have the same idea. Now that I know Luo Feng wants to go to the original star, however, I needn't ask any more. I must thank you, Nine-Blade." Nine-Blade Knight smiled as well. He thanked Bloody Wing Knight secretly. His words had eased the awkwardness of the situation. Nine-Blade Knight left soon, but after only a short while another great being arrived to borrow true treasures. Second brother, Luo Feng greeted him. A bold man in a fiery cape flew towards him. It was Guai Knight. He had been with Primal Chaos City leader until now. "Luo Feng, I think you've already figured out why I'm here." Guai Knight stepped on the ground and looked at Luo Feng. "I'm here because I want to borrow that soul-type true treasure from you. I speculate that you're not going to the original star, and that's why I'm here. After getting out of the original star, I'll return the soul-type true treasure immediately and compensate you with 3 true treasures." 3 true treasures? Luo Feng was shocked. Many universe overlords didn't have that many true treasures. Pei Feng Knight, for instance, only had 4. Guai Knight spent a lot of time around Primal Chaos City leader. Perhaps That was how he got more true treasures. Still, 3 true treasures was an exceedingly generous offer. Second brother, Luo Feng, said, "Your offer is indeed tempting, but the thing is, I want to go to the original star myself." Luo Feng, Gui Yi Knight said, startled, "You also want to go?" Luo Feng nodded, "Yes." "Don't you know how dangerous it is there?" Gui Yi Knight said, "Ordinary Universe Knights are unlikely to attain any true treasures even if you were a Universe Overlord. You wouldn't be able to get 3 true treasures if you didn't have enough to protect yourself." Luo Feng understood his logic. Gui Yi Knight was implying that it was a better deal for him to get 3 true treasures for lending him 1 soul-type true treasure, since even many universe overlords weren't able to get 3 ordinary true treasures. Luo Feng felt conflicted. "Second brother," he thought, "you don't know that my soul-type true treasure is Tower Pearl and that it already recognizes me as its master. Universe Knights would certainly be killed if they tried to merge it with their souls. I'd still like to take my chances there," Luo Feng said. "Okay," Gui Yi Knight said. He nodded and smiled. "Then I'll leave first. Looks like I'll need to find another way to borrow true treasures." Luo Feng watched the departing Gui Yi Knight and felt a little regret. He simply could not comply this time, and while things might not seem any different on the outside, there was bound to be a knot formed in their hearts. "What a pity," Luo Feng said quietly. "My soul-type true treasure, Tower Pearl, is one of the treasures from the Star Tower and already recognizes me as its master. Universe Knights who try to merge with it will die if it was an ordinary soul-type true treasure." Temporarily loaning it to Gui Yi Knight wouldn't be a big deal anyway. The original star opens for 1,000 eras. I can also wait for a few hundred eras. My power is bound to get much stronger. Who knows, I might even become a Universe Knight. Luo Feng, Bloody Wing Knight, walked over. "I think you should lend it to Gui Yi Knight." Gui Yi Knight is of a different status. It is not easy for him to make such a request. "Haha, that goes without saying." Luo Feng laughed and shook his head. It wasn't because he did not want to lend the treasure he couldn't. "It's up to you," Bloody Wing Knight said good-naturedly. "You are quite ambitious." "Well, I would like to give it a shot," Luo Feng replied. Indeed, Luo Feng wanted to experience what it was like on the mysterious original star, but he knew his power still did not make the grade. Time flew by, and many Universe Knights approached Luo Feng, wanting to borrow his true treasures. Naturally, most great beings would think that Luo Feng would not want to enter the original star, yet they all were met with rejection. Of those who approached Luo Feng, some were friends, some were close acquaintances, and others were complete strangers. News of how the earliest batch of Universe Knights was rejected when they went to Luo Feng to borrow his true treasures spread fast. Almost all the Universe Knights came to learn of it. Blade River Emperor Luo Feng actually wanted to venture into the original star, and anyone who wanted to borrow his true treasures could banish all thoughts of it. Conversations on the topic were common. Luo Feng wants to enter the original star. He is merely an undying fighter. Although he is said to be impressive, he is still just a secondary Universe Knight, yet he owns so many true treasures in the original star. He will be a walking treasury. Any supreme beings from the other races will attack him as soon as they meet him. Isn't he courting his doom? If he wants to die, what do you care? Going into the original star at that level is purely suicidal. Let us see what his end shall be when he enters the original star. It is okay for him to die, but if he dies, the true treasures will land in the hands of the other races. That will be a loss for our entire race, a most egregious sin. Fret not, he will not die so easily. Primal Chaos City Leader values him a lot. He will help him who knows. Primal Chaos City Leader may even arrange for 2 other universe overlords to form a team with him. There was indeed quite a crowd of universe knights who either found Luo Feng's very presence an eyesore or were jealous of him. These universe knights were always fighting hard to obtain valuables to offer their race so they could earn contributions in exchange for valuables and resources they needed for themselves. Yet, as a sector lord, Luo Feng could obtain soul-type true treasures. Of course, this would cause the other universe knights to develop a great deal of resentment, discontent, and even hostility toward him. Many universe knights were just waiting to watch Luo Feng make a fool of himself. He had to be kidding. What kind of a place was the original star? It was a realm where universe masters and universe overlords ran rampant, where senior universe knights were commonly seen, and even senior universe knights would usually form teams to survive there. The power of any team, regardless of size, could not be belittled, so how could Luo Feng, who was only undying, overcome such odds? Even if he was blessed with a special life form, even if he was blessed with special techniques or even the most powerful valuables, he did not stand a chance. He was undying, which meant his fate was predetermined, and he could never create miracles on that original star. In the virtual universe, on the mountainside of Thunder Island, disciple and teacher, Luo Feng and True Yen Knight, met up. I will not be entering that original star, said True Yen Knight. My powers are far from adequate. There was a note of bitterness in his eyes. I would really love to give it a shot, but I know where I stand. Luo Feng, you are my disciple, so let me give you some advice. Your powers are impressive enough, but there is no rush to enter the original star. Moreover, because of your eagerness, you may have estranged your relationship with 2 universe overlords. Luo Feng could only laugh. Yes, there were 2 universe overlords who wanted to borrow his true treasures. One was Guai Knight, and the other was Bai Feng Knight. Both had wanted to borrow his soul-type true treasure, but he was unable to accede to their requests, and he could not explain why. You are certainly my disciple, said True Yen Knight. You even share the same temperament as me. True Yen Knight laughed while shaking his head. However, when you enter the original star, you must be careful. Be amply prepared. Judging from the information we have gathered so far, it is really very dangerous in there. Luo Feng nodded. Senior universe knights getting killed was common. In fact, it was frequently seen. Universe overlords getting killed was common enough. There were quite a handful of universe overlord deaths. Universe masters getting killed, that was possible, too. Teacher, I am preparing, Luo Feng said. Said True Yen Knight, you did not lend the true treasures to anyone. So now, many universe knights of the human race are waiting to see you make a joke of yourself. Even your friends are not quite convinced that you are capable of such an unlikely achievement, but I am your teacher. I have watched you grow along the way. I believe in you. Luo Feng grinned. Remember, do not give them the chance to mock you, True Yen Knight said. Yes, teacher, Luo Feng said, nodding. A moment later, Luo Feng watched the departing True Yen Knight. I'm afraid that, other than teacher, not many believe that I can accomplish this miraculous task. Luo Feng said softly, even I am not so confident. Given my current power, if I were to run into a universe overlord, I would Still need to avoid him, trying to snatch food from a tiger's mouth is. Reckless trying to vie for those true treasures is the same, too difficult. Force armor, don't disappoint me. Luo Feng was sure of his power. With his power, he could run rampant anywhere. In the universe yet, in that original star, were supreme beings from. Billions of races gathered, that was where the truly bloody fights occurred. Among all the universe masters, universe overlords, and senior universe knights in their own small teams, he was indeed ranked at the bottom. He could only depend on force armor, the universe supreme master, sitting. Mountain Guest left his second disciple 2 true treasures. One was the Yen Shin halberd, and the other was the original soul for his third disciple, Luo Feng. He also left 2 true treasures. One was the Star Tower, the other was the Force Armor. The Star Tower had met with some accidents while in the making, bringing about an explosive boost in its power, allowing it to reach the level of a supreme true treasure. Force Armor, Yen Shin halberd, and Original Soul, they were all true treasures that were of the same standard. Every one of them was unimaginably precious. Sitting Mountain Guest had paid an immeasurable amount for these. They did not pale in comparison to Primal Chaos City Leader's 1,000 treasures river. However, Force Armor had been specially refined by Sitting Mountain Guest for his prospective third disciple, and it was designed and created according to his plan so that it would be customized to a high degree of compatibility with Luo Feng when he used it. The star map and Shiwu wings are just ordinary true treasures. Luo Feng thought universe masters are not concerned with them, as they do not serve much use. Force armor, however, though a measure below the Star Tower, which is one of the supreme true treasures of the universe, still qualifies as one of the top-tier true treasures and pinnacle true treasures. It is much stronger than the Shiwu wings. The might of Force Armor must be quite extraordinary. Yenshin race lived in a deserted land far away from the human domain. It was an independent race that occupied a large region of the universe. Wang. On a desolate planet, vivid green light rays filled the surroundings. A hideous being of another undying race and a youth, clad in golden armor, appeared on this desolate planet. "Not bad," said the youth in the golden armor said, flashing a smile after one look at the hideous being. The hideous-looking being groveled in veneration repeatedly according to the many different races under my command, and the many tokens and locations they have left in this universe. Right here is the area closest to the Yenshin race. With a wave, Luo Feng summoned the hideous-looking being into his world ring. Setting off from here to where the Yenshin race is, the distance is still incredibly far. Fortunately, I have the ancient boat Galaxy. Luo Feng flipped his hand, and an ancient boat the size of a date kernel appeared on his palm. Larger, larger, larger. Luo Feng waved his hand. The ancient boat flew up into the air in an instant. At the same time, Luo Feng exerted his godly power. With a gurgle, his godly power prompted a change as the ancient boat quickly grew larger. While suspended in the air in the blink of an eye, it became as big as the planet Luo Feng was on. Luo Feng laughed. Then, with a single step, he boarded the ancient boat. He stood on the deck, looking at the vast starry sky. A top-tier treasure, such as a flying palace type, is so much more powerful than a universe planet ship. Luo Feng exerted his godly power and shrank the ancient boat until it was about 3,200 feet long. After all, to keep the ancient boat at such an enormous size would have required him to use up a lot of his godly power. Take off, Luo Feng commanded using his mind. So. The ancient boat accelerated sharply while sweeping away. It left a silver flare across the starry sky. Almost immediately, it reached the threshold of the speed of light. Thereafter, it disappeared from the sky and entered the dark universe. Within the dark universe, the ancient boat galaxy was still accelerating at a crazy rate, 10 times the speed of light, 20 times the speed of light, 30 times the speed of light, 100 times the speed of light, 200 times the speed of light, 300 times the speed of light. Ha ha ha, marvelous, marvelous. Standing before the handrails on the ship's deck, Luo Feng held on to the railing and looked out the prow of the ancient boat galaxy had naturally formed a shield that protected the ship within it. Compared to those biological planet ships and mechanical planet ships, this is much faster. Luo Feng constantly increased the speed of the ancient boat galaxy. Finally, at almost 800 times the speed of light, the speed ceased to increase. This was Luo Feng's limit, not the limit of the ancient boat galaxy. If Luo Feng had set his godly power ablaze, he would have increased the speed even more, and if Luo Feng's law comprehension had been better, he would have been able to increase the speed to a superior level. Enough, Luo Feng said to himself. I think it should take around 2 months or more of flying in the dark universe to reach the Yanshan secret region. The Yanshan race lived in a large region of the universe, and because this region was occupied and ruled by the Yanshan race, some universe great beings often referred to it as the Yanshan secret region. Riding the ancient boat galaxy, Luo Feng traversed the dark universe. After close to 3 months, the ancient boat galaxy finally reduced its speed and left the dark universe. In the vast, empty sky, Luo Feng stood on the deck of the ancient boat galaxy, gripping the rail as he looked out. I have reached the Yanshan secret region.